Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. Oh my God, if there's a fucking fly in my office, I'm gonna lose my mind. Let's get this going. Sorry, I overslept a little bit this morning. Okay. We just got a fan going right now, so seems like, and the fan isn't even moving. Very embarrassing. The fans in Canton are not solid fans, we can tell. Oh my goodness. Hopefully I haven't missed anything. I'm not going to have the court quite as loud today. Boost them a little bit, but. Oh my gosh. Trying to get myself moving this morning. I'm gonna fucking die. Oh man, this fly is gonna kill me. I haven't missed a damn thing. That's good. That's good. Let me get these chats set out for me. Did that thing last night where like you I'm not Mike Pence, fly. I can't just sit there while you like land on my mouth and stuff. I'm gonna end your fucking bloodline though. Rewind the feed. I missed drama. Fingers don't work this morning. Okay, so we had some drama about 20 minutes ago. Can you get some audio? Come on. God. We don't want to sit for the pan and scan of the audience in the courtroom.
All right, for the court, jurors enter.
Oh my.
A little while, so I'm going to add.
Oh.
And that is going to make it necessary that I talk to each one of you individually over at sidebar with counsel. So that process
Sidebar.
will take a little while. So I'm going to add. Don't speculate as to what I'm going to talk to you about. Please, when you go back to the deliberation room, talk about anything but this case, and I'll see each of you individually. And the process may take time. The cameras will be shut off, and I'm going to talk to the lawyers about whether no filming. All right, send you back and we'll go back.
Courtroom rise, please.
Now
I've been making phone calls to the individual jurors. Personally, that's what I've been doing. That's why this is happening. It's my fault entirely, like everything in the world. Okay, so that's it. That's everything that happened. Good. So we're gonna be here a while. What do we speculate they will talk about? She's like, have you seen that Nick Rekieta fellow on YouTube? His nipples are always showing through his shirt. No, they're not, Bev, you liar. That's you. I don't know. I would assume there's an allegation of some social media use or violation of the duty of the juror to remain ignorant of the case. Okay. Got to get them pierced like Governor Cuomo. Man, no, thank you. Nipple piercings just don't, I mean, like, they're fine for other people. They just don't appeal to me as something I would want to do. I'm not going to stop anybody from ramming needles through their nipples, but I won't ram them through mine. PJ the Hobbit says, Auntie Bev said there's an issue with the jury and she's interviewing them individually. Man, a mistrial at this point would be amazing. Wouldn't it? There was. Whew. The juror is a Rekieta viewer from the Depp trial. Hey, I hope you guys liked the recap video yesterday. I recapped the day and then tried to give a nice little sports highlight of Alessi picking apart that fucking idiot, Shannon Burgess. And that thumbnail game is on point. I'm sorry. That thumbnail is amazing. Oh, man. I don't know if I got that thing uploaded to the I gotta see if I don't. Did I upload that to Rumble? I need to. But man, my Rumble video uploads get no views at all. My Rumble live streams do just fine. But the video uploads, God, I have no idea. And they never did. Even when I was under contract with Rumble, and part of the contract was to like promote the content. Just nothing lands on Rumble for me. It's weird. On pre-recorded stuff. Like I said, live streaming was always great. Great viewer numbers. Revenue on it was not great. Something about Rumble. People just don't Rumble rant to me on there. I've always been way more successful on YouTube, and Super Tips has been blowing both of those out of the water lately, which is, fun. But yeah, for some reason, video uploads to Rumble are so damn slow lately. I should probably just, do that real quick. While we're sitting here, day 19 recap. Bum. Representative Jerry Conley just died. Who's that? What did the micropene counter hit yesterday? 69, dudes. Audience came in at the end to bring it up to 69. And for that, I brought back the unbreaded. I thought that was a fair exchange. I try to keep the really insane stuff like I'm breaded off of the daytime show. But I think you and we've come to an understanding about one another by now. It also like hold on. I'm just uploading this. Submit. It also gets to a point where you're probably like not going to be gaining massive amounts of like, I mean, we're on day 20 of this trial and numbers have been pretty consistent. Like there's not a ton of growth from it or whatever, which is fine. Like it doesn't bother me or anything. Obviously, you want what you're doing to reach new audiences and constantly be pulling people in, especially because people get busy or lose interest or whatever in whatever subject you're doing, or you get arrested and make a bunch of people mad. So you always want to be bringing new people in, but day 20 of the trial, not seeing a lot of that. But so what? It's fun trial to watch. You guys are here. So we'll keep going through it. The drama adds to this thing. But yeah, the main reason I was talking about that is I wasn't so worried, or I'm not so worried about like, oh my gosh, I'm going to scare off an audience. Like, nah, I don't think so. I think it'll go just fine. You could be going over Trooper Paul's expert testimony from the first trial. I can. We were doing that yesterday. Do I still have that pulled up? I don't even know. On my window. Oh, I do. I've got it pulled up. We can get rid of these. Sorry, I'm just doing some management here. We can make fun of Kurt. We can talk about how there are people out there defending the person who illegally gave my child alcohol. I have somehow like, boy, I pissed a lot of people off. They're willing to defend someone who did that. That's amazing. They're like, yeah, well, it's your fault. How? The person you hired to take care of your kids while you're gone? Yeah, you should have been around instead of having that person there. But sorry to have a job. I don't know. Shifting the blame? No, it's not shifting the blame at all. What I did was what I did. I've literally gone before the court under oath and said exactly what it was. Took responsibility for it entirely. Taking care of it in my personal life, I didn't do is I guess I didn't film all the personal apologies and expressions of remorse and like I didn't do that and air them to the world. I guess I should have done that individually to like each one of my children, to my wife, to my parents. I'm not going to apologize to my in-laws. Fuck them. the ones who literally the community that reported me were not the community at all. And that story I may elaborate on at some point, but not today. But yeah, those people don't get apologies from me. Not in the fucking slightest. The in-laws who, were not scumbags did get apologies from me. Because I did let some of them down. of course. But yeah, like I guess I should have filmed that, you know, and uploaded all of those conversations. That would be that would be appropriate. People would then be like, "Oh, finally he's accepting responsibility." Sure. Get you some cowboy chaps for the stream today. Looks like a few in the chat are going to spend the day humping your leg. Oh, dude, every day. It's okay. In-laws as in wife's family. Yes. No, my other in-laws, I suppose. Mm. Mm. Mm, mm, mm. I reported you because you were racist to me before. Well, I forgive you. What race are you so I can be racist to you again, but with love and respect and kindness? No, I haven't taken my meds yet. I'll do it in a minute. I'm still getting organized. Give me a second. Spurgs want a personalized apology. Should I set up a cameo and be like, if you're someone who's really mad at me on Twitter, I'll give you the cameo for free. I'll apologize to you, whatever. I'll grovel in front of a candle. I don't know. I don't know what they want. So Al D'Alessandro, he without sin let him cast the first stone. And I find really interesting about that I don't think anybody focuses on is Jesus doesn't throw a rock either. And he could under the law, but he doesn't throw a rock. And I know we all go like, "Oh yeah, but he's Jesus. He wouldn't throw a rock." It's like, well, I think the wording of that's really interesting. See, I don't think Jesus saw himself as sinless. I really don't. I don't know if it would be humility, you know, or anything. I guess it's man's job to venerate God. It's not God's job to venerate himself. And I don't think Jesus did. I think it is a really powerful line, honestly. And I do find it weird that people are so allergic to the idea of Jesus meeting us where we are. I mean, that was the whole point of coming down as man, was to meet us where we are. And they're like, yeah, but he was above everybody. But he didn't act that way. And I don't think he saw himself that way. Like we can see him that way. That's fine. You say, no, he was actually sinless and perfect. But you know, you're self-critical, right? You think about that. What does God criticize himself about? I think that's cool. Anyway. Probably get arrested again for that video too. For that clip right there. That was fun when the pastor admitted to the police interviewer that you know, the reason they were willing to report on me was because someone sent a highly edited video of me talking about faith in the Bible. Fantastic. Good people out there. Yeah, I was willing to report on him from the stuff that I had no personal knowledge of because someone sent me a video and I didn't like what he said in it. Oh, good. Fuck you. Hope you catch fire. Let's get a tweet out there. We are live with the Karen Reed ceiling fan watch. Come join us. Make the chat sparkle. Please just eat waffles forever. Panzer, you're one of my favorite people on the entire internet. I mean, sure, you completely ruin the locals chat and everybody hates you there, but I think you're fucking hilarious. Woo, there we go. Waffles are better than pancakes? Yeah. Did you just say make the chat sparkle? I did. Don't you want it to sparkle? Everyone's a beautiful unicorn. Beta. Listen, what we need is the white people to be replaced in the population because the white people are better than the blacks. I love Jesse Lee Peterson. Guys,
do you love black people?
Yes, I think they're great.
I just need you to be black and a female.
Okay, so we got tweets out. Man, I hate being behind on getting everything set up. Oversleeping is devastating. I especially hate when I oversleep. Like I was awake at 6:30 or something. And I was like, I'll just sit here in bed for a little bit. I mean, I don't need to get up right now. I should have just gotten up. Do you guys do that? Like you're like, no, I don't need to get up right now. I have a little bit more time. I certainly won't fall asleep and be completely unable to wake up in the one time. Did I get a prison tat? No, I wasn't there long enough, man. They didn't give me any. I didn't have time to rip a staple out of the paperwork and dip it into ballpoint pen ink or anything. Let's see. James Gardner gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, James. I really appreciate that. And we've got Slaglust. Nick, if you bought a defective product and the company made you pay a fee to replace it, how would you feel? Unrelated, Eric July had a big print error on his latest book. He's had a print error on every book. Dude, remember when he had the full page ad in between what's supposed to be the 2-page spread? Like it's a full 2-page spread of artwork. He's slapped an ad for his like wife's clothing company or whatever in it, right in the middle of it. Yeah, that's just shoddy work, man. Even though we never met and I have nothing to do with you, I demand an apology. I'm sorry, Derek. I'm sorry. I'll never steal your beefaroni again.
I had to have certain jurors followed and reported last year so I could cut them. I can't wait to do it again. Love my job.
Followed and reported the jurors? That's cool. Are we about set? Oh, I got one more thing to do. You got banned in Kurt's chat for asking if he loves black people. Why? Does he not love them? Very uncouth to not love black people in 2025. I mean, it is current year. All right, locals. Emails are going out. Oh, thank you guys so much, of course, for being members here on YouTube, members on locals. Members only content is coming. I'm going to try and find a way to make a regular thing so that membership has value. I'll find a day. Maybe it'll be a weekend thing. I'm not sure. We'll figure it out. We'll figure this all out.
Nick, did you know Kurt has a micro penis and loves his brother Butter? Also, that black hole, Sean, aka Lunchbox. Looks like he puts Chinese buffets out of business. Their gay letters have ruined my fun.
Oh, man. Fake Dono. Yes, it was me. It certainly wasn't Sean McDonald. Do I have a Jesse Lee Peterson voice? I do. I do have that. What do we got? Melanie says a juror was dating a Massachusetts cop last year, and when they broke up, he reported her as having talked about the case. What a dick. A juror talked about the case. I'm a lot of fun, though. Now I'm on the market again. Says the cop, not me. Nick say Kurt has a micro peen in Elmo's voice.
Hi, Kurt, my friend Uncivil Law, he has a micro peen.
Gross. Still a little early for that. Still a little early for that. Wait, so did people keep paying for locals for a year of no streams? Yeah. And a whole bunch of them were just saying over and over that, like, hey, we're here with you. Stick it out, man. Come back when you can. It was really cool of them. Speaking of really cool, holy shit, brother. This is an ample super tip.
Well, what printing error? That's more of a creative art expression, something you people just wouldn't understand because you ain't a creative like myself. It is what it is.
That was $1,000 super tip. Holy shit. Gates of above. My man. Hot damn. Hot damn. Thank you, good sir. I don't know what to say. That's fucking unreal. We're going to play that one more time.
Well, what printing error? That's more of a creative art expression, something you people just wouldn't understand because you ain't a creative like myself.
It is what it is. Yeah, I'm speechless. Thank you. That's crazy. I mean, you're insane. Don't get me wrong. I'm gonna 5150 you right now as revenge. Oh my gosh. Holy shit. Thanks would probably suffice. I think I said thanks. Yeah, and the the people who like look, I didn't expect people to stay around on locals. I really didn't because I wasn't putting out content. I wanted to, and I just couldn't get myself to doing that um on a consistent basis. And so I didn't expect people to stay. You know, you have to kind of just go, look, you, you can only kind of do so much. But the people who did stick around for any amount of time that I wasn't streaming, you know, be it 1 month, be it all the way through like the 10 months or so. I mean, they really saved. You know, they put food on my family's table when I wasn't able to, and I will be forever grateful for that. That was completely unexpected, and no one needed to do it. So it was amazing. They kept my ability to actually process through everything without scrambling as hard as I would have otherwise had to do it. So does it piss you off that Eric really went on to make $1 million and you're fighting to stay out of prison? No, I'm just wondering why it took him so long to catch up to the people who made $1 million way faster than him.
Unlike I Camelot. The chubby ginger in civil law doesn't crush pissers. It's not physically possible for a micro peen. Aperture ought to change that guy's profile to link to the change of graduation date form on UAB's website,
www.uab.com/micropeen. What? I wasn't going to do a micropeen counter today because, you know, I don't want to recycle gimmicks or anything, but until we think of a better one, I'll put it on there. I think it's funny. Cheryl Fodels, as I was one that stayed after Nick's problem because many years ago I was in the same place. Well, thank you, Cheryl. I really appreciate that. I do. You know, it's always it's a weird part of my job is like figuring out what exactly to do and say in the situations you don't expect. Like you know what to do. Like you're like, I'm going to go do a show. That's the easy part, but it's the people who just constantly surprise you with you know, their support at times where you don't think maybe you deserve it or would have it. And then the other thing is just their stories of how you impact their life, and you get emails about how you got them through dark times or gave them laughter when they really needed it. And there's so many. It's amazing. To be honest, you should keep it, but it should be smaller to maximize the real value of the micro and micropeen. I can't. The StreamYard doesn't give you much control over the tickers or the banners that you make. I wish it did.
I've got pics of me wearing support hose and orthotic shoes online. Hit me up, Nick.
I thought support hose were just the chicks who helped you get into the Uber after the bar. Leave Minnesota when probation ends. Yeah, I mean, that's on the menu. There are ways I could leave before with permission. You have to get your probation transferred to another state and stuff. I don't know. It's when are you adding the nanny voice to Super Tips? I'll just get one of someone who's completely trashed, I suppose. What was I looking for? Damn it. Oh, I was gonna. That's right. I picked up my phone. I'm checking my test status today. Do not test today. There we go. The testing schedule on this, and I think this is a trap for a lot of people. You know, probation, the people talk about probation being just set up for you to fail. And it is in a lot of ways set up for people to fail, but it's not set up for everybody to fail. It's set up for people with certain behaviors or whatever to fail. And but one of the things that has been crazy about probation so far is like just how rare the random testing has been for me. I think it's less than once a week. I've only had 2 random tests. One of them wasn't random. It was right after I got back from Vegas, and I expected fully to be tested the next day. And so, you know, I don't think that was random. I think they intentionally set that up, which is fine. I talked to my probation officer about it, of course, and asking permission to leave the state, because I was like, look, I don't know how you handle the drug testing if I leave the state. Like, I don't know what you need me to do. And she basically said, you know, you just call in and do your checkup that you normally have to do. And if a test comes up, we'll push it manually to the next day after you're back. Otherwise, you know, we'll just probably have you test then anyway. So I know that, you know, they manually do it. They can put their finger on the scale, so to speak, of the randomness of it. But when I was on the random testing schedule before, I mean, it was like 3 to 5 a week. And now it's been, well, we're a month in, I've only had to do it twice. So it's crazy. Hair test costs like $500. They just take your analysis. Yeah. So the test I do is not an instant test. It's just it's a 15 panel plus fentanyl, which is like it just monitors for the most things of the tests that they have available, and costs like $33. But like I said, there's no instant results. Everything, you know, they just send it off to the lab. You don't find out until. I haven't seen the results of any of them. They're all clean, I would assume, because if they weren't, I'd be getting my ass kicked right now. Let's see.
My memory gets better with time, but I'm still not dumb enough to fake my education level and get axe murdered in open court.
That Whitley, man, those early scumbag witnesses who are just like, well, it's clear that these guys are lying. They look really good compared to this last guy. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, so far probation is not that bad. I was surprised, you know, like the requirements for it. Like I have to meet with my probation officer 4 times a year. So by and large, if you're complying with probation, you really don't have much to do. Oh, but what I was saying before, now I got on the subject, the lax testing schedule, I think is to lull people into this idea that they can maybe beat the test. Right? Because like, okay, so I've gone 4 weeks and had 2 tests that were quite a decent ways apart. Well, if that keeps going for a while, some people might think, okay, well, I know now if I test one day, I could probably like I'm not gonna hit that random test twice. Like that they just don't do that. It's too it's rare. But then I'm sure they will hit you with a double test, right? Like it's crazy. Why did you let the nanny continue to be the nanny if you found out she was drunk while watching the kids? You've all of this stuff happened within like a week. It was really fast. I don't know, like how you fire someone faster, but it was crazy. Cheryl Fodal, welcome to lawyer status. Rabbits are eating your asparagus and they aren't eating the whole stalk, just chewing around the bottoms. That sucks. Well, I mean, would it be better if they ate the whole stalk? Would that be? Let's see. How does this Hank Brennan ass kisser know about the jury, about the jurors? Let's see. Did John DePetro show commit jury tampering? This is very concerning. How does John DePetro, propagandist for Hank Brennan, know about these personal details of every juror? Any comment, John DePetro show? In my opinion, 1/3 of jury are not college graduates. 50% are not on LinkedIn. No idea what defense is talking about. John DePetro. Wait, there are pro Commonwealth shows out there. Like I know there's pro Commonwealth people, but I didn't think there would be a pro Commonwealth show. Like it seems like one that it'd be so unpopular. Generally speaking, the overwhelming, but maybe that's what they're trying to do is sweep up the audience members who are tired of hearing about how free Karen Reed should be. What do we got here? I was on probation in Ottertail County. I got a year worth of it and was off it in 7 months because my probation officer was confused why I was even on probation. Rule 1, don't talk to the cops ever. There you go. Yeah, I mean, I know that you can qualify for early probation. I don't know. I don't think there's hard and fast rules to it. I haven't bothered asking yet because I have a long way to go and that's fine. My probation officer will get to know me. She seems nice. But yeah, if you're complicit with or compliant with probation, then they'll release you early, or they can release you early. I would assume it's probably half of your probation at least, though. Rule 1, don't break the law with Coke. What should I break the law with? All right, you can go away. Chief Danier says, "Hey, Booty Bandit, you have a chance to look into that lawsuit I mentioned on Smash versus Alyssa. Glad you're back." No, I haven't looked at it yet. Crack is a good substitute? No, I don't think so. Do they do spinal tap tests? I'm not aware. I mean, I would assume that one could be ordered. I assume the judge could order any type of test. I don't think that's a common order out there. The common orders that they have are urinalysis, hair follicle tests if they need to establish a panel. They will sometimes do the sweat patch tests, but what I've learned from my own experience is that basically everybody involved hates the sweat patch tests. I mean, probation officers, not mine, like not my, I haven't talked to my PO about sweat patch testing, but I'll say it was a private conversation, so I don't want to say who they were, but I've talked to a couple different probation officers, and they say they don't trust them, the sweat patch tests at all. And so because every single time they do them, they get a false positive. And then, their clients, they call their parolees clients, swear up and down that they're not using. And they end up, they have relationships. You build a relationship with your PO to some extent, and they end up, believing their client over the tests, the sweat patch tests. And the county workers in our family case expressed that they don't like the sweat patch tests, and the judge expressed the same thing. So it's those are not heavily favored, but they're available. I would assume blood tests may be available. I don't know why. Maybe if someone has just a ton of problems peeing in front of people, a nervous bladder or whatever, and they would prefer a blood test, maybe they're available, but I don't think so. I think the main ones that they do are just urinalysis, which is good because urinalysis is about the most reliable form of testing that exists for drugs. Again, people, until you've gone through the system or someone who's gone through the justice system involving drugs, like it's not entirely criminal, right? It could be family and stuff like that. But until you've dealt with it and had to experience drug testing firsthand and review it and all that stuff, people just assume it's like, oh, you just you pee into a cup and they press like a button on a machine and it tells them what drugs that you took. But it's not, it doesn't work that way at all. It's actually a very complicated process that's really boring to explain. And it's also, it's not only not perfect, it's in a lot of ways, it's just not good. But urinalysis is the most consistently correct drug testing method that they have. And it's the most reliable one. Hair follicle testing is somewhat reliable, but it only shows exposure. It doesn't show use. And so courts don't really like it that much because they can't say, if they can do a hair follicle test, they can't say that someone actually used it. Drug cops, for example, will test positive on hair follicle tests for all sorts of things. Exposure to drugs through the hair follicle doesn't mean ingestion of drugs. And so it's a very difficult thing for them to use as a prosecution method, if that makes sense. And it's why a bunch of, Robert Barnes talked about this when I was first dealing with it. He talked about it on Viva and Barnes. It's why a lot of private companies disfavor using hair follicle testing, because it's not reliable in saying when someone used or even if they used. It's just shows that there was exposure at sometime typically within the past 90 days. Which you can get exposure to drugs in a whole lot of ways without ever doing them. Snowy Hurricane, did they ever put you on the ankle monitor reader? No, I was never on any. First of all, I paid to have no put up an unrestricted bond. But that wouldn't have been part of my restrictions either. So I was not required to have an ankle monitor. I was never on house arrest, so I don't, that wasn't necessary. Psycho Crusher 69 says, did the cops use a leaf blower to sweep your house for the snow? I would explain the hair follicles test results. Yes. Yes, they did. They're like, oh my God, we got to dig down through this. It was their fault we had laundry on the floor.
For context, I'm a few days behind in watching you call the liar's hair tuft a Lovecraftian horror.
That Negro needs to shave his mountain of madness because it's making me feel a mountain of sadness. Also, micropeener.
The Negra needs to shave the mountain of madness. Grifty says the entire war on drugs is a scam originally meant to oppress blacks that morphed into a cash grab. Don't even get me started on drug dogs. Oh, the canine units. The over propagandized canine units. They're amazing. Again, everybody shows like who went, what was it was John Mateus. Am I pronouncing that right? I hope so. We interviewed the other day. I think he was talking about I think it was him. He was talking about how CSI has made people believe a lot about law enforcement and crime scene investigation and investigation in general. It's given this generalized sense of all these magic arrows that the police have at their disposal. Canine units are one of them, which are, when they do double-blinded canine tests, the dogs do not perform well at all. And that by double-blinded canine tests, what I mean is that the canine officer is unaware of where the contraband is. Once they do that, the dogs perform barely better than humans. Has a drug dog ever not hit on a car they pulled over? I mean, when I was coming back from an international flight one time, I watched them use it was the agriculture dog looking for contraband food, I guess. I watched them take that dog up to a bag. The dog looked at the bag and then just went away. And then the cop was like, and went back and indicated towards the bag. And then the dog sniffed in it and they're like, okay, we got to search this thing. And then they grabbed it. And it was like, bro, that the dog didn't actually hit on that bag. The cop did. But they needed the dog to indicate so that they would generate sufficient cause. Chat full of cope. Drug dogs are super accurate. They aren't, but that's okay. Here's the thing. Drug dogs' accuracy is related really to the intuition of the canine officer. And cops get really good at figuring out when and where they'll find something, right? Like, because there are only so many brilliant things you can do. So many brilliant places you can hide something in anything, in any vehicle or whatever. People who are stashing or storing contraband materials for short-term use or whatever, like if it's personal, rather than like a dealer can do all sorts of stuff if they're carrying transporting a large amount of material and they don't need to have access to it. But for someone who has who wants access to the contraband, there are only so many places in a car that you can try and hide something. And so cops know where the hidden stuff might be automatically. One of my acquaintances, I guess, is a former state trooper. And he told me the Crown Royal bags, they would always find meth. If there was a Crown Royal bag in a car, they knew there was going to be meth inside that bag. Like, I don't know why that purple Crown bag always had meth in it. And so, they would look for those, their flashlight in the car. Is everybody okay? Like, how are you guys doing? Why I pulled you over. They'd look for those Crown Royal bags. And that would indicate to them that there, is probably meth in the car. And so then they would backwards search, we'll say, for sufficient cause to then inspect the car. If they could generate enough probable cause to do a search or get consent for a search, they would go right to the Crown Royal bag and find meth. That fly is evil. Let's see. Grifty says the entire war on drugs is a scam originally meant to oppress blacks that morphed into a cash grab. Don't even get me started on drug dogs. Wait, I read that one. Already. Grifty, you grifted me. Complete ham-fistery and tomfoolery.
I'm still in shock that Judge Bev didn't voir dire Shannon. This is worse, the binger pointing a firearm at the jury. But Shannon's love puff and Yamaka comb over are even worse than his lying.
He needs to shave that monstrosity off his head and pray he can find a decent wig. How does a person not walk into oncoming traffic or buckshot with hair like that?
That's a good question. I love that is because that's exactly how I picture Mark Richards saying Yamaka. Yamaka. He's wearing his comb over Yamaka, Your Honor. Oh my goodness. Squadron Leader Smith says, I can state many times we used them and Nick is wrong in this. Okay. All right. I'm not here to argue. I'll give you my opinion. Hocus pocus, it's not out of focus. Nick, paint the Warhammer in the pauses. Nerd. I need to get back into painting. Getting back into everything again, just got to slide into it all. Take things slow. We could keep watching Trooper Paul. Yeah, I guess we could do that. It's this is just me whining. It's when we're watching something, it's harder to monitor the court. But I think we'll be okay because nothing's happening on it. So let's do that. Let's get back to Trooper Paul, I guess. This guy is what happens. Like if you ever have to cross-examine a flank steak. What a dope. Will there be no court today? Ash Ketchum. No, is supposed to be court, but Bev Canone is interviewing all the jurors individually. Hold on, let me put this up. So now we've got this handy banner. Read Ender's Game, Hodor. You won't regret it. Exactly. Everybody should read Ender's Game.
Date.
Objection.
I don't know every single scratch on that car. I could mean
Overruled. So can you answer that question?
no.
No. I can't.
Testified you noted glass on the rear bumper of the SUV, correct?
Why
Yes.
is Bev interviewing
You said
jurors?
something about that glass coming from the cup.
Correct.
Correct. Why is Bev interviewing jurors? There was some sort of mention of something that could be impropriety. Hold on. We got
Maybe if Burgess got rid of that old yee ass haircut, he would get some bitches on your dick. Oh, better yet, maybe Judge Dora would call his dog ass.
get some bitches on your dick. What are you people?
He also said that you did not see anything on that SUV that could be the source of those glass pieces on the bumper, right?
Yes.
When you did your reconstruction and your analysis, were you informed that none of the glass pieces, not one of them, could be matched to a cup?
I don't know anything about that. I don't know that.
I
So
know. I don't know.
knew
He said
that
could be
the
matched to
glass
a
pieces
cut.
on
If
the
you missed
bumper
that,
do not match the cup.
or the cup.
That change your opinion
Objection.
about that glass?
Can you answer that question?
I cannot.
You can't answer the question.
It's what was told to me as evidence
Got it.
You can't answer the question of would this change your opinion?
by
This
the crime scene.
is insane. The crime scene told
As
you?
crime scene that was there, it says it's glass from the cup. When I did my initial inspection, that's what it was on from.
That's not what you just said. You said that's what was told to me.
Yeah, by crime. No, yeah, I can see by crime scene. While I was at my inspection,
Wait, what?
it was told to me by the crime.
This guy's. I'm gonna have to pick on him a little bit for just mild jargon use, but he's saying it was told to me by crime scene while I was on inspection, which sounds like this man is mentally handicapped, and he is. But what he's saying is the crime scene unit. He's just truncating it down like they would normally do in cop speak, I would say. But no, it was told to me by crime scene. I'm hearing something. It's really quiet. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it's like phone dial tones, doot, 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 stuff like that. So the court operates on some sort of system that has some of those sounds baked into it. So I am monitoring it. Lane says no, he's saying the crime scene itself. I think he is sometimes, but when he says it was told to me by crime scene, he's talking about the crime scene investigative unit.
Seems like a lot of nepotism on Aperture's list of experts. I got my money on ARCA. Choose your fighter.
Yeah, I got my money on ARCA too. I think ARCA's report is going to come across more compelling. If for nothing else, I think that on direct examination, Attorney Jackson and Attorney Alessi and Yannetti doesn't get enough credit because Alessi and Jackson are really so good as trial attorneys. I think they're going to be great at eliciting competent testimony from doctors, right? The ARCA doctors. And I don't think Hank Brennan is really good at eliciting compelling and competent testimony from their experts.
Mail yourself an empty priority mailbox. Once it has postmark, put your stuff in it and tape it up before you leave the house. Mail has extra protections against search. Can't hide my micropene, though.
That's 5. Mail actually doesn't have, well, I guess it depends where it is, but mail running through the postage system doesn't have extra protections against search. It actually has less protections. It's a warrant exception because it's a movable object that is supposed to keep going, similar to a car. So mail doesn't have the same Fourth Amendment protections. However, received mail that is in a home, which is what you're talking about, might have a little bit of a different protection. The fan just turned on, so who knows what that is?
If this ends up being an image trial, I can't go through all of this again. Oh, and Kurt has a micro penis.
Oh.
The Bible completely skips out on Jesus' late teens, early 20s because that hippie long-haired stud took a break from being a carpenter to laying pipe in every whorehouse he could find.
Jesus was a plumber. No, I don't think so. There are really interesting theories about what happened in that time. Everything from like him going traveling east for a while as a youngling and visiting Asian countries and exploring speaking with faith leaders of Eastern tradition, stuff like that. I don't know. Who knows what to believe about it? I just kind of got the impression, he was in some sort of rabbinical study school, or not school necessarily, like, because obviously you had the temple, but in outstate Israel, you had the Pharisees, the itinerant rabbis walking around. There's lots of evidence to support Jesus being a part of the Pharisee sect or school or tradition, at least that he was trained up that way. And that's why he was extremely critical of them. But who knows? Who knows?
If I see Shannon in a parade, it'll give him a haircut with my SUV. I got so much brother butter in prison, it made the chubby ginger with the Miko peen jalouse.
Jalouse. Grounds. Some of this stuff comes across too funny. It's too funny. We gotta stop. No fun. The fun police are here.
Crime scene when I was at my inspection, at the initial inspection.
So what you meant by that's what was told to me.
What is wrong with this
crime
guy?
scene talked to you.
Yes.
Could you imagine like
Crime scene
taking his
say anything else?
food order?
I don't know what else you want me to say.
Trooper Proctor tell you that those pieces of glass on the bumper are somehow associated with the cup?
No.
Just the crime scene told you.
Correct.
But if you knew that the crime scene was incorrect, and in fact those glass pieces don't match the cup, would that change your opinion?
Objection.
Sustained.
Rescue him, Bev. Oh, wait a minute. What's this? I've got court audio. We've got court audio. Whoops. Here, just a second. There's
Stuck with you through it. I doubly stuck through it watching so-called friends take glee and revel in your downfall and cheer on your failure, especially that lazy-eyed femboy lover. Shannon looks like a 20-year veteran of a shitty morning radio show. Can he be disqualified as an expert after that abortion of testimony?
69 micropeens for unbreaded? He should be. And yes, if we get to 69 micropeens, I'll do unbreaded every time. So we're back. What? No audio?
Getting started.
Sorry,
It's an
sorry.
abbreviated lunch today, only 30 minutes and abbreviated breaks. So no morning break. We're going to start now and go to the 1.
Oh.
All right, Mr. Brennan, and we're taking a witness out of order. I apologize. We've got a witness here. Sometimes we take witnesses out of order. Ms. Hanley will be back later for the rest of her testimony.
We'll get-
We've got a witness here that we'll call out of order. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Wolf.
Dr. Wolf. Bum, 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 bum. He travels in packs. He's dropping them stacks. Dr. Wolf. Dr. Wolf.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Oh shit, you called the wolf?
Yourself to the jury, spell your first name and last name for the court reporter.
Sure. My
Damn,
first name is
Negro, that's all
Isaac,
you had to say.
Aizik. It's phonetic. Last name is Wolf, WOLF, like the real thing.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a brain surgeon.
Is there a special
This guy's cool.
part of medicine that you study?
Well, my main interest in brain surgery is brain tumors and trigeminal neuralgia.
Whoa.
But I also specialize in movement disorders. I do pediatrics and adults.
Are you an active working neurosurgeon?
I am very active working neurosurgeon. I get up every day at 4:30 in the morning to go to work, 5 days a week. I take call 300 days out of 365 days a year.
Did you work yesterday?
This guy is.
Yes, I did.
What type of work did you
This
do
guy's
yesterday?
awesome.
I did 2 brain surgeries yesterday.
Just 2 brain
Are you working
surgeries.
tomorrow?
I have 4 surgeries scheduled for tomorrow, which is why this is a little bit delayed for me. And I have 4 on Friday.
And what type of surgeries do you have tomorrow and Friday?
I have 3 brain tumors, 1 trigeminal neuralgia, and on Friday I have 4 patients with movement disorders.
You're here today as a witness.
I like this
How
guy
much of your
immediately.
practice, how much percent of your income is from being a consultant or a witness for a case?
Probably less than 1%. I don't do this for a living.
I want you to take us through some of your education and background. Could you share with us where you went to medical school and where you graduated from?
I went to Yale Medical School. I graduated summa cum laude.
Was that in 1981 that you graduated?
Correct.
After medical school,
Sometimes
did
I
you
cum
begin
laude.
internships in medical residency?
I did an internship at Hennepin County Medical Center, which is a trauma center in Minneapolis. I then did 5 years of neurosurgical residency at the University of Minnesota.
And was that in Minnesota?
Correct, in Minneapolis.
Is there
Distrust
something
this man
about
now.
that hospital that has some specialty?
It was one of the #1 training centers for chairmen in neurosurgery at the time.
Did you, in your residency and in your fellowships, do any work or study in pathology?
During your residency as a neurosurgical resident, you do 6 months in neurology, you do 3 months of neuroradiology, you do 3 months in pathology, which includes autopsies on brains. And then you do rotations through a trauma center as a chief resident through a VA hospital, and then ultimately at the university hospital for elective cases. We also do 6 months of pediatric neurosurgical residency.
Did you?
Yeah, his voice is
do a
horrifying.
fellowship at New York University.
Yeah, at NYU, I did a fellowship before I went to the University of Maryland as a professor in brain transplantation. The interest was in using cells to create dopamine centers in rat brains with the concept of Parkinson's being curable with transplantation.
I'd like you to take us through some of your faculty positions, and so you can share with us some of the progression of your training and experience. And did you begin at the University of Maryland Hospital?
Yes. In 1987, the University of Maryland recruited me to start their epilepsy surgical program and skull-based program. And then part of our responsibilities as assistant professors was to cover shock trauma.
Could you explain for us what shock trauma means and whether the University of Maryland Hospital was a shock trauma hospital?
So the University of Maryland and shock trauma were actually two separate entities when I started. A man named Cowley had basically developed the concept of the golden hour. So prior to Dr. Cowley, most trauma was just taken locally. That meant as a community hospital, if a patient had been in a motor vehicle accident, they needed an orthopedic surgeon, they had to call the orthopedic surgeon in, could take 15 minutes, could take 3 hours. The same thing for a vascular surgeon, the same thing for a neurosurgeon. Dr. Cowley came up with the concept that you needed a center that was strictly for trauma, and every attending had to be in the hospital 24/7. So that was the concept of shock trauma back in the 80s. When I got there, we were transitioning from a very small center to a 125-bed hospital that was completely committed to trauma.
In that experience, in the years you worked there, did you have an opportunity to treat a number of people with brain injuries?
We treated well over 100 patients a year, a month, basically, with brain injuries at shock trauma, along with spinal cord injuries.
Did you perform surgeries in different types of brain trauma and brain injuries?
Yes.
After Maryland in 1993, did you move to Miami Neuroscience Center?
Yes. In 1993, I left academics. I went into private practice in Miami, and I started the Miami Neuroscience Center. We were the first private community hospital to have what's called the Gamma Knife. So we were the 13th in the country, but the only one that was non-university based. And Gamma Knife radiosurgery is using radiation to operate on the brain.
Are you presently the director of the Miami Neuroscience Center at Larkin Hospital?
Yes, I am.
Do you conduct a number of surgeries a year there?
Correct. So I spent 19 years at Doctors Hospital, and then we moved to Larkin Hospital 13 years ago, developing the new radiosurgical unit called ZAP, and also another fancy machine called high-frequency ultrasound to treat the movement disorders.
You've noted that you have a number of professional memberships. I don't want to go through all of them. I'd like to point out a few. Are you a professional member of the American Association of Neurological Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member, a fellow American of the College of Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member of North American Skull-Based Society?
Yes,
And is that brain related?
it is.
Are you a member of the Society for Neuro-Oncology?
Yes.
Are you a member of over, or at least 34 different professional memberships?
Yes.
In your career, have you engaged in research?
Yes.
Has that research focused or centered on brain injury?
Yes, it has.
Is some of your research as a principal investigator for THAM treatment of brain tissue, acidosis, and severely head-injured patients?
Yes.
Did that research and as a principal investigator help you in your diagnosis and treatment of brain injuries?
It actually was in the treatment of severe head injuries, patients who were unconscious, the concept of trying to relieve the increased intracranial pressure that occurs from the injury and to increase blood flow, thereby increasing oxygen to the brain.
Did you also serve as principal investigator for research for the PEG, SOD, and severe head injury?
Yes.
Could you describe that very briefly?
Basically the same, one of the biggest problems in brain injury is the fact that blood flow ceases to exist as the brain swells up. And so one of the things we try to do is preserve the neurons by making sure that they have enough oxygen and blood flow to them. All these are agents that try to assist that.
I won't go through all of your research and principal investigator roles, but I want to ask you about one more. And that is, did you serve as principal investigator relative to the IRB protocol for brain pathology?
Yes.
And what did that do? What was that about?
It was about looking at what happens after brain injury to blood vessels and tissue as the intracranial pressure increases in the brain.
Have you been part of publications?
How many
of a
brains
number
have
of
you
different books?
eaten?
Yes.
I won't list parts of all 16 books, but can I point out a few?
Sure.
Were you the author of a book chapter regarding head injury, difficult medical management?
Yes.
Were you
So
the
this
author
guy's
of a
going to
book
link the head
chapter on
injury
pediatric
to his death, which is cool. I've been waiting for this.
Neurosurgical emergencies?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on complications of head injuries in adults?
Yes.
Were you author of a book chapter, Imaging of Craniocerebral Trauma?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter in emergency room assessment of the head injury patient?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter, Intracranial Injuries?
Yes.
I won't list or ask you about the other book chapters that you've been the author of. Have you been involved in journal articles?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you just about a few of the 70 journal articles that you have published.
Your Honor, objection.
So go ahead and ask the question.
Unless he's going to cross-examine him.
Were you an author of a journal article, Intracranial Pressure in Non-Traumatic Ischemia and Hypoxic Cerebral Insults?
Yes.
Were you the author of a journal article, Post-Traumatic Cerebral Infarction?
Yes.
Were you the author of the journal Fractures of the Clivus?
Yes.
Could you tell me a little bit about that paper?
We used thin cut CT scans to identify fractures of the skull base. Prior to this, prior to CT scans, it was very difficult to actually identify radiologically a skull fracture with plain X-rays. The idea was to see if we could identify them more clearly.
I know we know it. I just wanted to put it on record.
Them and delineate them in the paper and discuss the outcomes that were relative to those type of injuries.
In the last journal article I'll ask you about, were you the author of a journal article regarding acute traumatic midbrain hemorrhage?
Yes.
Were you the presenter in a number of presentations regarding head injury and brain injury?
Yes.
You've listed 93. I'll ask you just about a few. Were you a presenter in fractures of the clivus, clinical and radiographic features?
Yes.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Clivus.
Thank you. Were you the presenter in acute head injury?
Yes.
And a separate presentation, fractures of the clivus, classifications, and
Yes.
do you lecture?
Yes.
Only the dead.
Do you have peer-reviewed publications?
Yes. That was one of them.
And are you heavily involved in clinical research?
Right now, my research is more based on radiosurgical techniques and outcomes.
Over your career and your study and your clinical experience, have you treated different types of brain injuries?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a number of different types of brain injuries?
Yes, we still treat them.
Were you asked to review materials relative to this case?
Yes.
And do you recall the materials that you reviewed?
Yes.
Could you share with us some of the materials that you reviewed?
I reviewed the chief medical examiner's assessment of the case. I reviewed pictures that I'm assuming the medical examiner took of the autopsy. And I reviewed the report from the forensic pathologist.
And before I ask you about your review of specific materials and your opinions in this case, is there a benefit to your clinical experience in studying brain injuries as opposed to the experience you had as a fellow simply with pathology?
Well, I think that for the jury to understand is a clinician understands the process from the time the injury occurs till the patient either leaves the hospital or dies. And it's a process. And as a neurosurgeon, I have a tremendous amount of experience with that, if that's what you're asking me.
Yes. And so, doctor, you reviewed a number of items of information in this case. Did you have an opportunity to review photographs of a laceration to Mr. John O'Keefe's head?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'm going to ask to display
I think
exhibit
women who hear this
160.
guy's voice get pregnant. Damn.
Dr. Wolf, I'm
He
going
taught
to
Dracula
ask
how to
you
talk.
take a look at this photograph. Have you seen this photograph before?
Yes.
I want you to explain to us what you're seeing here and take us through the process of your observations.
Well, what we're seeing is an approximate 1.5 inch laceration with bridging tissue and contusions and abrasions. To us, that's just a classic blunt trauma injury. There's nothing other than just vanilla about it. This is what happens.
Vanilla. I
when
prefer
soft
chocolate
tissue hits
contusions.
a solid ground. The skin tears apart a bit, but not through and through. As you can see, there's the bridging. You can see all the bruising or contusions and just the tear, a little bit serrated along the edges.
Thank you. If you could take that down. Dr. Wolf, as a result of that wound, did you have a chance to further look at information provided to you about the actual inside the skull of Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, it was the pictures that I was reviewing showed a non-depressed skull fracture extending linearly through the clivus and into the frontal fossa of Mr. O'Keefe over the orbital roofs. He had fractures along the temporal fossa as well. So it was a classic linear basilar skull fracture.
Is basal skull fracture a
It's
characterization?
basically the base of your skull is what it encompasses. So
the
opening at the very bottom is what we call the foramen magnum that connects your brainstem to your spinal cord. And then as your brainstem goes up, it goes into the different skull areas that, talk about what we call the cerebral cortexes, your occipital lobe, your temporal lobes over here, and then your frontal lobes.
So can you walk us through what happens when someone incurs this type of injury to the back of the head, how it happens, and what are the next steps for a person?
So what happens is, you fall backwards, and the linear acceleration starts to take you back down with gravity. The skull hits the ground. It gets, in layman's terms, smashed a little bit. And then the brain moves forward as a response to that. And it moves forward because you have cerebral spinal fluid and because you have the deceleration, acceleration again. As it does, your skull, if you were to look inside your skull, it's like mini mountains along your temporal bones and your frontal bones. So the brain is being thrust forward at a fairly good speed, and it's getting bruised. You can think of it as if you took a hammer to your thumb. It's really turning black and blue. Those are the contusions. And so the temporal poles and the frontal poles are getting contusions because of that.
I'll give you a pole
At the
contusion.
same time, you have a space
I'll give you all
called
the contusions you can
subarachnoid
handle.
space. And I'm sure they're going to hear about the subarachnoid hemorrhage. And that space,
I'm not used to
is the
drinking
little-
anything other
it's
than
very
blood.
clear, thin membrane that covers all of your brain and all of your spinal cord. And normally, you really don't see it unless you open up the brain and you're operating. But when you either have a traumatic event like this, where little vessels are pulling apart underneath that membrane.
I can't wait to see
or,
Alessi
for
go against
example,
this
the
dude.
classic, when you have
I'm giddy.
an aneurysm burst, the space that the aneurysm bleeds to is the subarachnoid space. The other thing that occurs in trauma like this is you can get a subdural. So the dura is the membrane that covers the whole brain and also right down your spinal canal. And it's a very thin membrane that looks like very thin leather. And in that space between the brain and the dura can be a lot of veins that go towards a central vein called the sagittal sinus. And if those tear, you have a venous hemorrhage from, which is not arterial, so it's not quick, but that can develop into a subdural as well. If you tear a portion of your brain as well, and you get a little arterial bleeds, that could create a much faster subdural hematoma. And so when you look at the pathology, the autopsy of his brain, you're looking at a subarachnoid hemorrhage, you're looking at a subdural hemorrhage, neither one of them which was huge or would have required surgery, as well as the contusions that I described in his frontal poles, in his temporal poles, and then the original bang, which was in the occipital area. These are all findings that you would see on a CT scan and an MRI scan without requiring an autopsy if he had made it to the emergency room.
I want to take a step back at the beginning. You said that this laceration on the back of his head was caused by a fall. Could this be caused by a fall landing on hard ground?
Yes. I mean, like I said, it's a classic blunt trauma laceration.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this injury, the laceration and the basal fracture, was caused by Mr. O'Keefe falling backwards on the ground?
My opinion is that that's what caused his whole injury.
The pattern of the laceration, do you have an opinion whether that is consistent with hitting the cold, hard ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Could we have sidebar on that, please?
So I'm sustaining the objection, so no sidebar.
What?
Do you have an opinion, doctor, about
Cool.
whether that laceration on the back of his head was caused by a particular movement?
Well, the only way he could get this kind of an injury was to fall backwards, hit the back of his head, and then the resulting, energy forces going into his brain, into his base of his skull.
Would that type of laceration require Mr. O'Keefe to have hit a line type or ridge type object?
A ridge type of object?
Yes.
No, I mean, like I said, the tearing of the skin in that fashion.
I wonder
you
if
could look
Alessi's
it
going
up,
to
would be
attack this
just a
guy
classic
because
blunt
he's not a trauma
injury.
doctor at
Is
all.
there anything about that
This guy's
injury
an expert
that would suggest to you
in
it had to
neurosurgery,
have been something sharp
but not
or ridge-like
trauma-related
caused?
surgeries.
Objection, Your Honor. Again, request kindly.
And
All right, we'll come to
in my, I don't know anything about this guy. I don't know their strategy, but if you caught something in his, his credential, they breezed over, what he does. But this guy does brain surgeries on all this stuff. This is not a trauma surgeon. This is not an ER doctor. This is not someone who's diagnosing and dealing with these types of injuries at all. He's dealing with brain tumors, you know, and chronic issues that require brain surgery. This is one of those, how do I word this? This is a deceptively overqualified expert who likely doesn't have much practice in the actual field he's testifying on. Your dad was a neurologist and they have tremendous training in brain injury. Sure. And I don't mean to oversell this. I'm just trying to anticipate what they're going to go after. Because this guy seems unassailable as a witness, right? Like he's an ass kicker. I think he's fantastic. And this guy knows about brain injuries, right? Like he's gonna, I'm not trying to oversell what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, how do you attack this witness? And one of the things that you got to do is say, yeah, you're not a trauma physician. Like, yeah, sure, you've had a bunch of training in it and whatever, but you're not the guy in the ER who's dealing with these, these injuries. You're the guy who people set appointments for, after talking with neuropathologists and stuff like that, when we need to fix a problem from a chronic condition. That's what this guy's practices. He told us what his surgery schedule is. The surgery schedules was not spending time in an ER handling head trauma that has come in. So that's where you're going to go after this guy. Will it be effective or not? I doubt it. This is a guy who's almost unassailable as a witness, from what I can tell so far. First of all, he sounds so fucking cool, right? Like this guy's voice is dreamy. Second of all, he's very well qualified. His poise on the witness stand's amazing. He's like, look, I gotta do this murder trial and then go back to my surgery schedule.
So as we were discussing, Dr. Wolf, you said this is a classic fall backwards. Is there anything about the pattern of that laceration that would suggest that there was a ridge or a line type edge that caused that wound?
Not necessarily.
And have you seen, in your experience, similar types of lacerations and breaks caused by falling on hard ground?
Yes, you can see that both in the occipital region. You can see it if patients fall on the forehead. The skin tears, they're still bridging, and then they get bruises.
Some of your work was in Minnesota?
Correct.
Was it a colder part of Minnesota?
Very cold part of Minnesota. It's Minneapolis.
I'm sorry. Did you often see these type of injuries?
I mean, we took care of a trauma center, Hennepin County. Very frequently, patients that are drunk fall down on ice sidewalks and could develop, lacerations in their head, epidurals, which are blood clots above the dura because they fracture a bone in the temporal area and they can get a bleed from a fractured artery. And it happens when people are shoveling snow and have a heart attack and fall backwards. So there are various ways that people fall, resulting in head injuries and lacerations to their forehead or to different areas of their head.
Can somebody suffer this type of injury simply by falling backwards?
Absolutely.
You had taken us through the process of falling backwards and then talked about what happens to the brain. Can I ask you a couple detailed questions about that?
Sure.
When you explained that the brain upon impact then shifts forward and hits the front of the skull.
This guy reminds me of a guy from a movie, and I can't put my finger on it yet.
Well, the medical term is a coup contre coup injury. So the coup is when you first hit. In this case, it was the back of the head, as summarized by the laceration in the back of the head, and the contusions that the pathologist and the ME found in the back of the brain. And then the brain shifts forward, and as it's traveling at a certain velocity,
isn't every mafia
it starts
movie
forward on the floor of the base of the skull, it's getting bumped, and it's getting, again, you can think of it as a hammer hitting a thumb. It's getting black and
Which
blue
I've done
in
a
the
lot
areas
of.
that are sharpest.
Are there
Phantasm-
symptoms that result of
No.
the process coup counter coup?
This is clinically, it varies. I mean, you can go from anywhere from a simple concussion where you sort of are unaware of what happened.
Is it George
but
Soros?
You're still awake, you're confused, all the way to, ultimately being in a coma.
Can this type of injury, the coup counter coup, and what you see in the review of your files, could this type of injury
No, it's not quite
happen from an
Soros.
attack
A little
by
bit.
a weapon like a bat or a hammer?
Well, he did not have a depressed skull fracture. So any focal hit like that would more likely than not have caused a depressed skull fracture. Blunt trauma, the way he had, the assumption, would cause the coup counter coup without a depressed skull fracture.
I think we have a
When
Trump
the
chat voice in the
coup
hopper.
counter
but
coup
not there
process
yet.
happens with the skull fracture, does anything happen to the front of the skull?
Well, you're asking me, does the rest, I mean, the forces, depending on how hard they are, can generate fracture lines all the way to the anterior fossa. So you can have fractures along the lateral temporal area. You can have fractures along the orbital roof. The orbital roof is very thin. And so those forces can go all the way to that area.
Did you see any sign of orbital fractures in Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, he had both the ME and the pictures taken, and the neuropathologist mentioned fractures of the orbital roof.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those fractures occurred?
From the trauma.
Could you just explain a little bit how that would happen?
Well, as he fell backwards and he struck his head, it was clearly at a very high speed generated by the gravity. The bone, depending on the quality of his bone, the density, then generated forces. There's a certain amount of lateral give, and then you get a linear force going forward. It drives all the way up the clivus and forward into the anterior fossa where his orbital roofs lay. And this is why people like this get what they call raccoon's eyes.
Do you have an opinion whether the brain itself could have caused the orbital fractures?
No. The brain is a soft substance. You could literally put your finger through the brain. We often operate on people fully awake. The brain couldn't possibly cause a fracture. The fracture was caused by the forces generated through that clivus, that middle bone in the middle of his base of the skull.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not the brain in any way could have caused these orbital fractures?
The answer is absolutely not.
In your study of the records and photographs and in your experience treating these types of injuries, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not a person would remain conscious or would be immediately unconscious after the impact of the ground?
Well, it's impossible to know whether he became immediately unconscious, but his injuries were very substantial. And it's more probable than not that at some point he quickly became unconscious and was unable to do functional activities.
What does functional activities mean?
The ability to, get himself up and about would be one of the functional activities. The ability to call for help would be a very significant cortical function. And that's why I was talking about, that there's a variation on the theme from a simple concussion to a severe concussion like this.
If a person does not have functional abilities because they are rendered unconscious, does their body, could it still move?
Yes, this is the interesting thing about our brain. So the cortex, which is the top portion of your brain, can get separated from your brainstem functionally. And what happens then is that your body is not acting autonomically, meaning vegetative. So why does that happen? We think it's because as we were a caveman, and if a caveman became unconscious, as an animal came up to eat it, the animal would touch it. Well, you have these automatic movements. One of them is called decorticating, which is where you draw your arms like this and you throw your feet out. And then a worse neurological situation is when you decerebrate. Now you push your arms out along with your legs. And that would scare off an animal. So we think that over time, genetically, this is what happened to our brains in order to create these. But those kind of movements are not thought processes. In other words, your brain is not telling you, oh, you have pain, go ahead and decorticate or decerebrate. It's an automatic movement in response to pain.
I want you to take us back now to after the fall. Would Mr. O'Keefe, in your study and opinion, have died immediately?
No.
Can you share?
I don't.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I'll tell it. There is very few things that you head injury where you would die, quote, immediately. So if I took a knife and stabbed you in the back of your neck right below your skull, and I drove it through your brainstem,
many
you would probably
times.
die immediately.
This
If
guy's
I
so
shot
cool.
you below your ear and went through and through below your ear and shot through your brainstem, you would die immediately. But traumatic head injuries,
If I had you in my
you would
ear,
not
you would
die
die
immediately. It's
very
a process.
slowly.
And it's a process of a combination of things. Brain swelling, which takes a while to develop. Decreased blood flow to your brain because you're getting swelling. And ultimately, death of the brainstem that controls your heart and your breathing. And so this is why there is a whole big issue about brain death. You know, when is someone brain dead? Because it's not instant and it can take a long time to be conceived. In these injuries that are very severe that we took care of, there was a high mortality rate.
Javier Bardem, kind of.
In the linear skull fractures, it was about 67%. But it took time for them to die. It could take days to weeks to months. And also, these people got to shock trauma. So it was a while, whether it was hours, before they were even starting to be taken care of. And yet they weren't dead yet. That's why I don't think it was immediate.
Was there any other observations you made about Mr. O'Keefe or his body that support your opinion that he didn't die immediately?
Well, the medical examiner took pictures of his periorbital area and diagnosed raccoon's eyes. So raccoon's eyes occur because there's leakage through the orbital fractures into the periorbital space. Normally, it takes about 24 to 48 hours to develop. It has been noted as early as 1 to 3 hours, which would make it not immediate.
Could we please have Exhibit 14? Dr. Wolf, could you share with us what you see here in this picture?
So right here, you can see the black and blue that sort of configures if he had his eyes open, like what we describe as raccoon's eyes, right? And that's not caused by direct trauma to his eyelids. It's caused by what I described as the basilar skull fracture, which went to the anterior fossa, which is right over the orbit here, inside with leakage of blood products into that periorbital area.
You mentioned that starts or takes at least 1 to 3 hours to begin.
Minimally, yes.
You take that down, please. If Mr. O'Keefe had been brought to a trauma center or emergency room, what would the process be in your experience?
Well, he would have been intubated if he wasn't intubated in the field. One of the first things you need to do in a head injury is control the airway. Why? 2 reasons. One, you want to have enough oxygen going to the brain to feed it. And 2, you want to keep your carbon dioxide down because that causes increased intracranial pressure if it elevates. So you want to constrict the blood vessels a little bit. Then he would have had a CT scan immediately in order to assess whether he has a surgical head injury, meaning he needs to go to the operating room to evacuate something or not. During that process, he's obviously going to be getting medication to decrease the brain swelling. And from there, you make decisions based on his neurological function and what you're, capable of doing to, spare the brain from the rest of the injuries that will result. One of the things that occurs with contusions is a great medical term is they can blossom, which means they can get bigger. And if they get bigger, they might require surgical intervention to decrease the pressure as well as the volume of the blood that's destroying brain. And so you do serial CT scans in these patients over time, anywhere from every 6 to 12 hours to on a daily basis, depending on what the case by case, production of blossoming is occurring.
You mentioned that about 2/3 of your patients who suffer this injury pass.
Correct. What we saw is that in the patients that suffered linear clavicle fractures, 2/3 of them ultimately went on to die and 1/3 lived.
Is there commonality on how they pass?
One of the common reasons they passed is if they trapped a major vessel in one of the fractures, they would get a significant brainstem infarct, meaning a stroke, meaning lack of blood flow to a very significant portion of their brainstem. And so that was one of the causes of death that ultimately we understood. And then the others died from the increased intracranial pressure that drove the brainstem down through the foramen magnum.
Did you review any materials that talked about or identified Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature when he was treated?
As I recall, his core temperature was 80 when he was found.
Is that significant in the process and development of his injury from the moment he fell and hit his head until his ultimate passing?
Well, hypothermia, if you define hypothermia, it starts at 95 degrees. Your core temperature is usually about 98, 98.6. 95 is very mild hypothermia. When you get to 82 degrees, you're in severe hypothermia. What happens when you're hypothermic, and I'm a neurosurgeon, but I can tell you that you get into multiple organ failure. Your heart starts to have problems. It can have arrhythmias. You're not breathing. And ultimately, at hypothermia, you also become unconscious and go into a coma-like state. Below 80 degrees, you're probably going to die. So all I can tell you, it wasn't helpful that he had a significant head injury.
Didn't help.
And that he was then found hypothermic.
Is it uncommon in your experience for people that suffer this injury to pass within 5 hours?
Well, none of the patients we treated died within 5 hours, but it also didn't mean that that we didn't realize that they were going to be in a potentially vegetative state. When someone's hypothermic, you have to warm them up in order to establish a clinical status, meaning you can't declare someone dead with a temperature of 80. You have to warm them up slowly, appropriately, and then reevaluate where they are
warm them up.
clinically.
I've asked you questions about.
We only heat things,
whether
heat
you
people
had
up fast around
opinions,
here.
About Mr.
This guy's
O'Keefe
full body microwave
and
is
when he
excellent at
died.
it.
I want to ask it in the form of a formal opinion. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. O'Keefe died immediately or within 15 minutes?
No, I don't think he died immediately. Neither the hypothermia nor this kind of head injury would kill you immediately in any clinical experience I have.
Dr. Wolf, thank you.
All right.
Let me have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you.
Oh, all right. Yell at me, big lawyer daddy. Make me feel bad about my inadequacies. I don't know if it's true. Someone in my comment section said that a lessee's hourly rate is typically $1,800 an hour. That's like the caliber of attorney. He's in a different category than most lawyers you'll ever encounter. Worth every penny, man. I mean, look at what this guy does. Lady Tammy says, and he's doing this for free. Leon's Les says, damn, getting ripped off for that much. I don't know. If you can afford it, man, I would hire this guy.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Morning, Doctor. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting. Welcome.
Thank you.
How does he handle such a
Sir,
competent
can you
witness
just
to be excited?
describe, you started to do it a little bit on direct, a typical day for you.
I wake up at 4:15 in the morning.
You said
I go
4:30
to
earlier.
my center.
Liar.
I set up patients with frames for their either radiosurgical procedures or stereotactic craniotomies. I go home. I make cappuccino for my wife at 6 o'clock in the morning. And then I get back to work at 6:30 and move on. I have patients that I'm operating on, and I have patients that I'm seeing through the day.
This guy is amazing.
And what type of work? Just in a typical day. What are you doing? What type of patients and what do you do?
It varies. I mean,
Do
I
what I
see
said.
patients with brain tumors. I see patients with
Where's the injury
hydrocephalus,
work that
which
you
is
do?
water in their brain. I see pediatric brain tumors.
Notice he
I
hasn't said
see,
traumatic injury, TBI.
Subacute and chronic subdural hematomas.
Here we got
Post-traumatic.
first one.
I see patients with strokes that are being
Post-traumatic
misdiagnosed.
hematomas, though.
I see patients with cancer, metastatic disease. I used to see patients with cervical problems. I stopped doing that 2 years ago. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
trauma
that's
doctor.
great.
He makes
And
way
is
too
that
much.
Typical day, typical of the type of days you've had for the past month.
said
past few
post-traumatic
years? Is
dose.
it generally, without specifics, is it generally?
Correct.
So none of your typical days, none of the past typical months have involved forensic pathology, have they? You haven't acted as a forensic pathologist in.
I am, if you could have asked that question, very straightforward. I am not a forensic pathologist. I'm a brain surgeon.
Right. And you don't perform autopsies, correct, sir? You're a brain surgeon.
Correct. In other words, I see more brains than the forensic pathologist.
Right. And is it correct to say that the brains that you see are of living people?
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is to go to a different part of the head than was discussed, but sticking with the decedent.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last
I'm
word.
sorry, with the topic is going to be Mr. O'Keefe, the decedent in this matter, sir. You testified about raccoon eyes. The medical term for that, sir, is ecchymosis, right?
Correct.
And ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, does not cause a laceration to form on an eyelid, does it?
No.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration to the outside area of his right upper eyelid?
I am aware that the ME described that. Yes, sir.
Now, could, Your Honor, I'm going to, with Your Honor's permission, ask to publish what is already in evidence in a moment.
Okay.
Mr. Wolk,
What exhibit number, Mr. Alessi?
we're going to, 165, Your Honor.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Wolf, have you seen this photo depiction before today?
I believe I have.
Is it correct that that injury on the upper right eyelid is caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of the head, again, namely the upper eyelid?
That's possible, yes.
Is it
Ginger
more than
Chicks is Malcolm
possible?
McDowell.
Is it probable that that injury
Kinda.
was caused by the application of force directly to that area
it's
of
coming
the
to me.
front of his head?
Well, an easy answer to that would be is that that's not part of the periorbital ecchymosis.
Thank you, sir. That was exactly going to be my next question. This injury
There's a specific movie I'm
is
thinking of, and I don't just
unrelated to
can't get
any
there.
of what you've been describing, the fall backwards, the force transfer inside the skull, the, as you described it, the dura, the cerebral spinal fluid, all of that dynamic that you so ably described on your direct examination. This injury has nothing to do with that, correct?
Correct.
Ah. Oh, lawyer, just pissed me off so much because I didn't notice it before. He says, I wish I could fix his collar.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Wolf. A pleasure again. No more
Whoa.
questions at this time, Your Honor.
Any brief follow-up on that?
No, thank you.
All right, Dr.
Unassailable witness.
Thank you very much.
All right. Mr. Brennan?
May we have a moment to inquire of our next witness?
Sure. While I see counsel outside our jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
They knew that there was nothing they could do on this guy. I mean, how do you go after the guy who invented brain surgery because he was bored? It's like, I'm going to do 4 brain surgeries tomorrow before lunch because I'm on a half day. Like, Well, that's good. I'm glad he's getting off the stand because Tragos just triggered my autism and I was going to be staring at that stupid caller and pissed off for the rest of the time. Like, how do you not notice? How do you not notice? Big shout out to the lawyer. You know, if you guys want an excellent YouTube channel to get some legal information from a guy who, by all measures, just seems like a genuinely really good dude and a smart lawyer, go check out the lawyer. You know.
So, jurors, you may realize
He's
that,
awesome.
that went quicker than we thought. So we are ahead of schedule. So why don't we take that morning break that we can take? So we'll take a 15 or 20 minute break.
Oh, Bev can go grab her vodka now. He's a brain surgeon, not a tailor. I don't get that kind of grace from you, Rachel the Riveter. There's a specific movie villain that I'm thinking of. Wait, who played? No, is it just Albert from Batman? Or Alfred, not Albert. You know what I mean. Who played that guy in the Christian Bale Batman movies? Was that Malcolm McDowell? It's not the tall man. The tall man has a much more like pronounced skeletal face. This guy's face is rounder and squishier. Michael Caine. Michael Caine. That's who he looks like. He looks like Michael Caine. Yeah, it's Michael Caine. That's who I'm thinking of for this guy. Here we go. I mean, this guy is pondering how many brains he's going to eat this morning. That's who I was thinking of. I mean, obviously, there are no perfect comparisons, but that one seemed good enough to me. Well, that was weird. Hold on. It said my browser had lost StreamYard had lost connection with my browser audio. I've never seen that before. Dan O'Hurley from RoboCop. Oh, the OCP guy. Oh, whoa, you're right. Michael Caine from Children of Men. Great movie. Oh my gosh, it's a great movie. I need to watch that again. It's been years. If you haven't seen Children of Men, I can't recommend it enough. It is a perfect scene in it. Dan O'Hurley from RoboCop. Let's see. The OCP guy here. I don't know. What do you guys think? This is a really shitty picture of him, but maybe that's not him. I don't know. It's gonna bother me. Children of Man was not a horror movie. Coltrane, it was awesome. I'll die on this hill. I'll die on every hill. I'll die on King of the Hill. Okay, let's get some of these super tips in there that we had come in earlier.
Waka 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 SUV in a parade. Waka 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 granny in the air. Waka 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 Brutha Buddha in my derriere.
No. Brutha Butter. That was amazing.
Mr. Brennan, please call your expert on civil law so we can determine if blowing a micropene counts as deep throating or not, even though it cannot high-five the tonsils.
It can't possibly count. I don't think so. Daryl Brooks one was So murder's hilarious. What do we got?
I didn't realize a mob boss cracking skulls was considered brain surgery. If that's the case, Nick's nose is considered a micropene.
Whoa, don't insult me. We outperform micropenes on a daily basis with this Polish nose. That puts us up to 9 on the micropene counter for today. Is it Anthony Hopkins he reminds you of? I don't think so. I don't think so. Tony Curtis? It doesn't look like him at all to me. Man, Tony Curtis looks like so stereotypically handsome from the era he was in. He checks all the boxes of like what you would expect from. Well, judging by the graininess of all the pictures, the era I assume he was in, I guess it could be an Instagram filter or whatever. Tony Curtis. Here, okay, I'll show you the tab. I don't want to pull up the individual pictures. There's some. Like, look at this guy. This dapper fellow. Eddie Albert. Christopher Plummer. There's a lot. John Voight, maybe. I can see some similarities. I swear he's like a German villain, which is why I thought it was Soros. The guy I'm thinking of in some movie. I can't remember what it was, though. I remember because he kind of looks like a blowfish. Got the mixed with a pug or whatever. Got those like slightly buggy eyes. I think the actor had more buggy eyes than this guy. A healthy diet of children's brains or whatever that he eats keeps him going. Someone said he looks like a vampire who sucks the adrenochrome out of children. That's how he's able to keep his energy up. Udo Kier. Who the hell is that? Oh, whoa. Yeah, okay. I think this is who I'm thinking of. Yep. This has got to be the guy. Just a second. Whoever said Udo Kier, I think this guy, I think you nailed it. I'm pretty sure this is the guy. Look at this guy. Like, yeah. Yeah, this is who I'm 99% sure this is who I've been thinking of. You said that earlier. I didn't see it. I'm sorry. You win. Whoever, when I say whoever in the chat said Udo Kier, you get many ass pats for that. Good job. You nailed it. You win. And congratulations on your victory. May you enjoy all of the fruits. I gotta put that out. Oh my gosh. So what do you guys think? I mean, I thought that was amazing. That's the first witness that I think they have failed to really discredit in any way. And his testimony is effectively that, yeah, that injury could come from falling and hitting your head on the ground. He also, though, he did say that like a hard surface, which I think the defense can go ahead and use to build out the theory that, depending on if they can lead the jury to this, build up the theory that maybe John O'Keefe's head was hit on something that wasn't grass, but maybe a counter or a table, a cement walkway, something like that, closer to the house after walking 86 steps. Tag says he's not a relevant witness. And what? No, he is. He's not a dangerous witness. Because just establishing that it could happen by hitting it on the ground, there's plenty of reasonable doubt there. Still, it could happen from hitting any number of surfaces that are hard, sufficiently hard, with sufficient impact. But he's relevant and necessary because the state does have to get into the record a medical expert who will testify to the danger of the type of head injury that he suffered, and that head injury could be suffered, by falling on a hard packed ground. Effectively. So I think he's a necessary and relevant witness to the state. I don't think he's particularly dangerous to the Karen Reed defense because that's an expected answer. And Karen Reed's defense wants, the laceration and traumatic brain injury. They want that as part of their cause of death. Like they want that to be true. So that was cool though. I like that. It was a surprise. Although I really wanted to see Alessi like pick him apart if he could. I wanted to see that happen. I thought that would be really cool. I would very interested in what strategy they would take to try and go after him. Like on credentials, it'd be hard. Like I said what I think they would go after. Its effectiveness obviously is in question because he's so qualified and he's so convincing on the stand. Like the guy's presence there, no one could possibly think that guy was incompetent at what he does. Like he was, he was stuck in a sea of filthy lesser men and bogged down from his important work. He reminds me of this in some ways, the class speaker at my law school graduation. The school I went to was, I think he was valedictorian. I don't know if they did valedictorian. I don't remember. But I think he was number one ranked in the class. But the school I went to was notoriously for non-traditional students. It was started as exclusively as a night school, back 100 years ago or whatever. And it was it was a way for people who were already established professionally, or with families to go to law school and not, be spending, not have to try and dedicate, the main part of the day when they would otherwise be working, to doing so. So you had a lot of students who were starting out law school at 30, 28 to 35 rather than fresh out of college. Anyway, so the number one ranked person in our class was a neurosurgeon. He was completing his JD, just casually completing his JD to, he wanted to start, I think, a business training expert witnesses to testify. But he had like an MD, a PhD, 2 master's degrees, like this dude. And he also had 9 children. It's like, what are you? What kind of mutant has 20 billion hours in the day to do all this stuff? So he was a really impressive guy. And he talked like this guy. It was very similar. His voice wasn't as cool, a little higher timbre, but he's like, yeah, this is what I do. I save the lives of babies in mothers' wombs by performing brain surgeries on fetuses, right? Like, that's crazy. And he's like, oh, and then I come here and hang out with you morons and study law. I'm YouTube featured right now? Cool. I should be YouTube
Kurt
featured all
has
the
an
time.
itsy bitsy, teeny weeny, micro polka dotted weenie.
He's the main bad guy from the Burbs. Micro PE.
We're up to 11. I'm such a child. I can't find it not funny. I'm incapable of it. But like Peter Pan or whatever, who wants to grow up? How boring. Let's see. Rascal on the Moon says, looks like older Biff from Back to the Future 2. Yeah, kind of. I can see that. I can see that. Random Bacon says, Doc reminds me of Ernest Borgnine. I see the resemblances. I see it. Runkle's Discord has raised the possibility they just interviewed Grandpa Munster. Could be. Lil Pill says, is it Anthony Hopkins he reminds you of? And then the Tex Vet says, still could have been a fight and he fell from a push or a KO or something. Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think, like I said, I don't think he hurts the defense's strategy at all. And so going after him, a strategic stepping down on that witness who, again, there is a point where, and I'm going to say it, I love what Alessi did to Shannon Burgess. But that guy's like misrepresentations, do they materially impact his analysis? I don't think so. I mean, calls into question his competencies for sure. But if his analysis were corroborated, and it hasn't been, but if it were corroborated by, a sufficiently credentialed colleague, it would still be good analysis. Now that hasn't happened. They haven't bolstered it or anything like that. And I don't think they're going to be able to. That being said, if you went after everybody to discredit them, and all of the discrediting is stuff that isn't material to their testimony, which I'm not gonna lie, they've kind of done that. It's important to expose credibility questions with expert witnesses and all witnesses. Of course it is. But it can look kind of petty when you're like, yeah, but what does that have to do with this case? Like, I do think it's valid to have them answer what it has to do with this case. And, those are good questions to ask. But if you start to look like you're doing it, it can come across unreasonable and protracted and dragging things out. Like if they went after this guy forever and the conclusion was like, yeah, maybe you don't do as many as much trauma response as someone we would like to talk to us about a head injury. I mean, you'd start to look like a jackass. Like that guy is obviously qualified. He's obviously an expert, and he's probably one of the better testimonies you could have in this case for the state. So I think stepping down is a good strategic move. I wanted something out of it. I wanted a good thing to clip later, right? Like I might just clip that guy's direct examination because his direct examination is fantastic. He's the best state witness by a country mile, country kilometers for you random Euros out there. But I just wanted to see them. I wanted to see them go against someone who was good rather than all these idiots. Clark McMaster says, Rekieta Law, they treated him as their own witness. Leave in what he said and get a couple points for themselves. Exactly. It's a great strategic move. It just doesn't fulfill my needs, and that's way more important. Stupid Karen, always getting in the way. It's the Rekieta mass reporting flaggers gang. You must be so proud of your Baldo washers becoming mass flaggers for you. You are Keffels now. Who'd they flag? What are you talking about? Mike on Twitter says it would be so awesome to see Peter Tragos let loose on a Ricada stream. Yeah, man. I talked to Peter a long time ago. And watching him just absolutely crush it on YouTube has been awesome. And Instagram. He's so handsome. What a jerk. No, I like that guy a lot. And I think he's really smart. And I think, he and his family, I think that he has a law firm family, not a family law firm. They probably do family law also, but law firm family that, they know what they're doing. I meant to go visit him the last time I was in Florida. Next time I'm down there, I think I will. But yeah, no, I would love to have him on the show anytime because he's really smart and he's, he knows how to work a microphone, if you know what I'm saying. That Tragos voice. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Tech Guy says missed opportunity to ask him if injury consistent with indoor floor or outdoor cold hard grass. Will you consult her for her third trial? That's a good question. So here, we'll pull that up. Still need a way to pull these down. And I'm not sure how to do that. So I'm gonna play this one more time.
He's the main bad guy from the Burbs. Micro PE.
Because playing one of those eliminates the text ones. I don't know why they stick around so long. He's not gay. Well, I know. I didn't think he was. Cindy Lou Hoot says, the witness has integrity when the Commonwealth asks only factually correct questions. No, was injury caused by being hit by a car? Defense missed that opportunity, though. Well, I mean, I think the defense got the testimony they wanted out of him, which was that injury came from falling and hitting a hard surface. He said it, the state asked him if it could be the ground, frozen ground or frozen grass or whatever. And he said, yeah, it could be. He's seen stuff like that before. But I have to go back through the direct again. Like I said, I might just do his direct for the recap because it was good stuff and he sounds cool. But if I'm not mistaken, I remember correctly, I believe he said somewhere in there that any hard surface, like a sufficiently hard surface, could cause that injury. So it would fit in with the defense saying, we know that he suffered a subsequent injury from, I don't know if it's necessarily subsequent from the hematoma and the laceration above the eye, but possibly. But they say we know he suffered an injury from falling and hitting his head or striking, the back of his head on a hard surface, causing a laceration. And I think that however they're going to present this theory that he got in a fight and struck his head somewhere, like that's consistent with it. I don't see a problem with that testimony. And so it turns out really well. Again, I think it's perfectly fine. I think I don't think he's damaging to the defense other than, it puts into evidence testimony from an expert that about his cause of death, but that's not damaging. You knew that was going to come in somewhere.
Your Honor, objection. Kurt does not have a micro penis. He has a mini peen like those little sausage dog treats. See it.
Overruled. He has a tiny micro penis.
Sausages? Really? I mean, come on. Drunk people fall down. Yes, they do. They do. Although I'm going to say it. Drunk people don't fall, hit their head, and die that often. They tend to collapse down, like falling and hitting your head. I think if there's any credibility to the Lexus being the cause of death theory, it's that the Lexus struck him in the head, that he was dazed or staggered in some way from that, plus maybe the alcohol and intoxication, whatever. And then he fell and then, a subsequent hit. I think that's the state's theory on it. What the state hasn't shown me is any evidence that his head was struck by the SUV. I need to know that. Like, I need to see that. I need to see how it models out where this injury happens, and then, the arm injuries, of course, which were completely overlooked so far. But where this happens, the arm injuries happen, and then the back of the head injury happens. I need to see that put together. Hey, thanks, Suzanne Harper. Nice to see you looking healthy as well. What's the baked Alaska shriek? DK Jahid 16 says that doctor reminded me of the South African bad guy from Lethal Weapon 2 that says diplomatic immunity. Wait, how do South Africans talk? It's like not quite, it's not Australian. It's like diet Australian, right? P.S. Kurt still has a micropene. We're up to 13. 13 micropenes. Chris Clement says, for the micropene counter, do we need to say micropene for it to count? Or can we just say Kurt? No. See, Kurt is not synonymous with micropene. It seems to be quickly getting associated with him. We do not limit or discriminate micropenes to only being possessed by Kurt. Any mention of any micropene is sufficient for the micropene counter. Kurt's or otherwise. That South African character was played by Max von Sydow. Speaking of people in Children of Men, Max von Sydow, I believe, was in that. He's cool. I don't see the resemblance to Max von Sydow in my head. No, his face is too long and stretchy. Look at how tall this man's face is. Good Lord. It's like the top of his head and gravity disagreed and tried to escape. No, this guy was a great actor, though. I really like him. Max von Sydow, you must go reproduce. That's such a good movie. I don't care what anybody says. What do we got here? We should be coming close to the end of the break. I don't want to. Yeah, Minority Report. He's in there. Very good. He's not Dennis Hopper. Get those plumbers. Nick, what the fuck? Your proportions look similar. I know, but I'm talking about him. He's not talking about me. No backsies. Saying Michael Caine. Oh, wait, I'm not supposed to read that. What do we got?
I disagree with everyone. Dr. Wolf sounded like he had AIDS in his throat. Also, can we match Karen Reed's defense fund and break 1 million micropenes?
We should find like a micropene based charity and donate to it. Just is there one? Is that a thing that exists? Hold on. We're gonna find out. Charity for micro penis. Join us as we raise awareness, improve care, promote research, and provide support to those dealing with hypospadias and other penis birth defects. What's hypospadias? Birth defect in which the opening of the urethra, the tube that carries urine from the bladder to the outside of the body, is located on the underside of the penis instead of at the tip. Whoa! That'd be weird. I don't know how I feel about that. Christopher Walken is the actor to play Dr. Wolf in this movie. I don't think his voice carries sufficient gravitas to pull it off. The Small Penis Society. Size doesn't define us. Tackling micropenis stigma. Hold on. Oh, it doesn't. It's gone now. The penis transplant program at Johns Hopkins Medicine. Okay, what do we got here? This is very important. This guy rock climbing. This man is not rock climbing. He's actually climbing a transplanted giant penis. Become complete after penile injury. Reconstructive penis transplant surgery can help men regain their confidence and intimacy after traumatic injury, severe micropenis, congenital absence of the penis, or loss of penis after surgical treatment for penile cancer. We have to donate to this, I think. Oh, court's back in session. Hold on. I'm not donating my penis for this.
Then I'll remind you, you're still under oath and to keep your voice.
Okay, so I was wondering, they only had the doctor for, a limited period of time. He's a very busy brain toucher. And so they paused her testimony, and now we're back.
All right,
to it.
Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We got Lally back on the direct exam of I know this girl's like
If you could,
according to the chat, like a
introduce yourself
cutesy
to
goth
the jury
girlfriend.
again,
I don't know.
Spelling your last name for the record.
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is spelled Hanley.
I don't find her that attractive personally. I don't think she's ugly or anything. It's not my style.
Given the break, if I could just ask you a few questions, just to reorient as far as the items that we were speaking about yesterday in your testimony. First, starting with the items of glass that you analyzed in this case. The first of those items was an item 3-2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you could, please describe for the jury, or please provide the jury with the description for that item that you received.
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. And there was some dirt debris material that was noted on the exterior and interior surfaces.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Did you show counsel?
I gave Mr. Jackson a copy. That's me. Showing you a photograph, Ms. Hanley, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
So this is a photograph that I took. It's item 3-2, but it's also, I would have to double check on my notes, but I believe it has item 7-12, one of the pieces that I'm holding that's showing a physical match between those two items.
Your Honor, call both the seat to introduce in a minute to the next exhibit. No objection.
Okay.
Exhibit 195.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9490. Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Is that the photograph that I just presented to you?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, please describe for the jury what we're looking at here.
So that
That
is
looks like a
a
broken
photograph
glass.
that I took upon examination.
She's a Boston
It
9.
is the clear glass cup item 3-2. And I'm holding another piece, which again, I believe it's one of the pieces from item 7-12. I would need to confirm in my file, but I'm showing that one of the pieces physically fits with item 3-2.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you two other photographs. If you can just look at those, look up when you're finished. Did you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those as?
So these are photographs that I took of item 7-12.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit A and B.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 196A and 196B.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could just remind the jury as far as the physical description that you received in regard to item 7-12.
Sure. So item 7-12 consisted of some clear plastic pieces as well as 9 pieces of glass with broken irregular edges.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first photograph 9476. And if you could enlarge that just a bit, Ms. Gilman.
Ben Togel says
And Ms. Hanley, what are we
micropene-based
looking at
charity.
in this photograph?
You mean Kurt's YouTube channel?
So this is the photo that I took of item 7-12 as I received it. So there's the several pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9477. And if you could enlarge that just a bit. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Those are the same pieces of glass as in the previous photo, just a little bit more up close of the clear glass that was recovered and is item 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as a comparative analysis between items in 3-2, the glass cup, and 7-12 regarding the glass pieces, what, if any, conclusions did you make in reference to your comparison between those two items?
Sure. So upon comparing those items, I did note that 6 of the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass had a physical match to item 3-2, the clear glass cup.
Oh, I forgot to
If
mention,
you could
guys.
just remind the jury as far as the physical match, what does that mean?
I have to leave at
So
about
physical match is
12:10
basically
Central.
if an item breaks and
I need to go pick up my
those
daughter.
items have
So I'll be gone
broken
for a little
irregular
bit.
edges.
But everything will keep running like normal.
If those pieces come back together like a jigsaw fit, then it's a physical match and they were at one time together as one larger unit.
I'll be back as soon as I can.
Now, as far as each of those items within 7-12 had a letter associated with them, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall which of the 6 were a physical match for item 3-2, the glass?
I would just need to refer to my notes for the exact letters.
Sure, you can take your report out.
The 6 pieces of glass from item 712 that physically fit to item 3-2 were A, B, C, D, F, and K.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this first. I'm sorry. So, Ms. Hanley, during the course of this physical match analysis that you're conducting, are you memorializing that?
You need to designate a
process
peen
with
counter while you're
photographs as
away.
well?
Yes, I am.
Well, all the peens will have to wait till I get back. Usually there's a peen or two waiting for me.
I'm presenting you with 4 photographs. If you could review those and look up when you finish.
The counter won't be, it'll stay where it is until I get back and actually read and address them. Like we even have,
Yes, I do.
another one in the hopper right now.
Those are photographs that I took upon my examination of items 712 and item 3-2.
Your Honor, combo is introduced and admitted as the next exhibits, A through D.
No objection.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I need to leave, like I said, sometime between noon and 12:10
A through D.
or so Central Time. So in about 30 minutes.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9502, please. And Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
So this is one of the photos that I took of one of the breaks that physically fit together between item 3-2 and item 7-12.
And Ms. Gilman, if
Have
I
the
could
nanny
have
do it.
9514.
Don't have one right now.
And again, Ms. Hanley, can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
Sure. So this is a photo that I took when I was doing my comparison of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
Now, as far as the individual pieces had sort of little white stickers or labels affixed to them, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you did, or is that something that when the items were provided to you was already done?
So item 7-12, I received those pieces with the labels already on them.
And again, those items, especially 7-12, had been with mixed veneer in your unit prior to coming to your table or your station, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9518. Again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another photograph that I took of the physical match. It's just another view of the items together of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
And lastly, for this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9520. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another picture that I took of the items just slightly rotated of item 3-2 with a physical fit to several items or several pieces from item 7-12.
Ms. Hanley, is there a laser pointer on the desk in front of you?
Yes.
If you could, preferably using this screen just so it's visible for the jury, could you delineate where you see in this photograph item 3-2 and where you see the items associated with item 7-12?
So this right here is item 3-2, and these pieces up here are several pieces from 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
Plot twist: John was stabbed in the arm with the glass. I
Now,
don't think so.
The other two items that you analyzed or examined
Could
in,
be
this
it's
part of your
a
physical
better
match
case
analysis were
than
items
the
3-3 and 7-4.
the tail light for
correct?
sure.
That's correct.
And turning your attention specifically to item 3-3, if you could just
I still
remind
don't
the
think
jury
so.
as far as the physical description of that item that was provided to you.
Sure. So item 3-3 was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges that were recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Single photograph, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a photo that I took of item 3-3.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 198.
Cuts certainly look like it. Cuts still look more like the dog.
And may I
Dog
publish, Your
bite to
Honor?
me.
Yes.
Dog bites.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9446, please. And Ms. Hanley, in addition to the 5 pieces of glass associated with item 3-3, what else is depicted in this photograph?
This is a photo of the 5 total pieces that are from item 3-3.
And in addition to that, is there a ruler depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes, there is.
And what is the purpose of that ruler in the photograph?
It's
The
there
arm cuts are just-
as a scale.
Yeah, I don't know.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that one down. And Ms. Hanley, the last of those items, 7-14, if you could just remind the jury as far as what was the physical description that was provided to you in reference to item 7-14.
Sure. So item 7-14 was a clear piece of glass with broken irregular edges that was recovered from the road.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Again, Ms. Hanley, just showing you a single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize?
This is a photo that I took of item 7-14.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seek to introduce the next exhibit. No objection.
All right.
Exhibit 199.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9471, please.
So
And again-
the two screens don't match.
Oh.
There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Shout out and
Ms.
tired.
Hanley,
I
again, if
agree.
you could just describe for the jury what is depicted in the photograph up on the screen.
Fight, dog
This
attack,
is the
hits his
photo
head.
that I took of
They drag him,
item
leave him to die.
7-14.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. So, Ms. Hanley, in addition to the physical match analysis that you did between item 3-2, the cup, and 6 of the pieces that you found to be a physical match from item 7-12, did you also compare pieces from item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude in your physical match analysis of those items together?
So upon examining and comparing item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14, I had concluded that 6 of the 9 pieces of glass from 7-12 physically fit with item 3-2, and the remaining 3 of the 9 from 7-12 did not have a physical fit to item 3-2. I also compared item 3-2 and 7-12 to 7-14. but there was no physical match to item 7-14.
Now, in addition to that, did you also do a physical match analysis between item 3-2, the drinking glass, 7-12, pieces found from the roadway, and certain pieces from 3-3 from the bumper of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude based on that physical match analysis between those items?
So upon examining and comparing those items, so there were 5 total pieces of glass from item 3-3. I used 2 of those pieces for physical match comparison to the items recovered from the road. Upon my examination, I did not, there was no physical match between those 2 pieces from item 3-3 to any of the pieces recovered from the road. So that included items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14.
Now, as far as the 2 pieces that you had selected from item 3-3, do you recall which of those 2 lettered pieces you chose for your comparative analysis?
Yes.
And which were they?
They were pieces A and B.
And if I could ask, why pieces A and B versus other pieces?
So A and B were used for physical match. The remaining 3 of the 5 were not used for physical match comparison due to their size and condition.
Now, those same 2 pieces from item 3-3, pieces A and B, did you then do a physical match analysis between that and 7-14?
I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
I concluded that there was no physical match between the 2 pieces from item 3-3 to item 7-14.
Now, did you also do a physical match analysis between piece E from item 3-3 from the bumper?
I did not. No, not a physical match examination.
Did you do any comparative analysis between a piece of glass E from 3-3 from the bumper and item 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
So I selected piece E for further examination. I did microscopic examination as well as instrumental analysis, and I did the same microscopic and instrumental analysis to 7-14, and I compared the data, and I came to the conclusion that the piece that I sampled from item 3-3, piece E, was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties to the sample that I took from item 7-14.
If you could, Ms. Hanley, could you please explain to the jury when you say instrumental analysis, what is that? What does that consist of?
So the instrumental analysis that I conducted was on the Grimm
Dear Lord,
instrument,
yeah.
which
Well, I mean, yes.
measures the refractive index of the samples. So after I had ran my samples for both,
Looks like
item
my friend
3-3
Danny will be joining
and
us in about an hour.
7-14, I compared
That'll be
the
fun.
data
It's been forever since I've been on
to
stream with her.
determine whether they were consistent or not consistent.
And so when you say that something is consistent in
Last time I think was a
properties,
tribute
what does
stream
that
for Legal Vices.
So in this instance, they had consistent refractive indices.
I was hoping she could be on while I was gone.
In addition to that comparative analysis
okay.
of glass items, what other additional examinations did you perform in this case?
Sorry, could you say that again?
Science bombing A boy,
items
AI
3-2,
boys,
3-3, 7-12, and 7-14. What other items did you look at in this case?
So I also examined item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And what was the description provided to you in reference to item 3-1?
3-1 was a taillight, and there were also some other plastic pieces as well.
And taillight from the same vehicle as the glass from the bumper, correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You have another single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Oh.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
My neck is just trash lately.
No objection.
Thank you.
200.
Chris Benoit, very sorry to hear about your wife leaving you. Chris Benoit says, Mr. Ricato, are you still looking for a nanny? I have a lot of free time and a near perfect record with raising children.
Yes.
Yeah, I heard your record was 1.
9394. And Ms. Hanley, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 200?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
And what's contained in here, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the item 3-1, the taillight housing, looked like when you received it?
Yes.
Now, as far as, and we'll get to this more a bit in a moment, but as far as any sort of comparative analysis that you did with any other item, what part of this taillight housing were you comparing to that other item?
So there were clear and red plastic portions of the taillight that appeared to be broken. So I sampled portions of the clear plastic as well as the red plastic on the taillight.
And just for clarity purposes, if you could with the pointer, as far as which of these pieces up on the screen were you sampling the clear and or the red plastic from?
So the red plastic that I sampled was from this area. It's a little hard to tell from here. I think I'd have to refer to my photo in my notes, but I think there were a couple of different areas that had clear broken plastic. I think this might have been one of the areas that was broken that I sampled.
And just for my purposes, really what I'm asking, Ms. Hanley, is the clear plastic that you used from item 3-1 was from the housing unit itself, the large piece, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other item that you were comparing this to was item 7-18.18. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was provided to you as the description of that item 7-18.18?
7-18.18 was debris that was collected from 2 pieces of clothing from the victim.
And specifically, that would be 7-17, an orange T-shirt. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct, yeah.
Okay, as well as 7-18, a gray long sleeve shirt. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you say that item 7-18.18 contained debris, what did that debris consist of?
So the debris consisted of one clear piece of plastic, as well as several pieces of red plastic, among some other trace material.
Now, were there measurements taken of those items within the debris, specifically the clear plastic and the red plastic?
Yes.
And what were those measured to be?
I we just need to refer to my report for that.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so the clear piece of plastic in 7-18.18, it measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch.
Oh no.
And then I measured the largest and the smallest of the red plastic pieces. And the largest piece of red plastic measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece among those measured
was on Kurt.
approximately less than 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of
rude.
an inch.
And so those particular pieces that you measured, about how small are we talking about?
So the largest for the red plastic, the largest piece measured, just for visual purposes, it's roughly like the size of a grain of rice. The rest of the pieces were smaller than that.
And who within the lab provided that debris in that taillight housing to your unit, to the trace unit?
So the debris from the clothing was transferred to my unit by Maureen Hartnett, and the taillight was submitted to the lab by Trooper Christopher Moore.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a series of 5 photographs.
Okay, so we had tiny pieces of glass recovered from the clothing, but we have large lacerations in the arm.
Generally speaking, Ms. Hamden, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are the photographs that I took of 7-18.18.
I'm going to come up to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, A through E. No objection.
She's bangleable when she does not speak? What is bangleable?
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9352. And Ms. Hanley, what is depicted in this photograph on the screen?
So this is one of the photos that I took of 7-18.18. This is how I received the clear piece of plastic.
And is that a tin that it's encased in at the time that you receive it?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9355. And what is this, Ms. Hanley?
So this is a photo of the clear piece of plastic that was within that tin.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9364. And Ms. Gilman, if you could enlarge this just a bit. Maybe just a little more, please. Thank you. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the photo that I took of the debris that was collected from the clothing items.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9366.
There you go.
And
That
Ms. Hanley, what are we looking
that
at?
caused all the lacerations right there.
This is a photo that I took under a microscope of the red plastic pieces that I noted within the debris.
If the taillight had been
Lastly,
smashed
Ms.
in the
Gilman, if we could have
vicinity,
photograph
not
9369.
on John O'Keefe, but I believe there's a car there that
Ms.
she
Hanley, what are
backed
we
into
looking at?
allegedly or something like that.
This is a picture, that
he
I took
fell
of
on those pieces,
the
those
red plastic
small
pieces that I removed from the debris.
those could embed them, like if he was, if he fell from being knocked unconscious or he was dragged across them or anything like that, they could still lodge themselves in the clothing and have nothing to do with the arm injuries.
Now, Ms. Hanley, in reference to your comparative analysis from item 3-1, the taillight housing plastic, to the clear and red plastic.
This fly is going to drive me
debris
fucking
from,
crazy.
Plastic debris from item 7-18.18, the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe. What types of instruments did you utilize in this comparative analysis?
Sure. So after completing my examination, I utilized a comparison microscope as well as a polarized microscope, a FTIR, which is a Fourier transform infrared spectrometer. And I also used a microspectrophotometer, also known as a microspec.
And what is a microspec?
So a microspec is an analytical tool that we can use to examine
I'll give you all the microspec you can handle.
samples that have color. So it provides information on the samples, dyes and pigments.
And how is that utilized in your
fly.
comparative analysis?
So I ran samples from both items that I was comparing, and I compared the data from those two items as a part of my comparative analysis.
And when you run that sort of data, can you describe for the jury sort of what that data looks like? Like what are you physically seeing when you're examining the data from a microspec?
So what we refer to it as a spectrum or just a graph, and when we do the comparison, we can overlay those spectra or graph to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And I know you spoke a little bit about it in your testimony yesterday, but if you could remind the jury as far as an FTIR, what is that and how is that used in your analysis?
So an FTIR is another analytical tool that we can use. A sample is exposed to infrared light and it reacts in a certain way with that light. And what's produced is a spectrum of peaks and valleys that are representative and unique to your sample. And so that instrument was used to run samples from both items, and then the data was compared from both items.
Now,
So I'm going to try and do the thing
from your
where I keep my
comparison
headphones
of-
and
starting with the clear plastic.
join my own
From
stream.
the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. From your comparative analysis of that clear plastic to the clear plastic from item 3-1, the tail light, what did you conclude?
So the clear plastic from the debris was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties to the clear plastic from the tail light. So accordingly, the clear plastic from the debris could have originated from the clear plastic from the tail light or from another source with the same characteristics.
And with reference to the red plastic from item 7-18.18 from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, in your comparison of that red plastic with the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, item 3-1, what did you conclude from that analysis?
So the red plastic that I sampled from item from the debris from the clothing from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the portions that I sampled from the red plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the red plastic from item 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic that I sampled from the taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I could just hold on 1 minute while the sirens pass. May I approach again, Your Honor?
This love in a photograph.
Actually, is this a good time to take a break?
We hold these memories for
I
ourselves.
probably have another 3-4 minutes left.
I'm going to see counsel for 2 minutes, but
Oh, you Bev, you scumbag. All right, let me hit these super tips that are waiting, and then I have to bolt. Like I said, I need to just run and pick up my daughter. We need 2 drivers today for probably just one time. It's possible I would have to be gone a little longer, but hopefully not. And in any case, by the time I get back, Danny will be ready to join the stream. It looks like so. So let's do these so I can.
I told you earlier, we're ahead of schedule, so we will take a luncheon break, and we'll take an hour. So I know we'll take an hour, okay? We'll see you back here. So, we're just going to follow the rules.
All rise for the court, please.
You're gonna take it now?
Follow me.
Damn it! Oh, it's the worst. Fucking hell. I mean, I won't miss any of the trial, but I don't want to leave a silent chair with a silent fan. Ah!
I would drink a gallon of that white lady's pee just to see where it came from.
Oh my God. This is a foul.
This bitch looks like she wound so tight, you know the sex be fire. Bet you she stores stress up like some kind of sexual spirit bomb to drop on your ass the second the light go out.
She's all mousy. Lights turn off. You find yourself getting fucking body slammed. Like, what the hell?
How much micropene could a micropene peen if a micropene could peen micropene?
Your Honor, I submit that Kurt is the only expert with authority in this realm based on his dating profile.
Oh my gosh. So that's 17 on the micropenes.
This bitch has SSR eyes. She probably popped an extra pill like the buckshot popped my wife. Also, Kurt has a micropene.
18.
I am sick and tired of these motherfucking snakes on this motherfucking plane. Kurt has a micropene.
That doesn't match up with that at all. Those seem completely unrelated and just irrelevant. What are you talking about? Why would you do this? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up a banner of I got to put something on the background for you guys while we wait. So, what should I put on? What do you guys want to watch? Did they ever get to cross? Did they get to cross hosting a class? Stacey, I've been in and out. No, we had a testimony from a different witness who had a limited schedule, so she hasn't been back on direct very long. They have not gotten to cross her yet. Ronnie trial clips. I don't think. I don't think there's a long enough clip. Let me see if I can find one. Every clip of him is 2 minutes long. Gosh, there's 15 minutes. Maybe I can sort them by length. Over 20 minutes. That's what we need. Oh, gosh. Okay. I'm going to put this up. So this is Ronnie O'Neill cross-examining his son at the murder trial. So this will be great. I'll put on my headphones and I'll try and be in chat a little bit while I'm away. Let's see. Share this tab. So here we go. Guys, we'll put on Ronnie O'Neill cross-examining his son. It's kind of heartbreaking, this clip, but there's a sufficient length that it'll still be going when I get back. Damn it. No. So I will here it goes. And like I said, as soon as I get back, we'll pop back into the trial. Let me just mute it so nothing weird happens. If for some reason the trial starts before I get back, we will go back and pick it up. But yeah, I will see you guys in just a couple minutes, as fast as I can be. Thanks for hanging out. Come on.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. You can put your hand down and we are ready to proceed. Mr. Gale?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. How you doing?
Good.
Okay. And I can hear you nice and loud. And I know we can see each other, but I just want to make sure you understand that while you're testifying, I can see you. I can see when you nod your head and when you shake your head no. But this young lady over here is our court reporter. She's taking down everything we say. So if I ask you a question, you're answering yes or no, you need to answer out loud, okay? Yes or no?
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Can you tell us how old you are? When's your birthday? In a week or a couple weeks, you're going to be.
Yes.
Okay. What grade are you in?
Well, I'm gonna repeat this. So, basically, just.
You're getting ready to start over again?
Yes.
Okay. What's your favorite subject in school?
Science.
Science? What part of science do you like?
I like space.
Space?
Yes.
Okay. What do you want to do when you grow up?
Mostly like be an actor.
An actor?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Good ambition. Do you have a friend there with you on your right?
Yes.
All right, who's there with you?
Her name is Tibet.
Tibet? And what's Tibet? Is Tibet a dog?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of dog is Tibet? Do you know?
Golden Retriever.
Golden Retriever. Do you have any dogs at home?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of dogs do you have at home?
I have a Labradoodle. I have a Schnauzer. And then I don't know what the other one is.
Okay. And have you kind of become friends with Tibet over the last couple of years and gotten to know Tibet?
Yes.
Okay, you like having Tibet there with you today?
Yes.
And we talked about your name, and we introduced you as that's your name now, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you've been adopted, and you become part of the.
Yes.
Okay, do you have any brothers and sisters?
Yes.
How many brothers and sisters do you have?
I have 3 brothers and I have 2 sisters.
3 brothers and 2 sisters? So
Yes.
you got a big family now, huh?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a time when you were when your name was different, when you were known as?
Yes.
Okay. And you know what we're here to talk about today?
Oh, should I say that again?
Do you know what we're here to talk about today?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the night when something bad happened to your mother and your sister?
Yes.
And was that about 3 years ago?
Yes.
So you would have been old at the time?
Yes.
Can you tell us what is the first thing you remember about that night? The first sign to you that something bad was going to happen?
Basically, I was sitting in my room and I saw my mom and my dad arguing in their room.
Were you awake or asleep?
Awake when I saw.
Okay, you were. Did something wake you up, or were you already awake and doing something?
Well, they were just like screaming at each other.
Okay, so you heard your mother and father screaming at each other?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you do? Did you get up and look to see what was happening?
Yes, and my mom told me to get back in my room.
Okay, and when you look out your bedroom door, can you see down? Were you able to see down in the bedroom where your mommy and daddy were?
Yes.
Okay, and tell us what you saw.
I just saw my dad holding a shotgun and my mom screaming at him, and they were just like fighting.
Have you ever seen that shotgun before?
Yes.
Where have you seen the shotgun?
Under the bed.
Under what bed?
My parents' bed.
Under your parents' bed?
Yes.
Have you ever used the shotgun before, or have you ever seen your father use the shotgun before?
Yes.
Okay. So you saw your mother and father arguing in the bedroom, and your father had a shotgun. What happened next? What did he do?
My mom ran in my sister's room. My mom ran in my sister's room into the closet.
And was your sister's room right next to yours?
Yes.
So your mother had to kind of run toward you?
Yes.
Did you see that happen?
See her run? Yes.
Okay. And when your mother ran into your sister's room, what did your father do? Did he go after her?
Yes.
Did he have the shotgun with him?
Yes.
And did he follow your mother into your sister's room?
Yes.
What was your sister's name? And can you tell us about?
She was autistic. Like she couldn't talk.
She was not able to talk?
No.
What about walking? Was she able to walk?
Like she struggled with it, but then she was able to walk again.
Okay. Did she have a wheelchair that she used sometimes too?
Yes.
All right. So what happened after I might have just asked you this, but just to clarify, when your father followed your mother into your sister's room, did he have the shotgun with him?
Yes.
And what did you do after that happened, after your father followed your mother into your sister's bedroom?
Well, I kind of sat in my room, and then my sister was sitting on the bed, like on her bed.
She was sitting up on the bed?
Yes.
Okay. And so she was awake when this happened?
Yes.
All right. And tell me what happened next.
And then my dad told me to walk around and say, like, some,
And do you remember what words your father told you to say?
Allah Akbar.
Allahu Akbar?
Yes.
And he told you to walk around and say that?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And where were you doing this, walking around and saying Allahu Akbar?
It was like you would walk like at the front door, you would walk in and then it was there, so like the living room.
Okay, so you went out to the living room and did this?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened next? What
Oh, dude, Ronnie O'Neal is crazy.
And then my dad said, "Come in here and come kill this the B word." And then I went in the room, and then he handed me the shotgun and like helped me shoot it.
And you went back into your sister's room?
Yes, because he said, "Come help me." Like, or, yeah.
Did you hear any shots from the shotgun before that?
Yes.
How many times?
One.
One time?
Yes.
So when you went back into your sister's bedroom, did your father hold the shotgun in your hands?
Yes, he was helping me.
So were you both kind of holding it at the same time?
Yes.
Do you remember whether the gun went off while you were holding it? Do you remember?
No, I do not.
Okay. Do you ever remember any more gunshots from the shotgun other than the one that you just testified, or is one shot all you remember?
Yes.
Just the one shot?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, he did not get the death penalty. He narrowly avoided it. Life in prison.
Yes, he asked to get a knife from the garage.
The judge in the case said it. Him defending himself is
Did you go get a knife for him?
probably what kept him from getting the death
No,
penalty.
I couldn't.
You couldn't find a knife. Did he ask you to go get a
He's a fucking demon. His voice is funny, but he's
A
horrifying.
hunting knife to, like, use like a hunting knife, I guess.
Okay. Was there a time when your mother was able to get out of the closet?
Yes, I was sitting or I was standing.
Oh, is my mic coming in hot? I'll talk quieter.
With her house phone, and I just saw her like she was like stumbling outside, and then I just saw my dad chase her.
So your mother stumbled past you going outside. Did she go out the front door?
Yes.
Can you tell us when she ran out the front door if she was hurt? Were you able to see whether or not she was hurt?
No, it was dark.
Okay. Was she saying anything?
No, nothing that I remember.
Was your father chasing her?
Yes.
Did he still have the shotgun with him when he chased her out of the house?
Yes.
Bluetooth headphones are always weird for this stuff. You never know what they're picking up. No. When I'm yelling into a robot penis, I know exactly what's going on.
Mother and father both leave the house. What did you do then?
I was still standing by the house phone.
Still standing by the house phone?
Yes.
Do you ever remember going outside that night?
Yes, I remember walking, like walking, but not like.
I mean, and let me clarify the question, okay? After your mother and father, after your mother ran out of the house and your father chased her, did you go outside at that time?
No.
Yeah, the kid in this who's testifying right now ended up being adopted by one of the detectives in the case.
What was happening outside after your mother and father ran out of the house?
No.
Which is a little bit crazy when you think about it.
Did your father come back in the house?
Yes.
And can you tell us how long do you think he was gone? Was it a long time or just a minute, a couple minutes?
Like a minute, not really long.
Not really long, just like a minute?
Yes.
Okay. What happened when your father came back to the house?
He went into the, actually, he went in the garage.
So those who are confused, this is the trial of Ronnie O'Neill. He's like the most common used super tip voice. He
Do something to your sister?
murdered his wife and well, his girlfriend, I think, and his daughter
On the head.
down in Florida a couple years back.
And the back and then the head. And then I saw her eyes roll and then there was blood everywhere.
Did you see where he got the axe from?
No, I did not.
Had you ever seen this axe before?
Yes.
If anybody's curious about the beeping that's happening, that's them. He's saying the child's name. The child's name is being censored, protected under Florida law.
Into your parents' room.
He dragged her, dragged her into my parents' room.
And when you say he dragged her, do you mean
Like he grabbed her into my parents' room.
your father grabbed her and dragged her into your parents' room?
Yes.
Can you describe kind of how he dragged her? Was it by one arm, by her legs? How did he do that?
Like just like one arm, like taking her to the room.
Yeah, I don't know why they used the beep instead of eating it, but they did.
Was your sister awake when this happened?
Yes.
Okay. And was it in your parents' room where you saw him hit her with the axe?
Yes.
And where in the room did he hit her with the axe? Do you remember that?
So it was, you would walk in the door and it was like, she was sitting like she was sitting like right by the door, but like you could close it and she would still be in the room, but like, so she was like in the room basically, but like by the door.
Okay, so kind of just inside the bedroom, your
Yes.
Your mother and father's bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember happening next?
He hit her in the back in the axe and then in the head, and then there was blood everywhere, and then he lighted something. He lighted something with the tissue and a match.
He lighted something with a tissue and a match?
Yes.
Do you remember your father ever having a can of gasoline?
Yes, he like spread it everywhere, and then he got the match and then he dropped it on the ground, and then it like all the fire up here.
Right now, is direct examination.
Cover?
And it's the prosecutor who's asking questions. I don't remember his name. I wish they aired this full trial, but they didn't.
No.
Okay. But he started a fire in that room. Did he close the door?
This is one of the trials I would watch the whole thing, even though I know the outcome of if it were ever available.
What happened next?
And then he went in the garage. I followed him, and then he put me on the ground. He put me on the ground, and then he like had his foot on top. I was laying on my stomach. He had his foot on top of me, and he was holding me down. And he was like lighting a match. He was lighting a match with the tissue, and then he threw it down.
Liv, that's fucking terrible.
Do you remember your father pouring anything on you? Do you remember feeling anything wet on you?
No, but I remember actually before that, he called someone, I don't know who, and he said, I just killed someone. I just killed this bee.
Okay. Did your family have a lawnmower?
Yes, we did.
Do you remember anything about the lawnmower that night? Your father doing anything with the lawnmower?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Do you ever remember your father cutting you or stabbing you with anything?
So when he tried to put me on the fire or whatever, he tried to light the match and put me on fire. I quickly ran up and went in the kitchen, and then I backed up. He like opened the drawer, and then I remember like my mind just like I was understanding anything, and then I walked out the front door.
Okay, so you remember when he was holding you down with his foot, and after that you were able to get up and run into the kitchen?
Yes.
And you remember him going to the kitchen with a drawer in the kitchen?
Yes. The drawer in the kitchen. That what you said?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember getting burned at all?
No.
What do you remember about coming outside the house?
Just flashes everywhere, and I just remember going to someone and saying that my dad killed my mom, and then I got like a mask put on me, and then I don't remember anything from there.
Was there a lot of lights flashing and stuff when he came out of the house?
Yes.
Florida gets a bad rap on its crime stats because they have sunshine laws. So pretty much everything is public record in regards to any criminal case.
Yes.
And like every part of it is public.
How long you were in the hospital?
So it's really easy to build up documentaries and stuff about Florida crime.
Doctors for some of the injuries that you got that night?
Plus some crazy ass Floridians.
What? Yes.
Yes. Do you have still some damage from the burns that you still have to have treated by doctors?
No, not really anymore.
Not really anymore.
No.
Okay. While you were in the hospital, do you remember ever having like a tube in your throat to help you breathe? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And after a couple of days,
These are really leading questions.
When you could breathe on your own.
Ronnie doesn't know what he's doing, so
Do you remember
this prosecutor knows he can just stomp all over it.
Office coming to the hospital and talking to you?
Yes.
And was that Detective Dirks? Do you remember Detective Dirks?
Yes.
Real big guy?
Yes.
Okay. And while you were in the hospital, were you able to talk to Detective Dirks and tell him what happened to you and your mom and your sister that night?
Yes.
Okay. And then kind of several months after this happened, did you get to meet the
Judge will not stop the clearly leading questions without an objection.
your daddy, Mike, his first name is Richard, but is your daddy Mike?
Yes.
Generally.
And does your daddy work for the sheriff's office? Is he a detective for the sheriff's office?
No, if you don't put the objection on the record, there's no appealable issue.
That's right, he got promoted. He's a corporal now, isn't
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't, Major Poner says this is why they tell people not to represent themselves. He doesn't know how. And it's true. Generally, people don't know the rules of evidence. I mean, they can learn them. And certainly people competently represent themselves from time to time. Just because something is good advice doesn't mean it, universally applies. People have competently represented themselves in countless cases, criminal and civilly.
Yes.
just inside the bedroom?
That being said, it's advisable to have counsel.
Any noises? Was she making any kind of noise? What was happening?
After the hit in the back, she cried. She cried she cried.
Okay.
A little bit, and then hit her in the head.
And then he hit her in the head?
Yes.
And did she stop crying when he hit her in the head?
Yes.
Well, that was awful.
You said your father called somebody on the phone. What was he using, a cell phone?
Yes.
I have no further questions for Mr.
Okay, Mr. O'Neill, any questions?
How you doing?
Good.
It's good to see you, man.
Good to see you too.
Oh, this is heartbreaking.
Do you remember talking to some attorneys that came to see you? And they said that they were there on my behalf by the name of Jennifer Spradley, Carolyn Schindler.
What's the objection?
Improper impeachment.
I'm not impeaching.
Okay.
I'm asking a question.
Well, the question on the table is if he recalls the attorneys coming to see him. He can answer that question as far as yes or no, but then we'll see what the next question is. So you can go ahead and answer that question. Do you recall that event happening?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember doing things with me as far as things in the neighborhood and going to family events and things like that?
Objection relevance.
I'm going to sustain the objection. So, Mr. O'Neill, your questions have to pertain to issues that were raised on direct examination, all right, as part of your cross-examination. So I have sustained the objection, so do not answer that question.
Judges are allowed to coach pro se litigants or defendants to help them facilitate, the actual case.
Do you remember doing an interview with Detective Dirks?
Yes.
Did you guys go to basketball and football games and things like that together?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Did you guys go to a Bucks game together?
To give Ronnie credit here, he is trying to, show that there is.
Did you
His
guys talk about anything?
theory of the case here is that his son is coerced into saying all this stuff.
At any time, did he talk to you about those things and tell you what to say here today?
No.
What about your new dad, Richard?
No.
All right. Did you see me beat your mom?
No.
Well, that's not what I expected to hear.
No.
Well, who did, Ronnie?
Are you sure?
Yes.
He had prepped that question because he expected the kid to say, yeah.
Do you remember doing an interview with a woman named Jennifer Miller? Did you hear me? Jennifer Miller?
No, I do not remember.
Well, you did do an interview with her. told her.
Objection and proper impeachment.
What are you getting ready to ask him next?
About a question that I just asked.
Okay, so if he did the interview with Jennifer Miller?
No, well, before that, about him seeing the shooting.
Okay, well, go ahead and ask that question then.
And he told me. So I believe that's what
Well, you have to identify what record you're relying upon as far as the statement goes.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I was about to do that.
I know, but you have to identify for the record, so you need to give the state a heads up on what record you're going to be utilizing or relying upon.
I don't have records. I have CDs.
Okay. Page 24 of what?
Line 15.
Is that from a deposition or from a report?
That's not from the report, it's an interview. That was sort of a deposition from Jennifer Miller.
All right, state, do you know what Mr. O'Neill's referring to?
I believe this is a forensic interview. I've heard short.
Okay, so go ahead.
Page 24, line 15. Do you remember telling her after she asked? She said, and then you said that there was a shooting outside, and then in your sister's closet. And then she said, who was getting the shooting? And you said, my mom. And she said, your mom, okay. And did you see it happen, or did you just hear it happen, or something else? You said, I heard it and saw it. Do you remember that?
Do you remember making that statement to Ms. Miller? Yeah, just answer yes, no, or I don't know.
Like saying that my mom shot.
No, let me ask it again. You replied to Jennifer Miller's question. She asked you who was getting the shooting, and you said, your mom. And she said, okay, did you see it? And you said, I heard it and saw it. Do you remember saying that to her?
No, I did not.
But you did hear a shot that night. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you heard that shot, where were you at that time?
Standing by the house phone.
All right. Do you know?
Hey guys, I'm here. Like I said, I had to pick up my daughter. She wants to say hi, I don't know, or something.
In what
What
part
up?
of the body she was shot in?
That's what you got for me? I don't know or something. Yeah. Anyway, this is the funniest person I've ever met. I'm going to go back to muting the microphone just because I don't want it to pick up a whole bunch of ambient noise for you guys.
You said where she was shot?
Yes, sir. Do you know where your mom was shot at?
No.
Deposition page 68.
Whose deposition?
Our deposition of Mr. Yes.
Age and line, please.
Page 66, line 19, 22. Oh, no, hold on. I'm sorry. Page 68, line 14. And, hold on, one second. Oh, I'm sorry. This is not a deposition. This is page 3.
From what?
23, interview, second interview with Detective Dirks. Page 3 of 23, second interview with Detective Dirks.
All right, and what is the question?
Just a moment.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Hold on one second. Let the state find what you're referring to. Okay, you may proceed.
All right. And so you say you do not know where she was shot. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, did you know that you told Detective Dirks during your interview with him? You said that I shot her in the stomach.
When you say I shot her, you need to be a little more specific.
You just said in the stomach. He asked you, where did your mom get shot? And you said, in the stomach. Do you remember that?
No, I did not.
Oh, what did he just say? Was that the stab line? Did I miss the stabbing line?
Now, you said just a while ago that you did not see me shoot your mom or beat your mom. Is that correct?
Yes.
Page 28.
Oh, I didn't miss it. Okay, good.
Miss Jennifer Miller. Do you remember telling Miss Jennifer Miller that you saw everything and I was outside? Do you remember that? She said to you, did you hear? Did you hear? No, she said, you did hear? Did you see what was happening or did you not? You said, I saw everything. And she said, you saw everything? How did you see everything? And you said, because I saw everything. And she said, where? Were you outside or were you inside or something else? And you said, I was outside. Do you remember that?
The question is, do you remember saying that to someone named Jennifer Miller?
Or do you remember saying that to Jennifer Miller, that you were outside and that you saw everything?
No.
All right. And did you know in your deposition by my
I'll be back in about 10 minutes, guys. I'm almost there.
Jennifer Bradley
Maybe 12 minutes.
and Carolyn Schimler,
Good heat in line in the deposition. It's real.
page 103. Did you know that you told them that you never went outside with your mom before the police arrived? Do you remember telling them that? She asked you, she said, okay, so is your mommy ever inside of the house when anything is set on fire? And you said, no, she was outside. And she asked, okay, and are you ever with your mom outside the house? And you said, no. Do you remember telling her that?
Yes.
You do. Right? Did I hurt you that night of this incident?
Yes.
I did. And how did I hurt you?
You stabbed me.
Second interview. Detective Dirks. March 26, 2018. Don't remember the time, but it was official.
Who was the interview with, Mr. O'Neill?
The interview was with Detective Dirks. Page 20 of 23. Do you remember telling Detective Dirks after he asked, did your dad hurt you the night that he hurt your sister?
Oh no, this is bad.
He didn't hurt me. Do you remember that?
No.
Here it comes. This is where Ronnie's trial strategy completely south, I think, in the next couple questions, if I remember right. Oh, I just missed it? Dang it. Okay, it was in the last couple questions. His whole notebook full of questions is just blown out of the water by the whole, yeah, that's when you stabbed me thing.
You said just a while ago, I stabbed you with a knife, right?
Yes.
Detective Dirks, interview number 2, March 26, 2018, page 9.
You didn't mean like I stabbed you, did you, son? You meant like I pretend stabbed you, like with love.
He asked you, when did he hurt you with a knife? And you said, I don't know. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I'm really fun. I'm fun.
And then Detective Dirks asked you, was it the same night or was it before that? And you said, no, it was another day. Do you remember that?
Sorry, repeat that again.
Detective Dirk says, was it the same night or was it before that? And you said to him, no, it was another day. And he said, was that the same night you came to the hospital for all this or something else? And you said to him, something else. Do you remember that?
I don't understand.
All right, I'll pose the question again.
Well, do you recall telling Detective Dirks that? Yes, no, or I don't know?
Why I got hurt?
No, he asked you, when did it happen? That night. He asked you, when did your dad stab you? And he said, was it that night or was it something else? And you replied, it was something else.
No, I do not remember saying that.
All right. When you heard the gunshot that night, can you hear me? When
Yes.
you heard that gunshot that night, was your sister hurt already, or was she hurt after that shot?
She was hurt after that.
All right. Do you remember?
All right,
In
I'm
the
sorry.
interview-
Hold on one second, Mr. O'Neill, 1 second. So I just want to make sure, let's just take everybody, just take a moment. Let's stand up in the jury box and just stretch and get blood flowing. We're not taking a break.
Come on, girl. I need you to re-say this. I'm unmuted now. Say it again. Tell everybody your wisdom. Remember, my microphone's in my ears.
You want to stand up, you can take a stretch break too. All right, very good. Let's continue on.
Yeah, don't be a loser.
It's like, if you think you're really cool, then you're obviously gonna be really cool.
Yeah, shouldn't people just like be awesome instead of sucking?
After the shot, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
Do you remember?
Oh, they couldn't hear you at all. You're too quiet. She said, "Don't be a loser, losers."
That's not what I said completely.
It's pretty close. You're like, if you're a loser, don't be one, dummy.
No. Wait, yes.
Get wrecked.
Also, well, let me just start with Jennifer Miller. You told her on page 34 and 35 You said she said, was your sister hurt before or after the closet shooting? You said she was hurt before the closet shooting. Do you remember that?
I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun.
He's not a fun guy.
Hey, wait! Tony knows me. I'm muting you. You got nothing.
You muted me again.
And do you remember telling Detective Dirks on page 19 of 23, March 26, 2018, he said, he asked you the same question. Was your sister hurt before your mom runs outside or after? And you said, after hurting his sister, no, here it is. You said, after hurting your sister, then I hurt your mom and ran outside. Do you remember that?
No.
One second. And do you remember telling Detective Dirks, same interview, page 20 of 23, he asked, can you hear me?
Yes.
He asked, so he hurt your sister first and then went outside? And you replied, no. Yeah, and pretty sure. Do you remember that?
Question is, do you recall telling Detective Dirks that statement?
No.
Right, if you don't, you don't.
All right, what is your next question, Mr. O'Neill?
My daughter wants you guys to know. She says, "Bye, tung tung tung." Incidentally, I'm home. I'll be on camera in just a moment. See you guys then.
Remember happening after the shooting with your mom outside?
You coming back inside and you getting my sister and then putting her in my parents' room and then you hit her with an axe.
Jennifer Miller, page 29. Do you remember telling Miss Jennifer Miller in an interview? She asked, what happened after the shooting with your mom outside? And you said,
Hold on, what page of the Jennifer Miller interview, Mr. O'Neill?
page 29.
Okay.
Line 12 through 15. And she asked you, I'm gonna repeat the question.
I forgot my stupid food in the car. Be right there.
The shooting with your mom outside. You replied, nothing. And she said, did anything happen to you? You said, no. Do you remember that?
No.
Stupid, stupid, stupid idiot.
So you just said a while ago that, hold on one second. You just said a while ago that I came back in and took your sister from her room to your mom's room and hit her with an axe, right?
Yes.
Do you remember? One second.
All right, I'm back. Looks like the court might be unmuting soon.
In your deposition,
Just a second, getting myself situated.
In your deposition, page 99, you told her, you said,
All right, I'm back. Hey, what's up, guys?
when asked, where is your sister? Where was your sister when mom and dad ran outside?
Danny said she'll
You
be on
replied,
soon.
She was in my mom's room.
I don't see that on page 99, Counselor. You're still referring to page
Oh, that's
99.
That's page 100. I'm sorry. Page 100. Did you hear the question, son?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember telling my attorneys in your deposition when they asked, where is your sister when mom and dad ran outside? And you replied, she was in my mom's room. Do you remember that?
I still hate this testimony because it's like, dude, what are you doing? Plus, the kid's answers are devastating to him.
Again, the question is, Mr. Do you recall making that statement during your deposition? It's either yes, no, or I don't know. Don't interrupt me, Mr. O'Neill.
Don't interrupt me, Mr. O'Neill, you
that
scum.
statement, Mr.
No.
I'm sorry. On page 99, you told them you don't remember when she went from her room to your mom's room. Do you remember making that statement?
No.
Oh, hey, I can remove that banner. Whole damn chat is crying and depressed now. Well, I'm sorry. We need to get to the other murder trial. We need to get to the fun murders.
You just said a while ago that I told you to go get some things. What did I tell you to go get?
A knife.
All right. Jennifer Miller, page 39. Do you remember telling Miss Jennifer Miller when she asked, did your dad ask you to bring him anything or tell you to go get anything? And you replied, no. Do you remember making that statement?
No.
Now you said that I got some matches or some objects and lit some things on fire. Is that correct?
Things being my sister and my mom.
And if I remember correctly, you just told Mr. Harmon here or Mr. Gale that you saw me sprinkle gasoline over your sister's body. Is that correct? Or you said that I sprayed gasoline.
You are unneeded
everywhere.
was
Is that
just
right?
said in the other.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Do you remember in the deposition page 105? Do you remember telling my attorneys when they asked you, did you ever see your dad pouring gasoline?
We're back with Karen Reed. Oh my gosh. Ronnie, I need you to be quiet. Oh, this. Why?
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Hanley, when we left off, you were discussing
What's up, Flux?
comparative
How you doing,
analysis
bro?
you did between item
Just you.
7-18.18, Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, and item 3-1, the taillight housing or the plastic within the taillight housing of the defendant's car, correct?
Correct.
And there were a number of different instruments that you used through the course of your examination and analysis, correct?
That's correct.
And what were those instruments that you used again in that portion of the analysis?
Sure. So I used a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, an FTIR, and a microspec.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you 3 documents, if you could review those with Dr. McFinch, please. And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And starting with the first page of that 3 pages, what do you recognize that?
It is the FTIR comparison data for the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
If I could direct your attention to the second page within that, what do you recognize that?
So this is also FTIR comparison data from for the red plastic from item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And lastly, the third page within that set, what do you recognize there?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec from the red plastic from the item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next three exhibits individually.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You want them marked individually or you in a set?
Individually, please. Thank you.
Exhibits 202, 203, and 204.
Thank you.
And again, Ms. Hanley, when it came to your analysis of the clear plastic material from the debris from John O'Keefe's clothing and the clear plastic material from the defendant's taillight, what were your conclusions from that analysis?
Sure. Upon comparison, the clear plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties with the clear plastic from item 3-1. Accordingly, the clear plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the clear plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
You miss Branca? Me too.
Your Honor, may I publish, and I'm sorry, I forgot already the
Yes.
exhibit numbers, but
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the clear plastic. And Ms. Hanley, can you describe for the jury what we're looking at in this, what's up on the screen right now?
Sure. So this is the FTIR comparison data of the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could, using the laser
Those
pointer
look the
before you,
same.
if you could direct the jury's attention to which is which as far as the top and bottom.
Sorry. The top,
That's okay.
Don't you guys want to know what happened? That's
top
funny.
spectrum is item 3-1 and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, when you're comparing these two as far as the data that you receive, what is it specifically that you're looking at in your comparison as far as the data is concerned?
So when I'm comparing the spectra, I'm looking at the peaks in each sample to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
Thank you. And if I could turn your attention to the red plastic material from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, what did you conclude in your analysis there?
So upon comparison, the red plastic from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the red plastic from item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the red plastic data. And Ms. Hanley, directing your attention to the screen again with the laser pointer, if you could delineate for the jury as far as which set of data is associated with which item.
So the top spectrum is item 3-1, and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And again, if you could just direct the jury's attention with that laser pointed to the areas as far as the data peaks and valleys that you're looking at in comparison of this data.
So when I'm comparing them, I'm comparing the peaks to each other in each of the spectra to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And in this case, you found them to be consistent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, lastly, if I could have the microspec data. And Ms. Hanley, if you could describe for the jury, please, what are we looking at in this particular data set?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec of the red plastic from item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
And as far as the data in any microspec, but particularly this one up on the screen, using that laser pointer, could you illustrate to the jury sort of what these individual lines or what this data means?
So these are the samples that I ran, and they samples that I ran from item 3-1 and 7-18.18, and the spectra are overlaid in order to determine, to look at it and to determine whether they have a consistent or not consistent pattern.
And from overlaying the data from the pieces of plastic from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the pieces of plastic from the defendant's taillight, what do you observe as far as from overlaying those two sort of data points?
So I determined that they had consistent microspec data.
Again, if you could just remind the jury as far as the microspec data, what type of data is that?
So the microspec, it analyzes samples that have color. So it provides information of a sample's dyes or pigments.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, Ms. Hanley. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
MM says, where's the 5K gift? What's today's excuse? The same as before. I haven't made them
Good
yet.
afternoon, Ms. Hanley.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you again.
Sorry, all the people I wanted to hire to do it didn't do it. Then I got arrested.
First things first, you were just talking about some plastic pieces in 7-18.8, correct?
It was 7-18.18.
0.18, I left the one out. 7-18.18. We're dealing with a lot of numbers. I'm going to see if we can cut through that here in a second.
Sure.
First of all, you indicated that you were doing a comparative analysis in different, sort of different categorical ways, using microscopy, using the microspec, using the FTIR. I think you also use the FTIR in that as well.
Yes.
Fly.
And you indicated that your analysis concluded with those pieces could have come from the same source, from the source that in 3-1, the taillight. But you're not conclusively saying they did.
Put me in a jacket.
It could have come from, they could have a common origin, or it could have come from another source with the same characteristics.
Right. So in other words, another way to say that, Ms. Hanley, is it may have come from the taillight, may not have.
It's a possibility.
Okay. I also want to
First
ask you
grade
real
admission.
quick about
Might not be from the taillight at all.
manufacturer. You were shown an exhibit. I think it's exhibit 200, and I think we have that available. With the court's permission, can we don't have to cut the lights. I think the lighting is just fine. This is exhibit, or a photograph of exhibit 200 that you saw just a second ago. Quick question about that. In your inspection of that taillight, it's true, is it not, that is manufactured entirely of plastic or plasticine pieces? There is no glass in that taillight, correct?
I have to check my notes. I don't think I noted any glass.
Okay. So in other words, you didn't note any glass inherent in the manufacture of that taillight. It's basically plastic.
Yeah, I think most of the parts were plastic. I'm not 100% sure if the entire thing was plastic. There may have been other material, but portions were plastic.
But you certainly didn't see any glass inherent in the manufacture process.
I'd have to double check my notes, but I don't think I did.
Okay.
Do you want her to check her notes?
Why don't you?
Why don't you go ahead and
In
check?
front of you?
Yes.
With the court's permission.
Sure.
Thanks, Bev. Emmanuel Quinones. Yeah, she is a honker of a nose. But she can't compete with me. She can't even walk in the same alleyway I can. Nose is out. Collision's imminent.
Okay, so I did not make any notation that I noted portions that were glass.
Great. Final point before we get into the actual analysis. On any of the glass, I want to shift gears to just the glass material that you
Now we've moved from
analyzed
glass to
and that you
plastic.
looked at and you inspected. You saw no blood, no skin.
I doubt the
no
plastic would be as
biological
sharp as glass
material,
shards.
No tissue, human tissue or otherwise, on any of those pieces that you inspected, did you?
Upon examination of those items, making observations of those types of material, that's not my area of expertise. I don't think I noted anything that was maybe consistent with that.
So in other words, even though you're not in the bio material expert section of the lab, you certainly would have noted if there was skin or biological material or obvious blood on glass pieces. You're looking at them in many cases through a stereo microscope, correct?
Yes, I would have made note of observations of anything that I would have noted on the surface.
Great, and you did not, because you didn't see anything that was suggestive of that, right?
I think I just made note. I have to check each item, but I think I did note that there was some dirt debris on some of the items.
But not biological material.
I did not note anything that would be maybe consistent with that.
Great, thank you. I want to talk about the comparisons that you did. And you'll forgive me, I'm a visual learner. So I'd like to talk about it in 4 categories.
Okay.
Linear categories. Category 1,
I like
item
this.
3-2. Category 2, item 3-3. Category 3, item 7-12. Category 4, item 7-14. 3, 2, 3, 3, 7, 12, 7, 14. Can we
Nice.
talk about it in those particulars?
Sure.
Okay.
Laying it out,
3-2
framing it.
was the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to use the word cup rather than glass for obvious reasons. You can get confused by that. So when I say the cup, do you know what I'm talking about?
Item 3-2.
Great. 3-3 are the 5 items that were found on the bumper, claimed to have been found on the bumper by MSP or crime. Okay?
Yes.
5 items, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Item 7-12 are 9 items, glass items, that were recovered at 34 Fairview by Trooper Buchanan in an evidence envelope, correct?
So sustained as to who they were recovered from.
Sure. Did you receive the items along with an evidence envelope?
I need to double check if it was an envelope, but I received it packaged.
Okay. And the packaging normally, under normal circumstances, the packaging comes with labels. It gives you reference about where things came from. For instance, when Mr. Lally asked you, were you aware or did you become aware that items were claimed to have been found on the bumper? You didn't actually find those items, but that was the description you were given, correct?
That was the description of the item in our limb system.
Okay. And going back to 7-12, that's our third category. Was that described as 9 pieces of glass that were found at 34 Fairview by a sergeant by the name of Buchanan? Or do you recall that?
I am not sure who recovered them.
Well, what it said on the evidence envelope, that's what I'm asking.
I would have to check my photos to see if it says that.
We'll get to that in just a second, but fair enough. 7-12, 9 items, A, B, C, D, E. And if my memory serves, I, K, and L.
And I'd have to refer to my notes to.
Can you please?
Yes.
We're going to hit a milestone soon. So far, we've
So
already
the
received
9 pieces of glass from 712.
901 super tips.
A, B, C, D, E,
Just getting started.
F, I, K, and L.
Great. And then finally, what was in 714, that's an easy one, 1 piece of glass.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
If I could, Ms. Hanley, I'm going to hand you photographs. That should be 2 photographs of the exact same thing. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I've never seen. I did not take this photo.
Understood.
So I'm not. I haven't seen them, so I don't know.
So I'm asking you to look. I know you haven't seen
Yeah.
that photo. Does it look like the cup?
It
How many mentioned micropene?
consistent with the cup.
I don't know. I got to try and find out. I think I have a way to search through them.
Take a look at the second photo. Do you recognize what's
Anyone know who Micropene Kurt is? A rumor has it that's uncivil law, but can't confirm. I don't think anyone can confirm.
So I did not take this photo. It appears to be a photo of a container that another analyst took a photo of item 7-12.
And item 7-12 once again included plastic pieces and 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
Do you see the evidence label on the very top of that evidence envelope?
I'm not sure which label you're talking
The
about.
one under the red tape.
Yes.
Does that appear to be a label marker that's done to maintain chain of custody?
So I think that label. Sorry.
Sure, can we bring these over to the side?
Sure.
Okay.
Sorry, I had to burp. Anyway, there's a weirdo in chat suggesting that if you are quote unquote dissatisfied with your super tip, that you are able to do a chargeback. That is not recommended. It doesn't really impact me one way or the other. You know, if you do a chargeback or not, you can do them all you want. And if I think it's appropriate, I'll fight them. And if not, I won't fight them. But encouraging people to do a super tip chargeback based on lack of satisfaction with this super tip that was requested is to encourage people to commit fraud. So I wouldn't do that at all. I would not follow that legal advice. You're not guaranteed satisfaction with any product that you purchase unless it says satisfaction guaranteed, and that's a guarantee that's provided by the manufacturer or provider of whatever. Super tips, I think by nature, specifically aim to not satisfy you. It's called a super tip because, you know, we will it to be so, not because it's actually satisfying. Ladies in the chat know exactly what I'm talking about. They've heard that story before. Oh yeah, girl, I'll give you all the beach house you can handle. It was a beach RV. But that being said, if you keep encouraging people to commit a crime on my channel, I will toss you out. Also, you're a giant fag, so I don't care about banning you. Goodbye, dork. Isn't it amazing? I can't believe you banned people. I can. Fuck you. I gave you guys years and years and years to say whatever you want. Turns out some of you are still fags. I tried to fix you and I couldn't do it. I'm sorry. Let's see. So the text vet, so this is about the last witness, says current witness still. Compatible to, I think they mean comparable to everyone in this case. She's a solid 9. Imagine her versus Jen and Bev. I don't do this comparative nonsense. You don't get to say, well, yeah, next to Sean, that's a 10. No, that's not how it works. You don't get to use someone else's hideousness to bolster someone else's mild attractiveness. I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun. Let's see. Derek Boodle says, thank you, Nick, for advertising my book, Defending the Innocent from Child Protection Services, available on Audible and not Kurt's micropenis. That puts us at 20 micropeens so far. We're off to a great start on that. Corn Pop, thank you for the super sticker. And Ben Togel says, giant fag. Wait, why is Sean here? Oh, gosh. Man, that's kind of mean. Shut up, Arcada. She can lick my taint like she's trying to win a Squid Game. Oh, my gosh. Nick's a really fun guy.
Sometimes we're at
I'm a lot
sidebar
of
in an
fun.
effort to try and speed things up. So even though we take your time that way, this should make
Shut up,
things
Bev.
move a little easier.
So you can cut that from that.
Thank you.
Don't act it out.
Previously,
Some people might not know.
What's been marked for identification as triple G. I was asking you about what has now been marked as triple H. If you'll just look at that, what I'm most interested in is, do you see a name, a trooper's name?
No, Dalton, people are welcome to come in here and talk crap.
Yes, I do.
Is that Buchanan?
It looks like it says that, yeah.
Okay. And just so we're clear, that bag is associated
Just
with
be funnier.
7-12 of your analysis. The item 7-12, correct?
Yes, again, I didn't take this photo, but I have, yeah.
I realize that. It says 7-12
Yeah.
right on the photo. doesn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, that's all I need. Take a look at what's been marked as triple I for identification. Do you see a name associated with that evidence bag?
Yes.
What name is that?
It's actually a little hard to read. It looks like it could say Trooper Proctor.
Okay, and that is associated with 7-14, our fourth category, correct?
It is labeled as, excuse me, 7-14.
Thank you. Finally,
Yeah, I agree. After the neurosurgeon, no other witnesses could be impressive.
identification, at least as triple J, does that appear to be the contents of that bag, which is a single piece of glass in 7-14?
This appears to be the photo that the analyst prior to me took of item 7-14.
And that would be analyst Valier.
Correct.
You see her initials there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the four categories, just so we're clear and we can stop using so many numbers because they can get confusing. 3-2 is the cup, right?
Yes.
3-3 is the bumper glass, correct?
That is correct.
7-12 is the Butnick glass, correct? You just looked at it.
Yes.
Okay. 7-14 is the Proctor glass, the single piece, correct?
Correct.
So when I make reference to those items by those names, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yes.
Hesitant.
No, I just, I'm just used to referring to them to the item numbers, but I will try to stay with you.
My brain will melt if we continue that way.
Can she do it both, Mr. Jackson?
Sure. Any way that you wish. I have another document that I would like to approach with, if I could, with the court's permission.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd like you to take a look at that. You've got a copy of this. Have you ever seen that before, or a variation of it?
Yes.
Okay. Saw it last year, correct? Or something close to it last year?
Yeah, it looks consistent.
Okay.
Okay. If there are any others, Mr. Jackson, why don't we bring all the.
This is it.
Approaching in this, what are we doing? Why? What's your problem, Brennan? What a loser. Brennan is the micropene.
The record will show that the Google search was actually "Hose long is micropene."
See, it's the creativity that I love. That hose long as micropeens. Oh my gosh. Hoo-wee. So how are you guys liking the old trial today? It's weird. There's been surprisingly little trial today when you really think about it. Had long break in the beginning, significant lunch break now. Had the morning break, even though Bev said they wouldn't because they're moving just too damn fast on the one witness. The one witness they moved too fast on. She's like, oh my God, this trial's moving at breakneck pace. I don't know what to do. Shut up. You dumb bitch. It is not moving at breakneck pace. This trial is languidly dragging like a dog with one leg left after it got run over by a car and then a Zamboni. Roof. Surprised she didn't call a half day for all the hard work they did. Dan says, honestly, have you missed this? I mean, trials are really hit or miss because they're like a fucking sine wave of active versus inactive, and so you go through a lot of consistent periods of really boring stuff in most trials, and so that part's hard, but the hits are fun, and just being with you guys is awesome. Plus, what would I do without being able to stream with terrific people like Danny on direct?
Hi. It's
Hey,
been
how
so
you doing?
long. I'm so glad you're doing better. I see the micro ping
Thanks.
counter is going up. That's awesome.
We're a micropene awareness channel now.
I feel like you're
This is
just
a
on the up
critical
and up in every way, Nick.
look, but micropenes aren't going up and up, Danny, and that's what we're concerned with here at Regatta Law. We need to make sure there's an opportunity for every peen to rise, micro or otherwise.
Every time I'm on your channel, I just get myself in trouble. I sometimes wonder why I even come on the channel.
You almost got it. You almost got it. We'll get you by the end of the show. It's too early. You can't absolutely wreck yourself like that.
Oh, how's court today?
It's been really weird because Bev took like an hour at the beginning of court to question, or longer, to question each juror
So I
individually.
think I
There must
gave
have been
somebody the copy.
some
that I was
allegation of
using. I need a copy.
improper social media use or something like that, I'm guessing. So she basically voir dire to each juror,
let's mark this
and that
as your
was,
identification.
just a ceiling fan. And then the next witness was awesome. He was a vampire who eats brains and had the
Is
coolest.
he the white haired guy I saw, Dr. Wolf?
Yeah, that guy. I mean, I'd have his
Dr.
babies.
Wolfenstein? That's what I named him.
KKK for ID. No, very dangerous. Not good. You do not want evidence number
If I
KKK.
could ask you very briefly.
Oh, yeah.
I want to go through this chalk with you for a moment. Do you recognize something on the left? Look at the first category. Do you see 3-2?
They didn't even really
Yes.
cross him. He was such a
It's
solid
described as a cup.
expert witness.
And you see that there's a photographic representation of the cup just above it, correct?
It looks consistent with.
Okay. Moving to the second category. What category is that?
It's item 3-3.
And 3-3, first of all, there's a photograph above it. Do you see that?
Yes.
It appears to be of a bumper, correct?
Yes.
You didn't take that picture.
I did not.
Okay, let's look down beneath it. You indicated that there were 5 items in 3-3, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Do you see A, B, C, D, and E represented in that category on this chalk?
I do see A, B, C, D, E categorized. Yes.
Great. Under A, you previously testified that the bumper glass sub A in 3-3 did not match the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Did not match anything in 7-12?
Look at the chat all
Sorry, just
liking
give
you
me
and
one
stuff.
moment.
They're so nice. I mean,
I
you
know.
guys, I am pregnant. I'm not fat. I promise.
That's correct.
I'm not just fat. I am also with child.
That's correct.
And you see those represented by sort of a
It's someone else's fault. This little thing running around in there.
circle with a line.
My old
Yes.
boss, the minute he saw me, he
Under
was like,
subcategory
"You got
B,
fat." I was like, "Well,
glass
fuck you
with
too."
item
That guy sounds cool.
He is cool. I actually really love him, so it was fine. But
That's correct.
Is that accurate?
I feel like I'd get along with him.
Yes.
you
Finally,
would. He's pretty. He has a few like you know capitalist pig T-shirts that he made for himself, and we like him.
That glass recovered by Proctor does match, or did match in your analysis, or was consistent with the item, correct?
It was consistent microscopically and instrumentally.
Does that
with
accurately reflect that finding on this chalk?
Yes.
Okay, now
Maybe,
turning to
she says.
Category 3.
Mm.
There were 9 pieces of glass that you looked at, correct?
screen ambient here keeps just, I lose, I can't focus on, I do not care about her
If I
testimony
could
at all.
just reference my
Well,
report
I
to
mean,
make sure.
look at her glasses. She's overcompensating for her lack of intelligence.
Damn.
That's what it is. I'm sorry. If you can't tell the difference between glass and plastic, freaking African Grays can do
Yes, those are
that.
the correct
Come on.
colors.
Yeah, it's really simple. You just pick it up and eat it.
Just pick it up and touch it. Is this plastic? What matter?
Again, I would just need to confirm with my report.
Someone gave you a rake and pointed you towards a protest. Like, damn. Just ah! This dumb bitch on the stand. Got her stupid glasses on like a moron.
Next thing we know, she stands up. Free Palestine runs off.
A, B, C, D, F, and K.
All match at the time.
Had a physical match to 3-2, the cup.
Is that accurately represented on this chart? With green.
Yes.
And
Did you watch Shannon Burgess get just
in India and
just picked apart by Alessi?
Well, it's like I said on my
That's correct.
channel.
Okay, is that accurately represented on the
I
chart?
was expecting a cross, not a crucifixion.
Yes.
And finally, the last category, 7-14, that is a single piece.
I wasn't ready for that.
Glass that was recovered by.
Alessi's like, I thought you said bring the cross.
Did not match the cup, and it did not match any.
You said to do
that. 12. Correct.
God, I love Alessi. He makes my entire channel moist. It's great.
Disgusting.
Making everybody thirsty on my channel. Someone's got to.
Yes,
Lord knows
that's
it ain't me right now.
Someone's got to get those motors going.
Mm.
Amendment that the court indicated at sidebar of triple K.
Okay, I'm going to allow it in. 205.
205?
Sandy Brown. Yes, Jesus. That was a Jesus reference.
You know what they say with Jesus' opinion on crosses? He was up there.
Hey, come on over for a second.
That's horrible.
Those rejections.
Shame on you. Jesus.
All right, then.
He doesn't mind. He told me.
So do we know? Do we know why the jurors got in trouble today? Was it they were laughing too hard at the red Solo cups today, or?
No, I don't know what it was. I think I saw a rumor about it on Twitter, but I don't remember what it actually said.
You had kids. Did you ever have the automatic rocking bassinet?
Yes. Yeah, we
Were
had
they
one.
helpful?
We had a couple. Yeah, I think they're nice.
Okay, because I just picked one up for 200, so I'm really excited.
Jim tells
Well, I have to
you
pick it up.
you guys are missing the good stuff. She is saying that none of the glass recovered on the bumper matched the cup or the taillight, and the thing about Buchanan signing, he denied it being him. Yeah, sorry. I thought I talked about it, that she said that it was like the first admission that they got out of her was that the glass could have come from anywhere.
You talked about it. You talked about it. I wish that he
Thank
would have
you.
asked her the follow-up, which is what you asked, which is, so this could be from anywhere.
Yeah, just to hammer it home for the jury. But I mean, he's got
Right.
it. He can come out and say that the state's own expert testified that she can't identify where this glass came from. It could have come from, any taillight on Earth or any other similarly situated plastic object. Why? Wrong one. Oh my God.
It's fine by me as long as it's not me.
I'm out of practice.
Out of practice, still a boomer. We love you for it. Don't worry.
Ms. Hanley, you see the chalk that's been, or actually what's been marked as Exhibit 205.
See the chocolate.
In evidence on the screen?
Yes.
Is that consistent with what you and I were just talking about at the witness stand?
Yes.
If you'll direct your attention to the screen on the right, just because it's a little easier and I think the laser pointer shows up a little better. You see the 4 categories represented in this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. So 3-2, I'm going to go over it very quickly one more time, just visually. 3-2 on the left is the cup, correct?
Yes.
3-3 represents the 5 pieces of glass of what we call the bumper glass, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Yes.
7-12 is the 9 pieces of glass recovered by Trooper Buchanan at 34 Fairview, correct?
Oh my
Yes.
God.
And
I wasn't
finally,
prepared for that
7-14
thumbnail.
is the single piece of glass recovered by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Taking these one by one, just so everybody see. Taking these one by one, looking at starting with the bumper glass, category 2. Piece A did not match the cup, anything in 712 or anything in...
Nick, I would like a refund or
That's
to
correct.
issue a chargeback on behalf of everyone
Did not
for
match the
what
cup,
photo I
did
just
not
had to
match
see in your
anything
thumbnail
712, did not match
or your
anything
avatar.
in 714.
Oh,
That's correct.
And
I
don't know
doubt
what
it.
that is,
moving over to category 3, there
I'll
were
explain
but
it
I'm
in a minute.
offended.
in these 9
So,
items, 6 of them.
This is what Jim tells you was talking about.
F and K, correct?
He's here talking about the
Yes.
But
glass
what
just
those
doesn't
matched,
match.
Ms. Hanley,
Right.
with a cup, nothing on the bumper, correct?
Correct.
And what didn't match the cup were E, I, and L. Is that right?
Well, and even if there
That's
were
correct.
glass, it's an LED bulb that's already red. Like I asked my husband, we went and looked at, because we have Lexuses, so we went and checked our Lexuses. It's red
Lexi,
bulbs.
please.
Mhm.
In this series of categories. Isn't that right?
Not a physical match, but instrumentally there was consistency.
All right. And this is an item, the only piece of bumper glass, the only piece of bumper glass to match anything else in your analysis. Matched what? It was consistent with what?
Item 3-3, piece E was consistent in physical and instrumental properties with the sample that I took from item 7-14.
Which is a single piece of glass recovered by Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
But not a single piece of glass, nothing that you analyzed coming from that bumper matched the cup. Did it? Nothing.
Physical match comparison, there was no physical match comparison to the cup.
Are
we done with this, Mr. Jackson?
We can take this down, Your Honor.
So Preston Park is back still watching the lunch break stuff with Ronnie O'Neill. Says, I'm behind, but can you ask leading questions of kids more freely than grown-ups? I don't know how it works in Florida, but form objections might just get overruled anyway. Ronnie just didn't know what he was doing generally, but that's an interesting question because, yeah, kind of.
Your Honor, that's all I have. Thank you.
You know, the court's job is to extract information and get a set of facts in front of it. And sometimes leading questions can facilitate that happening. If the leading questions aren't overly prejudicial to the defendant or the other party, then yeah, to help a kid get through testimony, especially really difficult testimony like "Dad, you stabbed me," leading questions are probably a little bit
You
more
asked some questions
flexible.
on
So good question.
cross-examination about biological pieces or tissue or things being on the glass, and you referenced that that was done in another unit, correct?
How does he look more red than Shannon?
I don't know.
Yes,
He wants to be done in another unit.
if that type of examination was needed, that would be done in a different unit.
He's lost weight though.
I'm going to allow that, but next question.
Which unit would that be conducted in?
Objection.
So the objection sustained. You need more, Mr. Lally, before you move on.
Now, as far as
He lost weight and looks a lot better in the first trial. Yeah, I didn't watch the first trial, so this guy, he stopped his sandwich fund dried
shock
up.
that you were just presented, as far as the 4 photographs that
cat
were
stopped
depicted in
paying.
there, have you ever seen any of those 4 photographs before?
No.
Do you know specifically who or where any of the items 3-2, 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, or 7-4 were physically recovered from?
I just have the description that's put in the LIMS system when it's submitted to the lab.
And do you know that 3-2, the drinking glass, was recovered by the Canton Police Department on January 29th, 2022?
Objection.
Do you know that item 3-3, the bumper glass, was recovered by Ms. Noreen Hartnett from your lab on February 1st?
Yeah, just object.
Sustained.
Do you know that each of the four items were recovered by different people?
I do this
different
on
dates, and
every
different
witness.
locations?
Yeah.
If
Testimony
you have
through.
to do this, if you
Yeah.
have to do this as a prosecutor, you don't have a case.
Exactly. I mean, they're testifying through questions they know she can't answer to just put information before the jury that doesn't belong before the jury. She has no personal knowledge of it. This is the lawyer testifying, and that's it. Very, very improper. The problem is that Bev has allowed this the entire trial, and there's no indication that she would suddenly stop. Speaking of tips, have you seen Super Tips? Have you seen this?
Let the record show I am the father of Danny's baby.
I am also Danny Baby Daddy.
I too am the father of Danny's baby.
Bitches, pay up then. It's my money. I don't see you in my chats.
That child support check or the invoices are coming.
I'll send you the affidavit to fill out, bitches. Pay.
Claim this DNA. And then set up direct deposit. Loser.
I have seen this.
Nice, cute, and wholesome on here to counteract you and your degenerate nose. It can't counteract Kurt's micropene.
True. True. That stink stays around forever. Can't clean it. Can't clean that from your channel.
Sorry.
Ms. Stanley, from your
22 on the micropene counter today.
conclusions that you testified about before, you found that the item 3-2, the drinking glass, was consistent with 6 different pieces from item 7-12 that were found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That's correct.
And you also found that piece E from item 3-3, the bumper glass, was consistent with the single piece from item 7-14 that was found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also found that items from 7-18.18, the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, were consistent with the item 3-1, the taillight housing, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Now, as far as the chalk that you were presented with on cross-examination,
My man is just
is there
leading with a
anything in there
lead.
about item 7-18.18 or item 3-1, either the taillight housing or the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
No, there was not.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Very briefly. So in sum,
Get her, Alan.
not a single piece of glass on that bumper could be connected to that cup, correct?
There was no physical match to the pieces that I compared for physical match from the bumper. There was no physical match to the glass cup 3-2.
Thank you. So another way of saying that is not a single piece of glass that you analyzed on that bumper matched that cup, correct?
Sustained.
But the one piece of glass that did match something came from the same source. It was consistent with coming from the same source.
Oh, I forgot to send a super pin the super tips chat.
Recovered when in possession of or bagged by Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
It was consistent with item 7-14.
That's all.
All right, Ms. Hanley, you are all set.
So-
We're going to see counsel for a minute.
Where
Feel free to
did
stand
this
up
glass
and
come
stretch.
from?
Could be from anywhere. I mean,
Where
this,
is this from?
didn't this truck didn't this thing travel like 60 miles from the
It did.
crash site? It was towed. It's left in this Sally port. I mean, not that glass is flying around all over the place. Obviously, that'd be a disaster for humanity. But there's plenty of opportunity for in these places and for glass to get on a bumper. I mean, especially in the Sally port where we find out that like evidence is just casually left sitting around open to everyone who can walk through it. Yep. Which is just insane.
And the blood is perched right next to the vehicle. And I mean, it's just the whole thing is insane. I remember when I watched the first trial, it was actually Jeff who was trying to get me to watch, right? Legal Vices. He was like, you have to see this trial. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I was like, yeah, I'm not really into it. Like, it's a car crash. She killed her boyfriend. So what? Right?
Right.
Oh, was I wrong? They pull out the leaf blower and I could not stop laughing. I have not pissed my pants laughing since I was like 8 and it happened. I was embarrassed by myself. It was so hilarious. I was like, this is not real. Is this freaking real life? Like the leaf, and he's proud of it in the second trial. Like the first trial, there was a little bit of embarrassment. Like they just kind of breezed over the leaf blower. Here, they're like, yes, it was a novel approach. We've never seen anyone collect evidence this way. And I'm like, stop, shut up. If I were the prosecutor, that would not be the road I would want to take this case down. But, you know, this guy's something else, Mr. Squeaky Voice.
Yeah, the leaf blower. It's like, well, there's a bunch of snow falling, so I figured, what I would do is I'd go out and use my leaf blower to kind of clear that
And
out.
the red Solo cups.
We've all tried the leaf blower thing. It doesn't work. I'm sorry. Like, because what's better than shoveling is anything. So you get out the leaf blower and you're like, maybe this will work. And you can't. You're trying to blow out a slushy.
You don't like it when we're at sidebar. We don't like it when we're at sidebar. But I can tell you that after speaking to the lawyers now, we're ahead of schedule. And they've worked very hard to get us to this point where we're ahead of schedule so that tomorrow, instead of being a half a day, you have tomorrow off. So you have tomorrow and Friday.
No court tomorrow.
Long weekend.
Damn it, Bev.
Very, very important. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't say.
And they have Friday off?
This case. Don't let anybody say anything to you about
Whoa,
this case.
2 days off?
Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear,
What am I going to do?
anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. I believe next week, except for Thursday, are full days every day. Watch your social media use this weekend as well.
Monday's a
Great
holiday.
weekend. See you here Tuesday morning, ready to go.
Tuesday morning. Oh my God. No.
Yes. Yes. Because I'm doing trial recaps and I'm behind by like a day and a half now. So this is great.
Well, now I have to figure out what to do.
Well, you can come on my channel. You know what we're doing for my birthday stream? We're catching pedos. I am so excited. So do you know who
giant jar
Alex
like
Rosen is?
Yeah. I talked to him a couple of years back. I mean, he's bigger now, both physically and in presence. He's a big boy, big lad.
He is so good at sitting next to these creeps. Like I couldn't do what he does. It's really impressive. And getting them to confess to the stuff. Oh.
So no one needs to see me about anything. We get cleared up.
What's been marked as actions that entered into evidence 205. We're in the process of printing a new one. The one that actually went into evidence is not the one that we showed.
Okay.
We'll get that printed to you. I think before we leave, I think he's printing it now.
Right. I'd like it before we leave. So before you leave. So, all right. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Lord. All right.
So we're not actually going to have him on. I just reached out to him and asked if I had his permission to watch all of his videos, like basically for hours. And he was like, yeah. So I'm super stoked. Like some of these cases, and it doesn't surprise me, last I heard, he had a felony charge in Branson, Missouri for harassment. Basically because apparently he had gone after this guy, caught him. Guy confesses to everything, including doing stuff to his little sister. And yeah, on video and in chat. And the cops do nothing.
Gross.
They don't charge him. They don't arrest him. Nada. So after he catches him, okay, and he posts the video, same peed goes after the same account and says, I know you may have heard stuff on this video. It's not true. And
Unreal.
like continues to pursue this account. And so he comes back to Branson and confronts him again. And that's where he hits this charge, basically because he told the cops, I'm disappointed you guys didn't do anything the first time.
Right.
But that's
Yeah, I guess
Branson, Missouri for you.
I guess it wasn't good enough, cops. So we'll try again, bring you more of a case. And that's the, I don't want to call it the problem with the predator hunting channels, because it's not a problem. It's a dilemma for the system, is that these guys, they gather this information, they do a lot of work, and then they go after them. But for some reason that ends up in some cases tainting, tainting the case for the DAs, and they don't want to prosecute. And it's like, why? It's not like they illegally obtained. Well, even if they did illegally obtain the information, then you got two charges. Like, just charge them for illegally obtaining the information. But you also, like, they're not the government doing this stuff, so you now have a sufficient cause to at least investigate, right? Like, these predators.
I mean, I talked about this when I ran too. It's like, if you don't enforce the law, people will resort to self-help, period.
Yeah.
If you don't go out there and enforce the law, people will resort to self-help. There was that serial pede out in Florida. Did you hear about this? Where his head ended up on the doorstep of the judge because the judge basically didn't put him in jail, did nothing. So, I mean, that's what ends up happening is the community has to resort to self-help, and it's not the system. It's not the ideal system, but at least something's being done. I mean, that's the thing,
Yeah.
Nick. Think about it. It's like, at least they're
You don't
being
want
named
kid
and
touchers
shamed.
in your community. Like, people don't want that. They don't want their even the thought that their children are in danger of some friggin' creep running around molesting them and literally putting lifelong wounds on them. So if the police don't do something about it, there's always a shovel. Like,
Yeah, pitchforks are real. And I mean, our country forgets we came from a heritage of tars and feathers. So, I mean, I'm not saying tars and feathers, 2026. I'm just saying that we could do better. That's all. The system could do better.
We came from a country where there was no justice, because all justice was controlled by the crown at every step of the way, and it was just the enforcement of the crown's will. It wasn't reflective of an actual crime and punishment system. And when they came here, the policing wasn't really a thing. I mean, the police were it was community policed. Most of these communities, they didn't have a civil government structure that would even support, a publicly funded police system. These are frontier colonies at first. And then, of course, as the cities grow and we reach towards independence, sure, you're going to have some metropolitan style areas that may have a basic police force, but there's no way to respond in the present to what's going on. They're just not fast enough communication. So you're really talking about an investigative force that delivers writs of the court and enforces its will, right? And so we don't have a modern policing that we think of today. So all of that was done by community. Like, you defended your neighbor's property if they were going to be away. If their children were going to be left unattended, they would send them to someone else in the area, and they're the person who would police and watch over them and stuff like that. That was kind of the tradition our country was founded on. Now we have a completely different system that is devoid of any personal involvement in the protection of your own property or life or safety. And that's crazy to me, because we're like, well, no, guns are scary. People shouldn't be doing this. Just call the police to come protect you. They won't. They're not equipped to do it. Even now, they're not equipped to get there fast enough to protect you from a real danger.
Right. Damn. No, it's sad. It's just sad. So I mean, I support good work when done correctly. And I think that he does pretty damn good work.
He's a good
yet
egg.
to come across a video where I'm like, ooh, bro, you're really pushing it. Nope. I haven't seen it. He doesn't make a scene. He doesn't harass. He doesn't, become violent. He doesn't encourage violence. He doesn't, get them to a point where they want to overact that way. So I think it's just really well done, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I love that. That is my favorite thing, is seeing bad guys go to jail. So
yeah, it's hey, wait a minute. Just kidding.
Well,
Just
are
kidding.
you admitting to being a bad guy here?
No, I thought you
a
bunch of people
like
call
one
me
charge.
that. And
I thought you were
Yeah,
a
no,
fun guy. That's what I've heard.
I'm a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Tons of fun. Higgins is the funniest person I've ever seen. You've been through those texts, right? Like you saw all that. Oh
fun
my
guy.
gosh.
So what do you want?
I'm a ton of fun. I give you all the beach house you can handle. I don't even know what that means. Still, it's like I've said a lot of dumb stuff in my life. That one still eludes me. I'm not sure.
Nick,
What?
you know who he reminds us of?
Oh God.
Who would send text to a chick like that if they were slightly more competent at flirting?
His name rhymes with micropene.
I didn't say anything. I'm just saying.
Oh, God.
I said nothing.
I really, oh man, I wish I could read an autistic flirty text chain. It would be so funny.
God, it's so bad. Like, I don't mind flirting. You want to flirt, with somebody, it's fine. But like, this.
It'd be a lot of fun when you do it.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Hold on. What do we got here?
Yo, Nick, you have a side profile of an angelfish. And yo, Honor, Kurtz is a beta bitch. Doctors gave him a diabetes screen, found gravy in his veins, as well as his micropene. And with those bitch tits and greasy forehead rolls, looks like he can bake cornbread under those folds, flexing his micropene energy with his pizza casserole recipe.
Sometimes it like hits the poetry flow so perfect with Ronnie. I don't know. He's been the best voice out of all of them. I got a bunch more coming. Like we've got a Trump voice coming. I got permission to do a Jeff voice, so we're gonna get a Jeff voice up there. I wanted to do one for a while, but I wanted to get, I wanted to tell Connor like, hey, this is not disrespectful in any way, and if if you're comfortable with it, I'd like to do this, but if not, I don't want to do that. He's like, do it. It'd be hilarious. I was like,
Jeff
okay.
would be honored.
Yeah, I think so. Because he has a sense of humor.
Yeah.
And it was always good and robust, and he could be self-critical in the most humble and hilarious ways. So of course
he could be extremely critical in the most hilarious of everybody in the most hilarious ways.
Exactly. When you're dumb, Jeff would tell you you're dumb. That's what we need more of.
Turtle Boy posted that 2 jurors were becoming friendly, laughing and joking during sidebars, and the eye separated their seats today.
Oh, like in school, you two kids can't sit next to each other. Split up.
Okay, but how could you not? I feel like every time I sit down for this case, I need popcorn, and like, I'm just glad I haven't had to have a C-section. God forbid I ever do, because I'd be breaking stitches left and right having to watch this trial. I'd be in trouble, big trouble.
This trial, it has these like long periods where things are really boring because you got a forensic analyst up there. And it's like, well, please explain to me the process of how you do a blood serum alcohol content measurement. And then you might as well just start chewing on grape nuts and broken glass shards because it's gonna be painful to listen to. But then you just get to moments that are perfect. They usually involve Alessi yelling at someone who he thinks can't hear him, and it's great. That guy is so good.
He's so polite. He is so polite. He could screw you over in any which way and say, "Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor." And there's something so enjoyable about his presence, his delivery. Oh, he did appeals, right? Or he worked for.
Yeah, he's an ongoing an appellate specialist.
Oh, is it not piss you off when Bev's like, you don't have to apologize. You don't have to do that. When are you going to be done? I just want to go slap her in the face. I'm like, do you know that like an appellate panel would be so honored and like enjoy this rhetoric, this form of rhetoric, this level of respect. Oh, I just hate her so much.
He's he's pursuing his master's degree in writing versus being in a high school composition course, right? Like that's his appellate work versus what Bev is used to. Because she's gonna be dealing with a bunch of shitty lawyers all the time as a trial court judge, and so you'd think she would appreciate it, but I think at the same time, I think she knows what he's doing. And tell me your opinion on this. I think the big benefit that Karen Reed has is that at least Jackson and Alessi are so competent in a courtroom setting that they're handling Bev. Like, I mean, they're handling her in these interactions. The way Alessi talks to her, just his politeness and his professionalism before the court is great. But it's the little things. His arguments are crisp, precise, they're well delivered, they're thoughtful. And he tells Bev what his arguments are going to be, why he needs to give them, why she needs to listen, in addition to making the argument. He handles her, and they do so knowing that she is a hostile judge. I mean, she's openly biased against them, and yet they are there. They're acting perfectly in front of the court. There's no mistakes. There's no, oh, he disrespected her in any way. But Alessi's like, no, you need to hear this argument. I need to be heard on this because here's why we think this issue, why you're not seeing it appropriately. And he flat out tells his judge, you're not listening to the analysis. You're not right on the argument that's being made. And so I'm going to correct you on it because I'm a really good lawyer who's really done the work. And then he does it again, politely and professionally, but he's handling her. And so is Jackson. They know that they're in a hostile territory, and yet they pull her around just as much as she tries to push them.
Yeah. And what's great is they get it on the record too. So that by the time the appellate court takes a look at this, they can see what was, because they don't really listen to the audio, is my understanding. They don't listen to the audio or see the video. So all they have is the transcripts to go off of. And so being able to look at the transcripts and seeing, oh yeah, it's pretty obvious to everybody she was cutting them off. She was trying to speed them up. She wasn't listening to what they had to say. She wasn't, wanting to hear the argument. And they point it out. They say, especially Alessi, where he says, Your Honor, I do need a minute, actually.
Yeah.
Actually, I do have the right to defend my client. I need a minute. I'm going to finish what I have to say first.
When he did that very specifically today. He said, Your Honor, I need to be heard at sidebar. And she said, no, I'm sustaining the objection so you don't. And then I think it was like one or two questions later, he objected again. He said, Your Honor, I need to be heard at sidebar on this. And then she did. She pulled him up.
Well, he has the right to be heard at sidebar on the first objection. That's what pisses me off. You can't just say, nope, I'm not going to change. No, you have to listen to the actual objection, or at least the defense, against the objection. You can't just say, nope, we're out. And oh my God, I am so sick of her not requiring any sort of legal basis for these objections.
Oh yeah. Like give me, you could say no speaking objections, but give me the one word grounds for your objection. That
just one.
She's such a coward. She doesn't want to go on the record with abusive discretion on, on the basis for the objection. She wants to just freely rule, and then, she could just sustain or overrule them on a whim, on her whimsy, without having to justify it because there's no question to justify against. And she can make up a basis if she needs to. But imagine if they lose and they have to appeal this case and the rulings, and they want to say, she improperly sustained objections the entire time to the point where it became prejudicial for the client. It was abusive discretion, went, clearly beyond the scope of her evidentiary discretion. So they go to make it. How can you possibly do that when you don't know you can only infer what the objection was for. And like some of them you can, it's like, okay, well, it's just leading questions. And you'll sometimes hear sustained as to form come out of her mouth, but that's about it. Most everything else you'll just sustained or overruled, and there's no basis given. So how are you supposed to object even though you've got your objection on the record? And or how are you supposed to make an appeal based on that? It's crazy.
She
That
acts like
takes
a
her into court.
commissioner who's playing judge for the first time. That's how she's acting.
Yeah.
She's acting like someone who has worked in a particular area of law, knows all of the practitioners, has seen a lot of the same plaintiffs before, a lot of the same defendants, and you name it, whether that, with the exception of bankruptcy law, I don't think she's smart enough to do that. But I do think that she's capable of doing like family law commission work, basic commissioner type stuff. And then she got graduated into judgeship, and now she's handling a case that's completely outside of the realm or scope of what she's capable of handling.
Somehow she's on the major crimes bench. It's like she shouldn't be. Like, these are two important cases. Put her on small claims,
She'd be great on small claims. She'd be great. You know what? She would be a great mediator, because with mediators, when you go to pick a mediator, you want a mediator who's going to side with you. And she's pretty, you can kind of get a flavor for what side she's going to pick really early on. So when you go to hire her as a mediator, you know what you're getting. You just need to convince the other side to agree.
Right. We found a mediator that seems super fair.
She's super unbiased.
Jonathan Devereaux says Bev has a 40% overturn rate on appeal since 2017. We're getting into patent court appeal levels at that point. Like, that's insane.
That's up there with, I was going to say, immigration court appeals. Like, that's really bad. That's really bad.
Yeah. I mean, when you for those in the chat who don't know, there are certain specific courts that have been designated by Congress to take on specialist tasks. You have your patent and trademark court, which the reason you have a patent and trademark court that specializes is because the judges themselves should have at least a bachelor's degree, if not an advanced degree, in a physical science, so that they're able to understand, scholarly level writing effectively on these topics that you're talking about. Patents involve the invention of things. Things involve the use of materials and the use of applied sciences to make them work. And so a judge needs to be able to understand the arguments in front of them. And so Congress created a specialized court with special rules for everybody involved, from the lawyers to the judges. And what they find is that, the appeal rates, how do I word this? I think it's not a lower court. It's a patent appeals court, right? I think that's what it is. Anyway, the patent appeals overturn rate is massive, because the district court judges aren't equipped to deal with this stuff, because they don't have those special qualifications. And then you have the immigration court. So yes, sorry, I believe the patent and trademark stuff is at the appellate level. But the district court level, you have the immigration cases, which need to be done in a very particular way, involve a very specific area of law, and the specialization of the judges as well as the attorneys really helps out.
Well, in an immigration court, you're just going through the motions a lot of the time. So,
yeah.
It used to be that way because Chevron deference was still in play. And so the district courts would still side with the agency decision, even though you had gone through the administrative law process. So, the administrative law process, for anyone who's curious, basically you have to speak to the manager. So you have to demand to speak to the manager, which is either a manager or someone of equal, standing to who made their initial decision in your case. So let's say that it's TSA. Let's say that TSA unlawfully felt you up, which they do to me every time, and fuck the TSA. And it is the most unconstitutional agency ever to exist.
Oh.
And it's right up there with FISA. And how the fuck we have allowed this to happen just shows you what kind of sheep we are. Anyway, so let's say that the TSA dumps your grandma's ashes all over the ground, okay? And you demand some kind of compensation. You say this was illegal. This search was illegal in the first place. You don't get an apology. You don't get a compensation note. You don't get anything. And as a matter of fact, they detain you because they say you're now out of order. You're causing a public disturbance. You have to demand to speak with someone of equal status or their manager. So you call down the manager, you speak with them, they make an second determination, and then you have to go to a administrative law judge to fight with the TSA. And then if
Yep.
you still lose, you have to pay more money to go to a district court judge, federal district court. So then you end up in federal district court, and they used to assume, so the scales were already sort of tilted because the presumption was that the agency got it right and that you're just a no gooder, no good doer, horrible little pignon. Go back and go away, right? You're just some crazy Karen. So then you have to appeal to the federal court of appeals, and that's when shit gets serious, and that's usually where the district court judge is overturned. So when I talk about, the overturn rates in immigration law, that's what I'm talking about. Is most immigrants have gone through that process, especially if you're a legal immigrant and you're seeking further legal status or you're seeking citizenship. It's a fucking pain in the ass because you have to go through all of those steps plus federal district court, and then you have to go to federal appeals court. And it's just crazy.
Almost so many of those hearings are literally like you show up and it's like, okay, continuance for 6 months. It's like, come back at the immigration courts. It's crazy.
In the meantime, the immigrant can't do shit. So it's not good for them unless they're eligible for deportation and they're like genuinely ready to be deported and there's a deportation order, then a stay is good for them. But most immigrants who are here legally, who are just seeking, an adjustment in status, they're generally legal like people, and they want to do shit, and they're now prohibited because they're not a citizen. So it's just
and they're the people who did it the right way, and
they get fucked by the system the most.
Yeah, of course. That's how administrative systems end up working. Is that you if you just say no to the rules, the punishments are often worth the risk. Like especially in our country where the worst punishment that you're going to get for for committing the felony of illegal immigration, the worst punishment you're going to be getting is a plane ticket home. Like that's crazy to think about. Like that's your punishment and that's your risk. So if your risk of your investment level is, well, I might get sent back, but it's just a little bit of a time investment, at that point. But I wanted to say that the TSA thing, when I travel with Lady Rackets, it's so funny because she'll wear like athletic pants or whatever, and so there's clearly no pockets, there's nothing, and they just, they're skin tight or whatever, and she'll go through this stupid device, and it'll detect something right on her pelvis area every single time. And so, she has to go get the back of the hands treatment to just make sure that there's nothing there from some butch chick, named, I don't know, Elizabeth.
Bertha.
I don't know what their names are.
Bertha is still that name.
But it's every time. And all I'm doing is I'm sitting there. I'm like, what do I have to put in my pants? Like to get felt up? Like, this is crazy.
All you have to do is opt out of the L3 x-ray machine, which is what I do every time because I fly too often. I'm like, I'm not going to go through this freaking x-ray machine. And no, I'm not paying for ClearPass. You want me? That's a literal highway robbery. You're sitting there saying, pay the toll and you don't have to go through the x-ray machine and be treated like garbage. Or you don't go through the x-ray machine and get treated like garbage. Like those are your two options. It's literal bribery. Sees this is beyond me. It's like, wait, I need to bribe the state in order to not be sexually assaulted by the state. Thanks.
So Minneapolis airport just really pissed me off because ever since I became famous, I fly first class because it's all business expense anyway. And it's great. Most of the time it's actually pretty reasonably priced for what you get. And what the main thing you get for me is you get your own lines for everything. But so they have the Sky Priority line for Delta flights, which is Delta is the dominant airline in Minneapolis. But all those flights are in the north end of the. Well, no, all the Delta flights I would typically take. The places I go are on the north end of the airport. They just took the priority line away from the north end and moved it to the south end of the airport only. So Sky Priority is only on the south end of the airport. And I'm like, I don't want to go to the south end of the airport because then I have to walk across the whole damn thing, then get in and walk all the way back. And
So they
I'm
punished
so
you for
freaking
being
pissed.
priority.
Yeah. Like, why would you do this? I had it made. I had everything. I just walk in, I'd Sky Priority, I'd skip the entire line, I'd go through security, and then I'm at my gate effectively. Now, if I want to do that, I have to go to the other end of the damn airport and then wait. And I don't know. They're like, you know what we should do? We should only have 2 security entrances now at this airport. It's like, this is a major airport. Why don't you have like 4 of these bitches? And no, they only have 2 at opposite ends of the airport. It's terrible. Oh God, I hate it. I hate it. I hope someone goes through there and changes things.
By the
under
way, for the
proper
idiots,
process.
for the idiots out there who think that TSA does jack shit all and says, what
All
would we
theater.
do without the TSA? First of all, let me be clear, none of the policies that were implemented post 9/11 would have prevented 9/11. Ironically, not a single policy of the TSA would have prevented 9/11. And they have failed 99% of the time when they take these practice tests to find contraband in people's luggage. 99% of the time, the bombs, the fake grenades, the pew-pews, the knives, they all get through TSA. So it is absolutely security theater. There is zero value to it except for treating US citizens like criminals. And the presumption is you are a criminal in order to travel. You have to be treated like a criminal. It is absurd. It is absolutely absurd. Even though I've already paid money. Bitches, I
Tons
paid
of
to
it.
be on this plane. This was a private transaction between me and the airline. And now you've decided to treat me like I'm a criminal and I don't deserve to be treated like a US citizen. Exercising my freedom of travel. This is absurd.
So Malcolm Gladwell wrote an article on the TSA, and I think he said like the amount of guns that are recovered or that have been recovered since they implemented it is it's like this absurdly small number. It's an absurdly small number, and he kind of explained it this way. It's basically it's failure fatigue. So the TSA, they scan 1 billion bags, right? And in 1 billion bags, they find 1 firearm. So the odds of any particular TSA agent finding a firearm in a bag is basically 0. There's almost no chance that any individual one will find a firearm. You could never predict which one would do it.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is their brains get conditioned to that failure, that there's no firearm in these things. Every single time there's not one. So when there is one, they actually miss them consistently. People are consistently able to travel with weapons, either by accident or, they'll do security penetration tests and stuff. And they fail those tests constantly because their brain can't fathom that there actually is a gun in there because they go through so many of these things where it's not. And the simple reality is the most effective security measure on planes since 9/11 is just the fact that people don't blow up planes most of the time. That's it. Like that's what's prevented almost all of the plane destruction, is that it's really rare for planes to get destroyed in the first place.
Well, and the cockpit lock, which the cockpit lock is on its own really controversial because how many intentional accidents have occurred where pilot goes postal, locks the cockpit door, no one can get into the pilot, and the whole plane is gone. That is actually my number one biggest fear, flying, because pilots aren't allowed to drink before they fly, like within an 8-hour span. They're highly regulated. They have no family, basically. They end up losing their family. I think the divorce rate is significantly higher than most. And then it's hard to
bang their
time.
flight crews.
Mm-hmm. And then because of FAA rules and regulations, they can't be on antidepressants and fly. So they're depressed, they're anxious, their life has gone to shit, and there's no medication. And if they admit to being depressed, they're fired. So there's nothing they can do. They can't seek treatment, they can't do anything. That to me is the number one security and safety issue out there. Was it a fly or a child?
It's a fly. Thing is,
hate
oh,
that.
you motherfucker! I'm so there. It's just flying around my microphone. I'm gonna kill it.
Is it a spider?
No. I said it's flying around. Sorry, I'm just yelling.
Oh, Jesus.
No, it's just sitting there flying around like an idiot. I hate flies.
Antidepressants might not work for everybody, but to pretend that there is no effect on some people and that it doesn't, it's not a beneficial therapy for some people for some time is to ignore the evidence out there.
I'm opposed to SSRIs, but there are other antidepressants out there, and the problem with SSRIs is like they end up you build up a huge tolerance for them, and then you get physically addicted to the antidepressant, and SSRIs do this weird since it affects your serotonin inhibitor, which is your one of your main pleasure and reward centers. People end up just feeling flat and emotionless after a while. They don't actually help them feel joy or whatever, which can be as bad as depression, just the feeling nothing. And so I'm not a big fan of them.
It can make people want to self-delete just as much as well. It can actually increase that desire. So, I'm not saying that they're the end all or be alls, but you're right. It's not just SSRIs. There are a myriad of other medications that can help treat depression, chronic depression. But my point is to say, if you're a pilot, you can't even discuss it, really.
Right.
And not lose your license and all the money and your entire career and everything you've put into what you've been doing. So you just, you fly around super depressed with ideation, and that's that. So it's really scary. So make sure you guys are nice to your pilots when you walk in. Say hi, see how they're doing, maybe bring them a cupcake, tell them that they matter, and then go take your seat.
The bride's hard to bring them a cupcake. They hate when you bring food through the, like when you try and
I do it all the
security
time
with food.
I say F it. I'm like, what? It's not against the rules. I do it too with creams and honey and peanut butter or whatever else. I'm like, that's not a liquid. It's not a liquid.
Peanut butter's a liquid.
No,
honey,
it's not.
Honey is definitely a liquid.
It's not a liquid.
What is honey if it's not a liquid?
So crystallized honey that is in its solid state is not a liquid.
Yeah, but you're not bringing honey in a solid state. You're not bringing crystallized honey. You're bringing liquid honey.
No, right? I always bring like crystallized honey, like in the jars. The kind you have to like scoop out with a spoon.
I mean, I know what you're talking about. I can't fathom anybody doing that willingly.
Yeah, I do it all the time.
I don't like honey, so it's hard for me to get there.
What?
I'm sweet enough. I don't need honey. I don't need any help.
You are a bad guy. I didn't know this.
I don't want to help bees. Screw them. I'm not supporting the bee economy. I hate bees.
They're the best. They're so cute. All they do is shake their little booties and dance and go collect pollen and make us delicious honey. And
they sting you and die. So you can't even get revenge. The worst.
It's built-in karma system, man. They're incentivized to not sting you unless they really think they have to. How great is that?
I would be way happier if God made them unable to fly. Like, just they sting you and they're unable to fly after that. So you could just sit there and taunt them as they like try and walk away. Be like, "Ha, you idiot! What were you thinking? Ow!"
I would agree with you if that were wasps. Wasps are the assholes of the insect world. Wasps are just mother effing assholes. What is their purpose?
I don't know. To ruin your day.
Mosquitoes on occasion. They're assholes. I hate wasps. They'll sting you because you sat next to them.
Yeah, I haven't been stung by a bee in a really long time, but I got several years ago. I'm pretty good at avoiding getting stung, but it was at our prior house, and the previous owners had a above ground pool, and we were finally dismantling this thing. We'd put it up on, like a come take this. You can have it if you come dismantle it and take it. So I was looking at how you take it apart because there was the rim around the top and that covered like where you'd start unscrewing things. And so I was like pulling up. I was like, what do you do? Do you just pull up on this thing? And I didn't see that there was a paper wasp nest right there. And so like they just went and just swarmed my hand. And I was like, son of a bitch. It hurts so bad for a while. But
Dude,
it was okay.
I got stung on the back of the thigh by a yellow jacket. I had a giant welt and then it turned into a huge bruise for like 3 months. It wouldn't go away. Like they're no joke.
Yeah, it's like a chemical burn is how it feels. Like it hurts like hell, and then it swells up and it stays that way for a while. But then it goes away and you're fine. Just like everything else. It all goes away.
By the way, Nick, I apologize for being super ADHD. I have not been on Ritalin since I got pregnant. So I am not the one to have on stream.
Does not bother me at all. I mean, I can't get through a sentence with carrying the same thought. Like, so don't worry about it.
Oh, thank God.
Ben Togel says, I like Fat Danny and Fat Nick together on stream. Bro really says, what did Jesus say about that cross? Nailed it. Dang.
I disavow.
There's some sacrilege happening in this chat.
That is heresy. That's sacrilege. I disavow. Shame on you all.
Louis C says, also the people who work for TSA look like they did 9/11 to us. And I must speak. Oh my God. I may speak. That's how that should have been read. Sorry. I wasn't in on I hadn't pre-read the joke. I don't know. I hate TSA. They make me take my shoes off. And I'm like, I don't put bombs in my shoes. Leave me alone on that. I wear studded belts like a dork, and those are a pain to take off, like in a hurry. You can't just rip those things off; they get stuck. Yeah, I know.
The true crime is not the TSA there; it's the belt. It's okay. We all have our thing. They tried to touch my crotch the last time I went through, like right in the center, and I had to fight with them. Literally, I had to call down
off my crotch.
I had to call down 2 supervisors because I was freshly pregnant, and the doctor specifically said nothing around here, like complete pelvic rest, nothing there. Don't do anything funny for a while, right?
Right.
So I specifically asked my doctor, can you please write me a note for the TSA because they miss the memo every time. They're supposed to go till they hit resistance, which would be the inside of your thigh / pelvic bone, right?
I mean, maybe.
That's never where they land, though.
It's
never where they fucking land. And so they called down 2 different supervisors, and I said, okay, well, you don't do this to dudes, right? You're not hitting them in the taint or in the balls every time, are you? And they're like, yeah,
maybe not
do.
for you.
And I'm like, you're breaking the law. And why are you proud of this? And all the and so a whole crowd of agents had eventually gotten around. Anyway, they eventually called down the head honcho. He's leaving. He's in, his casual wear. He's done. And he comes down and he's like, so what's your concern? And I was like, I just want you guys to follow the fucking procedure and make sure that it doesn't hit my crotch. That's it. Like, come up till you meet resistance. Come up till you meet resistance. Do the back of the hand. That's all I'm asking for. And he goes, oh yeah, that's the rules. And you should have seen the faces on every single agent, like shocked Pikachu faces. And I'm like, why are you people shocked? Where did you all go wrong?
They all watched that Sully movie and they're like, he aimed for the river. Why can't I?
Oh my God. Anyway, that was my most recent TSA story. And that's sorry to bring it up again.
I don't mind getting groped by the TSA. The reason I don't do it most of the time now is because it takes so long. And they make such a public, they want to humiliate you when they do it. So they make such a public spectacle of it. They drag the last time I did, I was like, no, I'm not going to do your stupid machine. They're like, okay, we'll come over here. And I'm standing there for several minutes before they even start. And I have to stand on this special mat. That's it's out kind of in front of everything. And then this guy's sitting there rubbing me down. And I was like, this isn't even fun.
Yeah, I mean, you can get a private screening. Next time, ask for a private screening. Maybe it'll be more fun. I've never asked for one.
Maybe it'll be more fun.
Maybe it'll be more fun. You know what also makes it more
Sorry,
fun, Nick?
Julio does all of our
If
private
you start
screening.
moaning while they're doing it. You just start being like, and it makes them uncomfortable. And you just have a good time with it. If they're professional about it, I'm usually not a Karen about it. But dude, it's
I'm
when
just gonna
it's when they
2
make you wait
burritos.
for 30 minutes next to the machine. It's
Yeah.
when, by the time they get you over there, it's some big butch chick who's, she like licks her lips as she's walking up to you, putting on the gloves, and you're like, oh
Yeah.
no. Nah, not today, bitch.
These are my
So-
condoms. It's like, no.
Serious. Anyway, I'm done.
Next time
Sorry.
I'm gonna pound like 2 burritos right before I go in there, and I'm gonna ask for the manual inspection, and I'm gonna wait till he goes down behind me with the hands and just blast one right in his face.
I mean, technically assault, but do it.
Farting in a face is assault?
Yeah, I mean, it is. It's assault. Do you remember the cases of blowing the
I don't want
smoke
him
in
to-
the face?
I'm not intending to cause them fear or apprehension.
I mean, you would never intentionally fart on a TSA agent's face.
Prove out my mens rea.
For sure. He asked me to bend over, Your Honor.
I told him don't go there. He went there.
Anyone else notice how invitingly punchable Auntie Bev's face is? And she's trying to come across so sweet.
Yeah, I don't really. The Bev chick really pisses me off. Like, I don't like her stupid. What are they called? Curtain bangs or whatever. Or no, they're not curtain bangs. They're something else. I have daughters, and I'm learning all this stuff. Whatever the straight across bangs. I hate it. I don't like it. I think it's a bad look for her, and she's got the irritating voice.
I don't know
Sounds
what
like
those
she's-
things are called either, but yes, I know what you're talking about.
Some lady in the chat, will you help us out? Me and my dude friend here don't understand hair terminology. What are those bangs called?
I had curtain bangs and they grew out. I'm trying to just let everything grow out while my hormones are good. And so that when I lose everything, it's not as noticeable. That's my goal.
Wait, what? So when you lose everything, like your hair?
Yeah, your hair. You lose hair when you're done being preggers. Because
You
you
do?
have a sudden drop. Oh yeah, you have a sudden drop in progesterone and estrogen. And so your hair will release. It comes
I've
out.
never had a drop in estrogen.
Well, that's good. But like men too, like men as their testosterone. I mean, lots of male pattern baldness is related to, it's genetic, but a lot of it is also related to hormone imbalances as men age.
Right.
They start to lose the balance of estrogen and testosterone in their body. Their testosterone goes down, their estrogen tends to stay about the same. And so they start to lose their hair.
Right. It's also why they get all the soggy midsections, because with it, like, testosterone literally processes belly fat specifically, and if you don't have a sufficient testosterone supply, everything starts to sag in the middle. You like people who have that problem, you can get hormone therapy or whatever and supplement, and their tummies flatten up pretty quickly.
Yep.
Dad bods are bullshit. No one should like them. Women
Dad bods
women
are
have
real,
promoted-
by the way.
I know they're gross.
No, but do you know that, like, okay, so get this. I didn't learn this until I got preggers. I'm sure you're all very interested. I apologize in advance. But so the lactation hormone in women transfers to their husbands as they're around their husbands during pregnancy. And the men obviously don't lactate, but their bodies start to store fat as though they
Oh.
will. Is that not crazy?
That's wild.
That's
I mean, I knew about the sympathy weight thing, right? Like, because a lot of guys will gain 10, 15 pounds, but I always just attribute it to like snacking with your partner. Like as their calorie consumption increases and like the snack cravings and stuff increase, it's like, well, I'll have a bag of chips too, type thing. So that's what I always thought it was. But no, that makes sense. I don't know. It's been a long time since I had to deal with any of that. And then I lost a bunch of weight. I use a powdered diet though.
I was
There you go.
listening and I thought this girl sounded smart. Then I looked and she was blonde and I was confused. Then she turned her head and I realized she is just a fake blonde.
Oh, facts. I am not a towhead blonde like the rest of my family. I am a dark blonde.
There you go.
Can't
I
tell
don't think
from the roots.
Matthew Harris would like it. He only likes the pure blondes, like
I
as
don't know who
German
that
and
is.
blonde as you can get. Matthew Harris, the guy who wrote the Unbreaded Manifesto.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
In the good old unbreaded days.
Yep. Oh, we did one yesterday. It was great.
Oh, I
nice.
should have joined.
It was
Not
amazing.
joined, but listened in.
Yeah. It's at the end of yesterday's if you need some nostalgia.
I do.
How many micropeens does it take to screw a light bulb? The answer is 0. Micropeens can't screw a damn thing.
25.
Micropeen, congrats, Danny. Super happy for you, sweetheart.
Thank you.
26. Sorry, I got some of these backed up from earlier.
Your Honor, the evidence shows the only thing this bitch knows about a cup is when she starred in Two Girls and I Cup. Kurt's superpower is micropeen.
27.
Eat my pizza casserole, you bitch.
Pizza casserole and vodka in my chamber with Kurt. We are at recess until Tuesday. Now for 5 days of Kurt's micropeen.
That last one was excellent. That last one was excellent. I love that you have the Bev voice.
Yeah, it's been a good one. People were complaining at first. They're like, we don't have any women voices to use. And I was like, who do I pick that people will actually like want to have a voice for? So I don't know.
Did you? Oh,
Do you
Sarah
want one?
Boone was while you were going through your stuff, because Sarah Boone is an excellent voice to pick. She is awful. You missed
Well-
out, man.
We have Karen Reed, we have Bev. I don't know who else we have for. I think we might have another couple women voices. Do you want to? Well, we got Megan Fox. Do you want one?
Yeah, you go.
You want-
I am afraid of the things people will make me say.
I won't do it if you're like, you know what, not right now.
You know what? Let me pray about it.
Sounds good. Sounds
Okay.
good. If you do, it'll be funny.
I think it will be hilarious.
Guaranteed.
Why don't you do
Need a magnifying
Amber
glass to
Heard?
search for the micropeen micro ween weenie hut junior. Where has my micropeen gone? Didn't but abstick das that.
What was that at the end? It's not a perfect system. God. I think Nate had a birtation there. That was wild. Yeah, an Amber Heard one might be good. Or her stupid lawyer. What was the dumb lawyer's name? That chick was so irritating.
Elaine.
Yeah, Elaine. God.
Yeah, it's what the chat yells at me every time I
infuriating.
mute my own microphone.
But I got to figure someone else out. There's got to be maybe that one chick who I was doing that I'm like the e-girl that was like, if you don't have $5, you should not be watching Twitch. You should be having getting a job. You know, it's like, God.
I mean,
damn.
is she wrong? Is she wrong?
She's not wrong, but
it's like you want to, if you want to be thirsty about me or someone on my show, that's fine. Just send me the money. Like, make it a good time for both of us. That's all.
I'm not gonna make a joke off what you just said. I'm not gonna
Don't. I know what I walked into. After the
Here.
fact, 2 seconds too late.
Here's a Jesse Lee Peterson one of my favorite people on the planet.
Damn it, we need Kurt on here now. This is his area of expertise. This pizza casserole, lousy flirty, and micropeens.
I love him so much.
Jesse Lee
you
Peterson or
should-
Kurt?
Peterson.
Oh,
Kurt.
okay. I was just
No.
checking. I was like, I don't know if this is deep sarcasm or if this is like her talking about JLP.
No, I'm suddenly deeply offended. You should do.
I said
You should do
sarcasm.
one of the Supreme Court justices, the most annoying one.
Sotomayor.
Yeah.
Oh no, Ketanji Brown Jackson or what? Like,
Oh,
God,
you should
she's
do
annoying. to
Ketanji.
listen
You
to.
should do both.
We should do all 9 of them. Really, like there's no there's no specific cost to it. The one thing I want them to do is, I'm at 25 voices right now, and we've got like another 6 or 7 already ready, and then I've got Ryan working on more. It's gonna, like, the drop down menu is gonna get to whatever. I want to organize them into subcategories so that people can, like, quickly get to the type of voices they want. Because if someone wants to pick like Amber Heard, Johnny Depp voices, that'd be great. I want them to have an Amber Heard, Johnny Depp trial like thing of voices. I think that's one of the organizational things that the app needs in the long
Amy
run.
Coney Barrett, her voice is so wretched. Like I was so stoked for her at first, and then I heard her voice for 2 seconds, and I went, no, I can't listen to the Supreme Court in here.
She is a little shrill.
God.
But Sotomayor. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say Sotomayor would be a good one because she's so fucking dumb.
She's so dumb.
That like it should. And she
Unapologetically
sounds
dumb.
Yeah, she sounds dumb. She is dumb, and so I think that'll come across well in the AI voices. But it's also in like how you build the profile for the engine to use. So I'm going to tell Ryan, I have to treat Ryan like ChatGPT. He is artificial intelligence. But no, you have to, like, you got to get parts of the engine that will, so like you got to get her yelling and being indignant. You got to get that along with like a conversational thing so that the engine knows to sometimes do that. Otherwise
easy. Just go to the case on mandatory vaccines. Which one was that? That was the Department of Workforce Services.
Sebelius? Was that Sebelius?
No, it was the one. It was specifically the case that required employers over 100 employees or more to vaccinate all of their employees. I don't remember the name of that case, but she started screaming on that one. That's the one. That's the one with the 12,000 children, 12,000 babies dying of COVID thing.
Let's see.
That's when she started just making up shit and screaming and like losing her shit. That's a good one.
Trying to find it. Feds for Medical Freedom and a union representing some Homeland Security Department employees is invalidating the mandate even after Biden withdrew it. No, this one that they didn't hear, so they went with Fifth Circuit, so it's not this one. Yeah, anyone where she gets indignant would be great, like to have her
I'll find it.
Screaming. But yeah, I mean the cost is minimal. It's just Ryan's labor, and then waiting for the company to go ahead and whatchamacallit, like actually implement the voices. They didn't because of Hackamania last week, so I'm waiting for them to catch up. I'm like, get with the program. I got voices that need to be had.
I gotta find an editor, a video editor. I'm gonna start doing videos because I'm gonna take like 2 months off of live streaming after I have this baby. So let me know if you know of anyone.
Video editors? I don't know of a single one. Not one.
If you
You're
know of a
fired,
cheap
Ryan.
one.
You're fired, Ryan. Get out of here.
Let's see.
D What says Cuomo has a micropene. JDE Corey says you should ask Viva about the time we all thought Barnes was going to be locked up in Seattle on a live stream. Ooh. We should talk to Viva about the time that he walked into the Mar-a-Lago bathroom live streaming with his camera on as I was coming out of a bathroom stall.
He didn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yikes.
He's like, hi, Nick. And I'm like, oh my God. I should not be on camera right now. Viva, what are you doing?
Oh boy.
It was good times.
Watch me oogle Alessi and smile, grin, twirl my glasses and hair flip. I want to hump him. During recross yesterday, when Alessi is standing next to Burgess and his doctorate degree, also micropene.
Go.
I love how people are just throwing out micropene at the end. They're like, also micropene.
Also micropene.
The evidence evidence will show every man in the chat flop their micropeens on Burgess's face for lying about his degree that doesn't exist. Kurt's micropeen won't flop as it is too small and just a little nub.
I thought that was just definitively what they were already. I didn't know there was a separate category. Is there like a tier list of micropeens? This is an S tier micropene. It does nothing.
Oh, gross. Okay, I love you, Nick. I have to go get this Baby Bliss bassinet that I got on sale. I have to go pick it up right now.
I don't know which. We had kids over a
Bliss.
span of a decade, so
Yeah.
we saw the bassinet technology change pretty dramatically over that time, and we had several different ones, and all of them were great though.
Really?
That rocking motion, it does something. It soothes kids in a way that you can lay them in a flat crib or flat bassinet, but we had one that did like side to side, and then it would go front to back. Also, it would move in 4 directions, and it was immensely helpful. I also have a
that's
leg.
good to know.
I have a leg that bounces from ADHD, and like at 15, my legs started bouncing. So I would just always just take a kid that was crying and just set it down on my leg and just. And they're good. They're good immediately. So I'm like
this
the baby
one
whisperer.
rocks the baby like this. So it's this motion instead of this, or instead of this.
Right.
I don't like this motion as much. I don't think that it has the same impact. Not that I want my baby to have, shaken baby syndrome by the time I take it out of the bassinet, but I would like to have something that, is a little bit more aggressive. That kind of goes,
like,
I'm going
like a
back and
tether
forth.
ball pole that you hook the baby to and just helicopters them around. That's the best one.
A little, whoa, what's happening? Kind of like okay, until they calm down, and then you can put it on a lower speed and chill them out a little. I love babies. Babies are the best. It's the older kids I don't know how to deal with, like especially because I'm having a boy, 13 years and up.
Easy. No, boys are easy.
I'm just gonna hand him over to my husband and say, you know what, he's yours now. Like, good luck.
You won't have to.
Joy.
You won't have to. Boys that are 13, like they're good.
They stink.
All children stink eventually. Like
no, but they really stink, and they get in trouble, and they're mouthy, and they're just kind of like they think they're much cooler than they
apparently
are.
You haven't met 13-year-old girls.
Yeah, I didn't say they're any better. I just said I'm not looking forward to that age.
No,
little
I mean,
babies are great. Babies are fun.
Like my boys are 17 and 14, and I'll tell you, they're largely autonomous. Like they're self-sufficient in pretty much every way. Like they're like our rocks. We know that they're going to be good, so we can focus on the younger 3, because the older 2 are going to be content. They entertain themselves really well, and they're homies. It's so cute to watch. Like, they just get along so well these days, and they're like, they're companions for each other. So, they code, they build video games and stuff. And they code together, and they write storylines together, and all that stuff. And it's really cool to watch them. But they're kind of on their own. Girls, I don't know. My oldest daughter's 12. And her like social interactions are the most complicated thing ever. I would rather negotiate peace between North and South Korea than deal with her friend group. They're mean to me. They make fun of me.
God blesses each gender with their own specific talents. Women are gifted with the gift of gab and the ability to talk their way in and out of anything. And men are gifted with the ability to stay silent for a very long time. And those are 2 separate gifts. And they're gifts. And I love both men and women, in their respective roles. I'm concerned. I'm glad that, let's just say this. I wanted a boy. I got a boy. I'm really happy about that. My husband really wants a daughter though. So I don't want to say anything negative, you know, in the event that we have a daughter next.
Yeah, no,
So.
I think variety is the spice. So
Yeah.
I love that I have you know, a good mix of both.
And who knows, maybe I'll get a girl that's just like me. And I was fine. Like I caused my parents no problems. Didn't really have a ton of drama. I mean, I'm dramatic now as an adult. That's another story, right? Like on my own, I'm dramatic and my husband has to tolerate that. But that's my husband, not my parents. So, you know, maybe I'll end up like that.
Yeah, I was an angel up until I was 40.
See?
Then I caused
See?
my
That's
parents
what
a
I'm
ton of grief.
saying. All right. I love you. Thanks so much, Nick.
Yep. See you later.
See you, chat. Bye.
Don't be a stranger. I like Danny. She's super cool. Third burglar, stop it. That's not what I was talking about. Oh my gosh. Danny's awesome. I'm really happy that I got to talk to her because it, you know, not working for so long meant a lot of the people that I got really used to interacting with on a regular basis. I didn't get to see them the same. You know, it's like moving away from your friends as a kid. And so it's nice as I get to bring some of these people back on or go on their shows and just hang out and chat for a little bit and catch up. Cause I was able to keep mild contact with people, but I was in a bad place a lot of times. And, you know, you don't want to talk to people when you're really depressed because you don't want to bring them down. Also, you just don't want to do anything. And so, you know, I missed a lot of opportunities to talk to people I would otherwise have great conversations with. So it's nice to be back. D what says 4D micropene. Whoa. That puts us at 31 micropenes. Although we are coming to a close, truncated day today. I don't think there's no way we're going to get to 69 of them today, which is perfectly fine, of course. No expectation to do that on a half day like this. What do we got here?
Is there any problems with having a Johnny Depp voice? I need to type micropene 1,000 times.
No, I don't think there is. So here's the thing. There's a couple potential issues with AI voices. There are copyright considerations that are being worked out by the courts. They don't really know how to tackle this because one of the arguments is that if you take any recording made by someone, it is a copyrighted work and they have ownership of it, or someone has ownership of it, right? Well, to train an AI engine, you have to take copyrighted materials in theory. Well, I mean, they are copyrighted. They may not be registered, but they are. Someone owns the rights to them. And you have to put those materials into the engine. And then the engine, generates content based on that. Now, you have no copyright interest in your voice, your natural voice. There's nothing that you've done to create it. It's not your artistic expression. It's just a trait that you have. You don't have a copyrightable voice. In theory, you could create a character that has a very distinctive voice, and that could be copyrightable. I haven't done the research on if that's a thing, but someone's just natural speaking voice, typically you have no copyright interest in it. But you do have a copyright interest in the works that would be used to train the engine. There's an argument out there that anything generated by an AI voice engine based on copyrighted works is a derivative work. I think that theory is horseshit because you can't tell based on what the AI puts out what copyrighted materials were put in. So it's automatically it's so transformative from the original purpose of the copyrighted material, right? Like it should fall into fair use squarely. But that's one of the considerations that they have for this is not really the ownership of the voice, but the ownership of the materials that are used, and if they are creating a derivative work that would be protected by copyright. All right, so that's one of the major issues that you have. The other major issue is using someone's right of publicity, namely and commonly described as their name, image, and likeness by people who don't know what they're talking about, using a term of art. But that being said, the right of publicity is basically the right to choose your endorsement or your support. So if Lay's potato chip takes, samples of my voice and then says, "Hi, I'm Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, small criminal law firm in central Minnesota, and I'm here to endorse Lay's potato chips," and they do that without my permission, we got a problem then, because I didn't give that endorsement. If they want that endorsement from me, they should pay for it, like a business transaction that they should do with anyone, or they should ask at least, because maybe I don't like Lay's, right? Maybe I'm an old Dutch guy, who knows? But that's that's the right of publicity. It's an endorsement, and if you are to represent to people that the AI voice were real, for example, or if they were to believe that the AI voice were really the person speaking and that they were giving that endorsement, then you have taken away one of the rights that they have to the use of their name, image, and likeness. And that's a problem. Now, the way that's described as if there's a commercial purpose for the use of the name, image, and likeness. And what the problem is that lay persons who are reading about this, they don't understand that that's a specific term of art. And that specific term of art refers to endorsement and refers to a fraudulent representation of an endorsement of a product. It does not refer to making money. That is not the commercial purpose that is being referred to in these bills. And usually they have, if you find any laws about it, you'll find specific exceptions for all of this stuff. But the idea that there is money made does not obviate or remove the right to satire, to parody, to comedy, to commentary, criticism, or newsworthiness. All of these things are protected speech and expression, and you don't get to take them away just because money changes hands. And again, people have been doing impressions forever. They do those impressions. They make money for their comedic work and their creativity. The fact that they are good or bad impressions actually can, depending on the comedian, right? Good or bad impressions can be a thing. It can be part of the act. That being said, if every time someone did an impression, like a really good one, and then made money because they sold tickets to their comedy show or whatever, then that would be insane, right? You couldn't do impressions. It would be a prior restraint on speech that's obviously protected. So the argument, one would imagine, is that an AI voice engine is a very effective paintbrush for an artistic expression that's done through impersonation or impression, for the purposes of parody, satire, comedy, criticism, critique. And that just because the tool makes you really good at the craft, that doesn't mean that it's somehow now illegal. Oh, because you make money off of it. No court has held that that's true anywhere. In fact, they always protect the parodist, the satirist, the jokester, the jester, the comedian, the writer, whatever. They always support that person. The key distinction is, does a reasonable person believe that is actually the person speaking and actually giving their, that you're trying to fraudulently induce people to believe who that is. That's the problem. A system like Super Tips doesn't run into that because it's obvious parody, it's obvious satire, it's obvious commentary or criticism. And it's the fact that it's very good at doing an impression doesn't mean that anyone thinks that that's really the person speaking. In fact, I think if anybody claimed that, they should be locked up. They should just be put in prison. They shouldn't be able to operate a motor vehicle or whatever it is. They're either flat out lying or they're too stupid for society. So we'll see. I keep hearing rumors of a big cool lawsuit coming against Super Tips. I can't wait. Because I'm pretty sure I know who's right on the issue, and I'm pretty sure I know who's wrong. But whatever. Let's see. Nardo Polo says, is Kurt's micropene smaller or larger than Toes and Drexel's butt? I would think smaller. So that's 33. D what? Micropenor is a problem. 34. James Gartner and D what both gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. We're 16 new members today on YouTube. Thank you. Nick Rye says, this will be fun. Sorry to hear about your nanny and what she exposed your kid to. Did you contact law enforcement and CPS? Sounds like abuse. I found out about these things long after our nanny had left, well over a year after that the alleged incidents occurred. So no, my children were no longer in any danger from this person. So no, I have not contacted CPS or law enforcement about it. I might. I haven't decided if I will or not. We're still within the statute of limitations. So yeah. The Fish says, I hope we get to see. Oh, wait, here we go.
I hope we get to see Danny's big milky post-birth titties in something low cut. Kurt's micropene would take a beating if that happened.
I'm glad she wasn't here for that, although I think she would have just laughed. Oh my gosh. But there you go. Let's see. I think we're pretty much caught up. Eric Duff says, because it's a lie. Well, it isn't. Don't. Toe is claiming he has been called by the county for nanny info. It's really surprising. You would think that they would call me, right? The parent of the child involved. But instead, no, they've run to the the authority on it, the person who hasn't been here in quite some time. You know, they're going to run to him to see what he knows about it. He doesn't know anything. We're not going to get into it. We're not going to get into it. That being said, I think that covers it for today. I'm going to buzz off for a little while. I'm still trying to find a time to do some night streams. Since there won't be a morning stream, tonight's actually a really good candidate. There doesn't have to be a morning stream because there's no court. I would like to keep up some daytime streaming, so maybe I can find someone to do an interview or something. We can talk about Karen Reed, do like a full trial recap. I have a friend who's been covering this thing. Actually, I have 2 friends who've been covering this thing. They're doing really well with it. They're both awesome, very smart women that I respect quite a bit, and would love their takes on this case. That's AV to the 7th Power and Andrea Burkhart, both of whom I've spoken with, doing a show with. Maybe during this break is a good time to do so. So I'll reach out to both of them, and maybe I can bring you guys some Karen Reed content in the interim, with some perspectives and conversation with people who are at least a little bit smarter than me. This fucking fly! Oh, I'm going to kill you! Sorry. Anyway, at least a little bit smarter than me, and who definitely are more well versed in the overall case, the facts, the characters, all of that stuff, because I believe each of them watched the first trial rather intently. So that being said, getting there. Oh, I know what I'm doing. The second I turn off this camera, I am burning this house to the ground. Fucking fly. Anyway, yeah. So that being said, if I can get them to collaborate with me for some live streaming in the next couple of days or over the weekend, I think now is a great time, a great place in the trial to do so. And love both of them. Been looking forward to talking to them again for a long time. So we'll see what we can do. Otherwise, I'll see you guys around. Recap videos are coming. Again, we'll have one for recapping today. People have asked me to do a recap of the case so far, so I might do that as well. Look, guys, I love doing the recap videos, and the comments are all super positive. Please just keep hitting the like button, dropping a comment, sharing those things. The more interaction and activity on this that happens on these videos, the more that they get sent out to people, the more that YouTube knows that people are here, that I'm here, and all of that. And most importantly, YouTube gets to know that they can place ads on the videos and that people will watch them. So I'm not saying you have to. I don't care if you watch an ad or not, but YouTube's algorithm will go, oh, look, it's a consistent demographic that consistently shows up. This is where we want to put ads. So that's really, really helpful for me. So if you have it in your heart and hands or whatever, go ahead and share the videos. I really appreciate that. And you would be shocked how much like the organic nature of you guys sharing something out rather than just me doing it really helps things. Not to get too technical on it, but when you guys share something to like Instagram or Twitter or whatever and say, hey, whatever, please come visit Rekieta Law and watch this trial with us. And someone clicks on one of those links and it brings us here. YouTube looks at that very differently as someone finding me through the homepage or through their subscription page or whatever. Finding that external interaction and bringing someone from a different app to YouTube is huge for YouTube knowing, hey, wait, this content will bring new people to the platform. New people is new eyes, which is new ads. New ad views. So anyway, that's really helpful for me. So to all of you who do that, thank you. Again, hit the like button on the way out. And I think that's everything we got for today. We'll see you later. I hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful evening. We did hit 35 micropeens today, which is a very strong showing. It's half a rice grain. It's over halfway to 69. I think that's pretty good for a truncated court day. So we will see you guys soon. Hope you guys have a great day. Great day, good night, whatever it is. Until next time. Peace. Peace. Oh, set the damn outro video. Go. And
oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along with his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight. We'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of the Freud. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who paints the thought better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of
Good night, y'all. Have a wonderful evening.